Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Eraserhead's Heir? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shōta's phone rang as soon as he stepped foot into his home. He quickly pulled it out seeing that Midoriya was the one calling him. He let out a long sigh, praying to whatever higher power that the problem child wasn't attacked by a villain not even an hour after leaving campus. Yes, Midoriya? Shōta asked as he answered the call, lightly rubbing the bridge of his nose hoping to soothe himself out of a possible headache. Aizawa-sensei, she left me. Packed all of her things and left. Midoriya answers back, sounding slightly angry followed by a couple of sniffles. The hair on the back of Shōta's neck creeped up as a chill ran up his spine. Is he talking about his mother? Did his mother leave him like that? He needs the answers so he can get to his problem child. Are you talking about your mother? Did she leave you a note or anything stating why or when or both? Shōta asked calmly, his mind racing a mile a minute wanting the facts quickly in order to take action. Yes, sensei, and she did. The only thing the note says is that she's sorry and that she can't sit back and watch me become a hero against her wishes anymore. Izuku answers with a bit of venom in his tone. Shōta felt the telltale signs of his quirk activating as anger filled his veins. How could a mother walk out on their child like that? All because they're chasing after their dream? What the F is wrong with his mother that she can't even support her own son on his dream? Okay, Midoriya, listen to me carefully. Shōta started slowly, trying to reel in the burning rage building in his chest, not wanting the kid thinking he was in trouble for something that was out of his control. I want you pack up whatever you have left in that apartment that you wish to keep. I'll be there in 30 minutes to get you, and while I'm on my way there I'll be calling Nizu to inform him that I'll be taking you in as my ward for now, okay? After I pick you up, we'll be making a trip to the station to file a child abandonment case against your mother and we'll see about one of your family members collecting you at a later date. Does that sound good, problem child? Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya sighed, sounding absolutely defeated. My mother is my only family member. There's no one else. After the station, I can just go to a group home until classes start back up. I don't want to burden anyone more than I have to. Shōta's eyebrows pinched in anger. So she literally left him all alone in this world? Why would he think that he's a burden? A pain in the butt? Yes, but a burden? Never. You're not a burden, problem child. I don't know where you're getting that from, but you're not. And as for the group home thing, there's no way in hell that I'll leave you to the system. The foster system is shit and I'm not going to allow you to go through any of that. I know what those places are like. Lived in one for 14 years and it was absolute hell. So I'll just take you on as my foster son, that way I know. You'll be safe and cared for, and there's no room for argument on this, understand? Yes, I understand sensei, Midoriya states, sounding a little more like his determined self, still sounding slightly angry. How curious, but determined nonetheless. I'll pack up the rest of my belongings then. Good, Shōta responds with a little more gruff. I'll head out then and I'll call the rat on my way over. Stoat, Midoriya corrects. Shōta's train of thoughts stuttered. Principal Nizu is a stoat, sensei, not a rat, Midoriya states in a matter-of-fact tone, as if it were completely obvious. A Cheshire grin forms on Shōta's face. Is this problem child already getting sassy with me? He's not even legally in my care yet and he's already rising up a challenge? He thinks maybe taking Midoriya in won't be so bad, especially if he gets to see this side of him. Most certainly refreshing compared to how the kid normally acts at school and around others. Whatever, Shōta grunts, even though he has a fond smile growing on his face. I'll give the weasel a call as I make my way over to you. Better, Midoriya giggles, sounding a lot better than he did at the beginning of the call. I'll be ready when you get here, sensei. Good, I got a phone call to make and a car to drive. See you in a bit, problem child. With that he ends the call, slipping his boots back on and walks right back out of the door. Shōta is not even aware of how interesting his life is about to become. It won't be unwelcomed, but it'll certainly be a surprise. Shōta let his head smack against the door of his home with an insufferable sigh as he relocked it and headed back to his car. I guess I'm a dad now, Shōta mutters to himself as he starts the car and connects his phone to the car's Bluetooth so he can call the weasel about Midoriya's situation and to activate his pro hero foster license. All pros are required to have one in the event a child is removed from an abusive situation or rescued from the clutches of a villain organization, or in this case, a student being abandoned by his only relative. Shōta sighs again as the phone rings a couple of times before it connects. "Ah, Shōta-kun, what do I owe the pleasure?" Nizu chirps, "You never call unless you want something from me. Midoriya's mother has abandoned him, so I wanted to inform you of the situation and to let you know that I'll be activating my foster license." Shōta gets right to the point, not wanting to play whatever game Nizu may try to start. He doesn't have time for games today and most certainly isn't in the mood for it either, easier to just get right to the point. "Oh dear, that is definitely some very troubling news," Nizu states in a sullen tone, "though, I am glad that you are taking it upon yourself to take the child in. I knew that you had a soft spot for the boy, just didn't realize how soft." Shōta glares at nothing in particular and huffs, "I don't have a soft spot, I'm an intimidating figure with it. Hard reputation and a high expulsion rate." Nizu chuckles at that. "Please don't lie to yourself, Shōta-kun. You've been impressed by Midoriya-kun since your little purge day at the beginning of the year. That said, I'm very glad that it was you who he called and not Yagi-san." "Why would Midoriya call Yagi?" Shōta asks a little aggressively. "I'm his homeroom teacher, he's my responsibility, and soon to be my legal responsibility." Midoriya-kun is Yagi-san's successor. Nizu sighs. Shōta could almost see the frown on the stoat's shaking head. He wants Midoriya-kun to be the next symbol of peace, but I know for a fact that Midoriya-kun doesn't want that. He wants to be underground, away from the media. He doesn't want that kind of attention, and it will also be safer for him given the nature of his quirk. He's informed me of this information himself not too long ago when Yagi-san started putting more pressure on the boy, trying to force him into the kind of hero he wants Midoriya-kun to be. He's disregarded the boy's wishes and desires. "I'm sorry, what?" Shōta questions, sounding even more angry, a protective kind of angry. "Are you trying to tell me that Midoriya and Yagi's relationship is like the relationship between the Hero Commission and Hawks?" "That's exactly what I'm saying, Shōta-kun," Nizu admits. The sound of brushing fur is heard. Nizu must be attempting to calm himself down. It would be pointless if both of them were angry. The conversation wouldn't end very well. Midoriya-kun trusts you. That is very obvious considering the fact that he has reached out to you in his time of need. Ask him about his quirk once the two of you are alone. If he doesn't bring it up on his own, which I'm more than positive that you won't have to ask him. I know that he'll tell you regardless. He's expressed that he has been wanting to inform you of it, and I know that you'll be able to help him with this. It belongs to him now, so it is his secret to share. Before you ask, I know about it because of All Might. Midoriya-kun's quirk is the only reason Yagi-san thinks he has control over him. Once you know the details, All Might won't be able to do anything without having all his dirty laundry aired out. You knowing will also keep Midoriya-kun safe. What the hell is his quirk? Because it being called superpower isn't very FING specific, is it not some kind of augmentation type quirk? And what does his quirk's nature have to do with wanting to avoid media attention, and how would it be safer? What all has been hidden from me? Shōta definitely understands wanting to avoid the media vultures. He himself avoids them like the plague. Midoriya's quirk is flashy, just what the commission wants for limelight heroes. He's definitely not happy about having things hidden from him though, especially things about his students. Why am I only hearing about all of this now? Shōta questions angrily. Why tell me now of all times, of something that sounds like a possible dangerous situation? Because it is Shōta-kun, Nizu states firmly. The only reason I'm saying something now is because you'll have Midoriya-kun in your home and he'll finally have the chance to tell you everything that he's been wanting to tell you away from Yagi-san's watchful eye. Midoriya-kun needs you, Shōta-kun. Be the mentor he needs, the support system and the father figure he so desperately craves. I may not be good at understanding human emotion, but I know Midoriya-kun sees you as a father. He has voiced it to me on multiple occasions during tea and chess. Shōta felt his brain blue screen at those words. This weasel better not be effing you with me and my emotions because F dash. Midoriya sees me as a father? Why me of all people? What did I do to earn a status like that? Especially after what I said to him on the first day of school? Sure, he proved me wrong and seriously impressed me with his quick thinking and adaptability when it came to his quirk usage, but seriously, why me of all people? Shota's heart felt like it was beating out of his chest, and his thoughts were running at a mile a minute trying to figure out the why. Why would he see me like that? Shōta asks out loud, his racing thoughts getting the better of him. Nizu cackles like a maniac for a long moment before collecting himself with an amused sigh. Because you are who Midoriya-kun looks up to. Yes, he may look up to other heroes but only out of pure hero admiration. You're in a whole league of your own in his eyes though. You're the only adult he trusts with his life. Like I've already stated, he's informed me on how he views you. It's quite adorable in a human emotion kind of way. Shōta didn't know how to respond to that other than with a soft nod that no one could see. He felt a warmth in his chest bloom at those words. One of his students, his main problem child at that, sees him as a father? Underground pro hero, Eraserhead, a father figure? Shōta shakes his head quickly. I'm pulling up to Midoriya's now, Nizu. I'll let you know what all happens at the station regarding the case and if there's a need for you to help locate his mother in order to charge her properly. All right, Shōta-kun. Nizu chirps. Take good care of Midoriya-kun. Please do keep me informed. I will help in any way I can. With that the call ended and Shōta was left alone with his thoughts for a moment. He took a few deep breaths to wrangle in his emotions because he can't go up to that door being emotional. His reputation would be ruined, even though knows that it will be considering the fact that he's taking in the boy who sees him as his father. Emotions will 100% be involved, whether he likes it or not. Shōta got out of the car with a sigh and approached Midoriya's apartment door, knocking softly with the knuckle of his index finger. He hears a quickened shuffle from inside before the door is cracked open, revealing the red-rimmed eyes of a scowling Izuku Midoriya. Why is he so angry? Shouldn't he be crying from a broken heart instead? Again curious. Hi, sensei, Izuku says softly, opening the door wider and inviting Shōta inside. Looking around he could see how barren the apartment was. She really did pack everything and left, Shōta states mainly to himself, but Izuku hears him. Yeah, came an angry reply. She took everything except the photos. Photos I don't even want either. Izuku turns to Shōta with an angry look on his face. I knew she was a hardcore helicopter parent, but to stoop so low after everything she put me through and after everything she allowed to happen to me before you, to just turn around and drop me like that? What a beach. There it was, the answer, well at least part of it, at least Shōta was beginning to understand why his problem child was angry. Shōta knew that the beach part was whispered but he had heard it anyways, so he let out an amused huff. I'm sure you'll tell me more details regarding your beach of a mother later on, but for now let's get the rest of your sheet in the car so we can get down to the station. The sooner we get home the sooner we can take a nap. Izuku's eyes widened and cheeks flushed a light pink. Realizing his sensei heard him calling his mother a beach, he quickly schooled his expression and nodded. There's not much. I managed to fit the rest of my belongings that had been left here into my suitcase. Most of my things are already in my dorm room on campus. I had left enough here to come back to for breaks. Shōta nodded in understanding. And you really don't want to take any of your photos with you? Not even the ones of you as a baby or toddler? He asked gently, not wanting to upset the already upset teen. No, Izuku replied quickly. My life was sheet up until I was accepted into you. I don't want reminders of my shitty childhood. Oh, and my tears were from anger, not sadness. Just a FYI. Okay, I was only double-checking, and thank you for telling me that you're angry and not sad. It's appreciated. Shōta said in a soothing voice, hands up in a surrender-type motion. He had already figured that the tears were from anger, but he's glad the problem child confirmed it. We should get going then. I'm ready to face plant onto my couch and sleep for 10 years. Or at least until you 1A demon spawn graduate. Izuku squawks in defense. I'm a son of a beach, not a demon spawn. Shōta couldn't help the laugh that slips out. Izuku stares at his sensei with wide eyes, considering this is the first time he has ever heard the man laugh. He couldn't help but let the soft smile slip onto his face. Shōta reaches over and cards his fingers through Izuku's hair, shaking his head at the sass of this child. All right, problem child, let's get this show on the road before your teenage sassiness overtakes this hellhole. He doesn't fail to notice how the kid leaned into the touch nor the soft content sigh that was exhaled as well. The boy broke the contact with a mischievous look on his face. At least it would be sassiness and not raging teenage hormones. Izuku quips, letting the sarcastic giggles fill the empty apartment. Shōta rolls his eyes, failing at not letting a soft smile grow. This child is going to be a handful. Please tell me that I don't need to give you the talk. I don't think I'm mentally prepared for that kind of discussion. A sadistic grin spread across his features as Izuku wrinkles his nose, muttering, and I'd rather die before I let myself suffer through that. Izuku tossed his copy of the apartment key onto the kitchen counter, grabbing his suitcase as he made his way to the door, slipping his shoes back on, and headed out the door with Shōta hot on his heels telling him which car was his. The drive to the station was a quiet one. It wasn't an awkward or an uncomfortable one, just simply calm and peaceful. Well, that's how Shōta felt before they got out of the car at the station. It then turned into a calm before the storm type feeling, and he wasn't sure why, but it was there, and it was a bit unnerving to the underground pro to be feeling like that. Oh, good morning, Eraserhead. The pro was greeted by Sansa, the cat-headed quirked officer. Morning, Sansa. I was wondering if Tsukachi was free? I have one of my students with me since we need to open a case involving his mother. Shōta said quickly, not realizing how Izuku tensed at the detective's name. Ah, yes, he's free, Sansa replied easily. You can just head on over to his office if you'd like. You look like you just want to get this over with just so you can sleep. You know me so well, Sansa. Shōta huffed without any heat to it. Come on, problem child, let's go and get this over with. We could both use a nap. Izuku nodded, quickly following the long strides the pro made, headed to the detective's office. Once there, Shōta knocked roughly using the knuckle of his index finger. A reply of coming came back as the response. Once they entered, Izuku and the detective locked eyes. Midoriya? Tsukachi questioned quietly, eyebrows knit together in confusion. Izuku leveled Tsukachi with a stern glare. Shōta looked on in a mix of surprise and confusion. Me and Aizawa-sensei came to file an abandonment case against my mother, Izuku states with a measured amount of heat. Tsukachi's eyebrows shoot up in shock. Oh my, of course, you don't mind me questioning you, do you? You're already aware of my quirks, so I'll make this as quick as possible. Pause, Shōta says in his teacher tone. How do you two know each other? He couldn't help but wonder how these two met and how Izuku was already aware of the detective's quirk. Izuku looked up at Shōta. We met after the USJ attack. He's friends with All Might, so he knows about me being his successor, which I'll explain all of that to you later because it's a lot. Izuku looks back at the detective with a hard glare, putting all the heat he can in his next words. Do not tell All Might anything. He doesn't deserve to know anything about my life, or more specifically what's going on right now and what's going to happen after me and Sensei leave the station. All Might has been a controlling piece of shit as of late because I want to go underground to keep it safe and to stay away from the spotlight, but no, he thinks he can control me like I'm his little puppet. It belongs to me now. The past users have already approached me stating that I will be the last wielder. Once I die, it dies, and so does the boogeyman, since unfortunately for me, I'm the fail-safe. I was the missing link, the missing connection between the two. At least it's a one-way connection. Anyways, since I'm the fail-safe, I'm stuck with it. The torch can no longer be passed, and All Might doesn't believe me, but it's whatever. I'm my own person, and I'm going to do what it takes to keep it safe and away from prying eyes. Izuku huffs out a frustrated breath after his winded rant. Tsukachi has a mix of surprise and concern lacing his features. True. He slumps down into his seat, leveling Izuku with a soft gaze. Don't worry, kid, I'm not going to tell Yagi shit. If he can't believe your words, then that's on him. Plus you said he's treating you like shit, so I won't tell him anything. I swear on my badge that I won't. He pulls his badge out and pushes it towards Izuku as to make a point. Izuku stares at the badge, then looks back up to the detective, searching his features to determine if he's being truthful. He feels like the man is, so he softens his own gaze and the heat dissolves as he releases the breath he didn't realize he was holding. Shōta stares at Izuku with pure shock on his face. The boogeyman of the underworld is real? But those are just stories, he's not real. He keeps his eyes locked onto Izuku, trying to figure out how the child knows of the boogeyman story. He doesn't even know who the boogeyman was if he was real. No one has ever seen evidence of his existence, so they all believed it to be a ghost story passed around the underground. Izuku looks up at Shōta with a sad smile and whispers, "Yeah, he's very much real and I didn't know about it until Kamino. That man All Might defeated, the one that's sitting in Tartarus right now, all for one, is the boogeyman. He won't die until I take my final breath. I guess." The boy shrugs his shoulders. That man is the boogeyman. And Izuku has to die in order for that man to die. What the F is going on? Shota's thoughts yelled at him as tears ran down Izuku's cheeks. All Might slapped a literal target on my back saying I am here. I won't be able to live a normal life, as much as I would love to. It won't happen, it's too dangerous. He looks down, quickly drying his tears. We're here to talk about Inko right now though. I'll tell you the story later on if that's all right with you, sensei. Yes, of course that's fine, Izuku, Shōta states in a low, soothing voice, despite the anger blooming in his. He runs his fingers through the kid's hair, more so to calm himself down rather than the boy. I'm sorry that I pried I bit there, I was just a bit shocked by what you said, I apologize. Izuku stared at his sensei in shock. Izuku? And also, why are you apologizing? No one ever apologizes to someone like me, never, and you used my given name, no one has ever calls me that. Shota's eyebrows knit together in disbelief. You can't be serious right now, Izuku. No one has ever apologized to you? And no one's called you by your given name either? Not even your own mother? No, I've never gotten an apology before. Quirkless kids don't get those kinds of things, Izuku says slowly. Quirkless? But this child has a quirk. And earlier when I called myself a burden and you told me that I'm not? Well, my mom called me a burden, a waste of space, a waste of resources, etc. Kaken calls me Deku and nerd. People didn't even call me Midoriya until I got into UA, and frankly, I don't want to be called that either, so Izuku is fine, I like that a lot. A soft smile played on Izuku's lips, giving a small nod of approval. Well, if those words didn't hurt Shota's heart. Tsukachi had a sad look on his face as well at that information. True, he stated softly. All right, Izuku, let us get to what you're here about, okay? Tsukachi goes about setting up the recording device, looking up at Izuku, silently asking if he's ready. Once he receives a nod, he presses the record button and the interview begins. This is Detective Naome's Tsukachi here with Pro Hero Eraserhead and Izuku Midoriya on the date of December 22nd, year 2XXX and the time of 10:38. The detective states smoothly, please introduce yourselves for the recording. Shōta Aizawa, Pro Hero, Eraserhead, Shōta grunts out. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku says softly. True. For the recording, my quirk is called Lie Detector. I'm able to tell whether or not someone is telling the truth or is lying, Tsukachi says. Now this interview is in regards to one Inko Midoriya, who has appeared to have abandoned her son, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku nods at that, straightening up in his seat prepared to answer all questions. Tsukachi nods and softly clears his throat. All right, first question, do you know if she left a note or any other kind of indication that she has truly abandoned you? Yes, Izuku answers. She left a note and the apartment was cleared out of her belongings except for the small amount of things that I left there from when I moved into UA's dorm system. She also left all of the pictures behind as well. Izuku reaches into his pocket and pulls out the note, handing it over to the detective. True. For the recording, Izuku has handed over the note written by his mother. He pauses for a brief moment to read the note before continuing. Do you know why she would have left? This note doesn't state a clear reason other than the fact that she doesn't want to sit back and watch you become a hero. Was deemed quirkless up to the day of UA's entrance exam. You know the statistics for the quirkless, false negatives and false positives. Izuku says in a sad voice. She'd baby me on the good days, but send out emotional and mental jabs. Sometimes she'd use her quirk on me on the bad days. Some of the stuff I don't remember at all. Me being quirkless was her excuse to treat me that way, so once I got my quirk she no longer had an excuse, I was no longer an object to mistreat or blame. The entrance exam? That was the first day he used it then, so that means when he did the quirk assessment on the first day, the day that I chewed him out, it had only been 3 weeks of him having a quirk. Sheet, I'm such an a-hole, Shōta thought to himself while staring at Izuku in shock, feeling like a dickhead. True. In what ways would she be emotionally and mentally abusive? Tsukachi questions, not missing a beat. Well, she'd treat me like a lesser being, Izuku began. She'd blame me for my father's death even though he was killed in action. He was an underground hero, you know the dangers of that. And she'd blame me for having to work long hours, for not having time for friends or for herself. She'd make me feel guilty for being quirkless as if it were my choice for being different from the rest of society. She'd also treat me like a baby, as if I couldn't take care of myself. Force me to use items deemed for toddlers. I wasn't even allowed to wash myself. She would literally bathe me, a teenager going through PBR2I. It was degrading. It wasn't just that either. It was the yelling, the screaming, the threats. She made do on a lot of those threats too. Shōta had many thoughts running through his head at once. He couldn't understand how a mother could act and speak that way towards her only child. Also, his biological father was an underground hero? That one was a huge surprise. He didn't know that Izuku belonged to one of the legacy lines in his class. Well, how could he know if his father was underground anyways? True. You said she used her quirk on you sometimes? Tsukachi asks. Izuku nods his head. In what ways would she use her quirk on you? She has a telekinesis quirk, Izuku states, so she'd pinch my skin and pull my hair, but that was only the nicer actions. The more aggressive actions would be pulling my finger and toenails off, using her quirk to throw objects at me from a distance. Her favorite was throwing sewing needles at me. Izuku sighed sadly. The most damaging thing she did while using her quirk was holding me down while she removed my extra toe joints. She thought that by removing them that I'd be cured. She's left scars on me, worse than any school bully that I've ever come across. Shōta said in a sharp breath. His mind void of all thoughts, except for pure anger. He couldn't help but let his quirk activate. He startled slightly when he felt a light pat on his arm. He looked over at Izuku, who had a sad smile on his. True. I'm sorry you had to experience all that, Izuku, Tsukachi says in a sullen tone. Do you have any idea of where your mother would have gone? Izuku shakes his head while he answers, No, I don't. I don't know where she worked either. She kept me in the dark when it came to things about herself. True. The detective turns his attention to Shōta now. Eraserhead, are you going to be activating your foster license today and taking Izuku in? Yes, I am, Shōta answers calmly. True. All right, I have everything that I need for now. All questions that were asked rang true, as well as the facts and details that were spoken. Once Izuku Midoriya is obtained, we will hold a second interview. Tsukachi says as he reaches over and switches off the recording device and sighs, Izuku, I really am sorry that you've had to live through that. It wasn't fair by any means. Izuku smiles softly. Yes, I know. It's all right, it's in the past now. There's no sense in dwelling. Shōta reaches over and just cards through Izuku's hair, in a sense of calming himself down. He can't help the fuzzy feeling he gets when Izuku leans into the touch. Can I get the paperwork started, Suki? The day's been too long already and it's not even noon yet. Yes, of course, Tsukachi says as he digs through a filing cabinet. Since you're a pro hero and also because Izuku has his provisional license, you two don't need to worry about social services sticking their noses where it doesn't belong. You'd be able to protect him and he'll be able to defend himself if needed. And stop calling me Suki. I'm a grown man, I don't need a cute nickname. Shōta rolls his eyes. I do what I want. In case you haven't noticed, I too am a grown man. You can't tell me what to do. Izuku giggles softly. That's a pretty childish argument, Aizawa-sensei. Tsukachi gestures towards Izuku in agreement. Shōta shoots Izuku a half-hearted glare and that just causes the boy to giggle a little more. Whatever, problem child. He huffs with no heat. All right, here you go, Eraserhead, Tsukachi says as he hands over a clipboard with a stack of papers to fill out. Once you're done with that, you'll both be free to go and the fostering will be approved by morning. I'll send you a confirmation text letting you know. Shōta grunts in acknowledgement and sets to work filling out the paperwork. I didn't know that your father was a pro hero, Izuku. He says in hopes of learning more about his problem child. Izuku smiles widely, nodding his head in excitement. He sure was. He had a fire-breathing quirk and was able to change the temperature of the flame without anyone noticing because the flame always stayed the same color. Shota's head whipped to face Izuku head-on, mouth slightly agape in shock, because there was only one underground pro who breathed fire like that. Your father was the Dragon Breath hero, Black Flame? Izuku's smile widened even further. Yes. You knew my father, sensei? Of course I knew him. I did my third-year internships with him. I even remember him ranting and raving about his son and how cute his kid is and such. He wouldn't shut up about you. Shōta responds still in shock and begins studying Izuku's face. Now that I really look at you, you have his freckles and the unruly hair. His was black though, which your hair almost is. You also have his smile. Hisashi was his civilian name, but he never mentioned his family name though. If he did, I would have known immediately that you were his kid. Izuku laughed lightly. Yeah, as weird as this is going to sound, my father didn't have a family name. I learned from his journals that he deleted his family name when he joined UA. He didn't want to be found, I guess. I'm not sure his full reasoning behind it, but I do know that it made my mother angry when he refused to tell her and when he refused to take her name as well. Midoriya is my mother's family name. He journaled everything. I have them in my dorm room. Shōta hums. It's not the first time an underground hero deleted their family name. I don't remember who he was though. It was before my or your father's time. He sees a light flash through Izuku's eyes and gets a feeling that the kid knows who this hero was and hears a whispered, 6. Shōta looks at him slightly confused but has a feeling he's going to learn more later, so he leaves it alone and turns back to the paperwork he was filling out. Definitely ready to get out of the station and face plant onto his couch for his long overdue nap. The drive back to home was a peaceful one. He only had thoughts of food and naps. That's all he wanted to do. A simple lunch, like instant ramen or maybe a couple sandwiches. He thinks about what kinds of food the kid likes because there's no way he could like everything. He glances over at Izuku. What would you like for lunch, problem child? He asks as he pulls into his driveway and parks the car in front of his 2-bed 2-bath home with a home office, den for movie watching and gaming, an open floor plan common area with only a kitchen island separating the kitchen and dining areas. Shōta has plans to turn his outdoor patio into a bar and grilling area for guests to hang out. It looks like those plans are going to come to fruition since he has a kid now, a kid who has friends who will, at some point, want to hang out outside of a school setting. I'm not picky, Aizawa-sensei, anything goes when it comes to food, Izuku answers with a soft smile. Good to know, Shōta grunts in response. At least he doesn't have to worry about a picky eater, but that just means that his previous thoughts about the kid having dislikes when it comes to food were proven wrong, and drop the honorifics. Kid, you can just call me Shōta or Aizawa or whatever you want at home, none of that sensei sheet, that word stays at the school. Izuku laughs softly and rubs his chin with the side of his index finger in thought. Not really. Sure how I feel about that. He thinks for a moment and Shōta could see the gears turning in the kid's head, so he sits there waiting to see what decision his problem child comes up with, then watches as he fidgets nervously until, Dad, was whispered softly. Shota's brain blue-screened for a moment and he whipped his head to fully face Izuku. W. Shōta stuttered out, in full shock at being called Dad, and is very thankful that the car was stopped and parked in front of the house. Izuku had his head turned away, a deep blush set on his face that he was trying and failing to hide. I said Dad, he answered softly. If you don't like it I won't call you that, I'll think of something else. So Shōta did hear right, Izuku is calling him Dad. Shōta clears his throat. No, it's fine Izuku, you just caught me off guard is all. Never expected to hear something like that. Izuku turns to face him now, his blush a lot lighter but still there, his brows are slightly pinched as he studies Shota's face. You're an underground hero, Dad, you're supposed to expect the unexpected. He says Dad with a lot more confidence this time. Shōta guesses it's official now, he is Dad. Shōta glares at him half-heartedly. I don't think being called Dad is something that I would expect as an underground hero, problem child, your argument is invalid. I don't mind it, I just don't understand why you would want to call me that. Shōta turns to climb out of the car and waits on the walkway thinking about revamping the front of the house while Izuku collects his suitcase to follow Shōta. As soon as they cross the threshold, Izuku has his explanation. Because I view you as a father figure, I never got a chance to actually get to know my biological father, but you already know that part. Izuku's brows knit together in thought. You're the only adult to ever stick up for me and to actually give me a chance. I understand that it's basic human decency, but I'd never experienced that before, so it felt nice. It's comforting in a weird way considering your hard but expulsion rate reputation at the school. Izuku looked down shyly as he removes his shoes at the doorway and places them on the shoe rack that's there. Not only that, you came to me when I called for help, just like how a father would for his child, and you're actually helping me too. No one's helped me before, everyone's always turned a blind eye. Shota's eyes locked with Izuku's when the teen finally looked up. That information was a lot to unpack. He could see all the emotion in Izuku's eyes as they kept staring at each other. Okay, he responds softly with a slight nod. I've got to take a moment to unpack that. When Nizu said that you view me as a father figure, I didn't know if he was iffy with me or not, but you just confirmed it. He exhales slowly. All right, I'm going to go fix us some sandwiches while I straighten out my thoughts. I'm not used to emotions of this nature. Am I dead? Izu admits with a soft smile. Is there a guest room that I'll be using, or will I be crashing on the couch? He asks with a tilt of his head. Yes, there's a fully furnished room, last door on the left down that hallway. It has a queen-size bed, dresser, bookshelf, desk, and chair. The bathroom you'll be using is the first door on the left. The first door on the right is the hall closet, spare towels and such are in there. My bedroom is the last on the right. I have the master, so you won't have to worry about us sharing a bathroom or anything, Shōta says as he points to the hallway on the right. The hallway to the left, he continues as he points to the hall on the opposite side of the living room, leads to my home office and the den. The den has movies, games and such in there, like a party room of sorts. You can do as you please in there. Don't mess with my office, that's my domain. Also don't go in my bedroom either if I'm not in there, my domain as well. Everywhere else is free range though. Oh, and the utility room is at the very end of that hallway as well. I'll show you how to use the washer and dryer because it's a pain in the butt to deal with. All of the cleaning supplies are in there as well. Izuku nods in understanding and turns to start down the hallway on the right. Oh, and problem child? The teen turns back around and looks at Shōta with a questioning look. It's no longer a guest bedroom, it's your bedroom. If you think I'm just going to foster you, you're wrong. I'll be adopting you once everything is said and done with. So with that said, I'm not going to sit here and be called dad just to put you out later, you're here to stay. Izuku's eyes widened comically at that and gave a curt nod before turning back on his heel to finish his walk down the hallway. Izuku finished unpacking at the same time as Shōta finished making up the sandwiches, a simple turkey and cheese. They ate in silence for a good while before Shōta broke it. I'm glad that you see me as a father figure, Izuku. I'm still unpacking it, but I know that I definitely don't mind it. Izuku smiled softly. Then we'll unpack it together because I'm still sorting it out myself. I've never trusted an adult before, so this is still new to me too. We'll just learn together. I say that we just be ourselves, it'll be easier to learn about each other that way. Shōta hummed at that. Well, good to know I'm not alone in this new development. I can agree on that as well. No sense in hiding our true selves since I'll be taking you on as my son. It also has been too long of a day already, so I say we go and take a nap because I feel like I'm going to need the sleep in order to hear this tale of you and All Might. I'm going to safely assume your quirk as well, Nizu said to ask you, but he also said that you've been wanting to tell me about it for a while now. He studied Izuku's face and saw nothing but determination. He really was planning on telling me. No more secrets. Izuku nodded and excused himself to his room. Shōta decided to nap on the couch like he originally intended to do in the first place. Before he did though, he decided to send Nizu an email and to text Hizashi. To Nizu. From Eraserhead. CC. Detective Naomi Tsukachi. Subject. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku has made the required statements for now regarding the case. The foster paperwork will be approved by morning. You and Tsukachi can talk details in regards to finding his mother so she can be charged appropriately since Izuku hasn't got a clue on where she could be. Let me know if either of you find anything. Sincerely, Tracerhead. The response from Nizu was almost immediate. Reply. Tracerhead. From Nizu. CC. Detective Naomace Tsukachi. Subject. Izuku Midoriya. Shōta-kun. Thank you for informing me and for allowing me to assist in this. I'd also like you to know that I'll be investigating Midoriya-kun's middle school. You haven't seen the boy's original file. The file you had access to was the falsified one in order to protect the nature of his quirk. Since he's going to be telling you his secret, it would be only fair for you to see his original file as well. I'll be needing the detective's connections in order to legally obtain footage from Aldria. I could hack the system, but I would get more pleasure in seeing them squirm. I must warn you though, Shōta-kun, his file is evidence of quirk discrimination and outright bias. I'm not sure if he'll tell you anything regarding his middle school career, but if he does, please inform me. It will be considered evidence. Good luck with your new son, Shōta-kun. Attachment, File 7112. Best regards, Nizu. Shōta lets out an insufferable sigh. How many secrets does my kid have? Shōta sat up quickly. I've already resigned myself as a father, haven't I? Hisashi is going to lose his sheet. Shōta smiled at the thought. Well, Hisashi, now I've done something that you haven't been able to do before me now. Sleepy caterpillar. Don't call, text only, don't want to wake the kid. So I had to use my foster license in order to take in Midoriya. His mother abandoned him. And I found out not only from Nizu but from the kid himself that he sees me as a father figure. He called me dad. I'm pretty sure I have emotional whiplash from everything that I've learned so far. Cockatoo. Are you being fully FING serious right now? Like, are you telling me that you've become a father before me? That's totally unfair. I was supposed to become a father first, you but. But on a serious note, I'm glad he trusts you and that he's comfortable enough to call you dad. That's seriously the cutest thing ever. He's the sweetest broccoli boy. Sleepy caterpillar. Zashi, I'm glad you think he's sweet and all, but he's seriously the sassiest child I've ever met in my entire life. I didn't even know that he's like this. It was a welcome surprise though. When he first called me dad, I was very obviously shocked by that, and the brat proceeded to say, "You're an underground hero, Dad. You're supposed to expect the unexpected." Before that, when I had picked him up from his old apartment, I referred to 1A being demon spawn and he got defensive, stating that he is, and I quote, "a son of a beach, not a demon spawn." He also corrected me on calling Nizu a rat because apparently he's a stoat. Don't know how he figured that out, but he did, and made me see the error of my insult towards our boss. Cockatoo. I'm literally crying right now from laughing so hard. I didn't think the shy green bean was a natural sass. I'd definitely pay good money just to watch him roast you. Sleepy caterpillar. Zashi, I can almost guarantee that he'd roast you as well. I have a feeling he'd have no issue with dishing out sass to anyone who will allow it. He told me about his biological father as well, and you'll never guess who it was. Cockatoo. I don't think he'd roast me. He's too sweet of a green bean. Who's his biological father? Wait. You said was. So his father has passed, the poor green bean. Sleepy caterpillar. He would roast you, you'd make an easy target for him. And yes, his father has passed. He was killed in action. Cockatoo. Killed in action? His father was a pro hero? Sleepy caterpillar. Yes, his father was an underground pro. The dragon breath hero, Black Flame. Cockatoo. Gasp, that was the hero you did your third-year internships with. Holy shit. The Ficho. Black Flame helped make you into the hero you are today, and now in turn, you get to raise his son. Sleepy caterpillar. Yeah, I guess it is fate. Not like I'm going to complain about it. It was getting pretty lonely in this house anyways. I'm gonna take a nap now though. Me and Izuku have a long overdue conversation and I'm going to need sleep in order to handle it. Shōta woke up to the smell of freshly brewed coffee and a soft smile grew on his face. A child after my own heart. He had his back facing the direction of the kitchen, so he just sat there relaxing, enjoying the soft, bitter scent of coffee. Izuku patted over. Shōta didn't even realize he was there until he spoke. Slightly startling him, I figured the smell of coffee would wake you up, Dad. Izuku gave him a deadpan look when he saw him startle. Also, again, you're an underground hero and yet you didn't even realize that I was approaching you from behind. If I were an enemy, I could have killed you before you even realized what was happening. Shōta stared at him slightly wide-eyed because, well, it was true. He has been an underground pro for 13 years and yet a first-year student was able to sneak up behind him unnoticed. I'm aware of that, Izuku. It's very obvious that you're skilled in lightened footfalls, makes me curious about your level of stealth, but I'm almost afraid to know why as well. Part I'm assuming is due to your mother. Izuku nodded along, agreeing with the statement. That is only part of it. The other part will be a different story. That I'll save for later because I know that once you learn that truth, he'll be as good as dead, well, expelled, but I'm sure he'd rather die than lose his dream. Even though he's kinda sorta redeemed himself and apologized to me. I haven't fully forgiven him yet, but we're working on it. Kind of. It's confusing as f-. Oh. And if that doesn't pique his interest in that particular story, I'm going to safely assume, based on how you just worded that statement, that it has something to do with Bakugo. Izuku leveled him with an unwavering gaze. Unfortunately, yes, it does. And it's Bakugo, because he's an idiot. Izuku lightly laughed at his own joke. Don't let him know that I called him that, he'd probably implode. Shōta chuckled. He probably would, problem child, that little Endeavor attitude clone wouldn't know how to take a joke. It's Enduhor, Dad, Izuku corrected. Endeavor is aware. A flaming trash can, for a more public setting. Shōta stared at Izuku with shock on his face, then schooled his expression. Sounds like I'll be having a conversation with Todoroki once break is over. That'll be wise, Izuku states. Todoroki may seem closed off, but he's just afraid to speak up. He'll tell you what you want to know if you ask the right questions. Izuku sits next to Shōta on the couch and holds out a mug of black coffee. Shōta takes the proffered coffee mug, clearly made as a preparation to the sheet storm of a story that he's about to hear. Izuku eyed him for a moment, as if trying to determine whether or not Shōta is mentally prepared for this. Once Shōta gave him an encouraging nod, he steeled himself, ready to tell this tale. Izuku took a calming breath and cracked his neck, starting the tale of the two brothers and one for all. About 200 years ago there were two brothers. Quirks were appearing left and right. One brother had the ability to take and give quirks while the other brother was thought to be quirkless. He wasn't. It was a quirk called transference. It's a quirk that can never be stolen. Its user has to be willing to let it go. But anyways, the other brother forced a stockpiling quirk onto his thought to be quirkless brother and was locked away. He is the first user of One for All. The second and third users were the ones who rescued him. They've all introduced themselves to me for the most part. The first user's name was Yoichi Shigaraki. The second and third users still don't like me very much. But I'm not offended since I was told that they don't like anyone other than the first, so I don't know their names yet. The second won't tell me his quirk yet, but the third's quirk is called F.A. Gene. The fourth user's name was Haikage Shinomori. His quirk is Danger Sense. He's also the only one to have never faced All for One. He was able to strengthen the quirk and pass it on to the fifth before dying of old age. The fifth user's name was Banjo Diagoro. He was a pro hero called Lariat. His quirk is Black Whip. The sixth user's name was N. He was an underground hero. You know, the one you mentioned back at the station? His quirk is Smokescreen. The seventh user's name was Nana Shinmura. Her quirk is called Float. She was also a pro hero called Soar. She fought alongside Gran Torino. The eighth user is All Might and his quirk. Well, the jackass didn't have a quirk. He was quirkless. Then there's the ninth user, and that one would be me. Unfortunately for me, I had my original quirk stolen from me when I was 4. The first user dug into my repressed memories and discovered it. Since I was touched by All for One as a child and then received One for All later on, it made me the fail-safe. It's a link from my lifeline to All for One. Luckily, it's a one-way link. I wouldn't like the idea of my life in the hands of someone like that. Izuku smiles sadly at Shōta. No one else knows other than you, Nizu, and now Tsukachi. All Might told me that I was full of shit and to stop lying. I wouldn't lie about something like this, it's too important. Izuku let out a long sigh, shaking his head. My original quirk was a combination of my father's fire breathing and my mother's telekinesis. I don't think I need to tell you how powerful of a quirk combination that is, but it was stolen from me before I even realized I actually had it. As for my extra toe joints, it was a simple body mutation. I don't have any other parts that would deem me biologically quirkless. It had nothing to do with my quirk status and should have been a red flag that something else was afoot. It's a shame though, a quirk like that would have been good for heroics if used properly. I could have followed my father's footsteps and taken his hero name. Anyways, the past users told me that since I'm the fail-safe, I'll have access to all their quirks. The only ones I won't be able to use will be the firsts and the seconds. The first told me that the ability to fully pass on the quirk ends with me. The second told me that his quirk should only ever be used as a last resort, a last-ditch effort kind of thing. So I'll have 5 quirks total to use. I just need to start training for them and each user will help guide me along the way. Shōta sat there, holding his still full mug of coffee. Holy shit, Izuku, you'd literally be an unstoppable force. You'd strike fear into the hearts of villains everywhere. No wonder you want to go underground to hide yourself from the public, and I'm guessing you choosing Deku as a hero name would make the enemy underestimate you as well, but the underground would literally be the safest place for you. You'll be able to hide while still doing your job away from prying eyes. I have no issue training you for underground heroics, so I'll help any way I can. I'm obviously not happy about this fail-safe thing, but there's nothing I can do about it. He locked eyes with Izuku. Now what's the story between you and All Might? Izuku laughed nervously while rubbing the back of his neck. If I tell you, then you'll go and beat the shit out of that scarecrow. I already want to beat the shit out of him. Shōta deadpants. The BSD gave you a 200-year-old, haunted quirk that comes with a giant FING beacon saying, "Hello world, I have one of the most powerful quirks in existence." So yes, Izuku, I already want to go and beat the shit out of that buffoon. Well, if that's the case, you'd want to kill him instead. Niza doesn't even know, but he also knows that I'm hiding something from him. He's made that clear to me, and I have a feeling that if he did know, he would have already gone feral. Only me and All Might know about this, Izuku says in a bit of an ashamed manner. Then you better get to telling me, Izuku, because if this is something that would have caused Nizu to go feral, then I really want to know, Shōta stated in a firm but serious tone. Izuku sighed, seemingly resigned to his fate of actually having to talk about this part. So, on the day that I met All Might, it was already a sheet day. Right before I left school, I had been told to take a swan dive off the roof of a building and to pray for a quirk in my next life. Shōta interrupted him before he could continue. Excuse me? Who the F said that to you? He met Shōta's quirk-activated eyes. You already know who said that to me, Dad, he answered softly as if it would tame the storm of rage increasingly building inside of Shōta. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you sooner. Shōta sighed and ran his fingers through Izuku's hair. I'm not going to lie and say that you not telling me is fine, because it really effing isn't, but I understand why you didn't at the time. I didn't have your trust yet, but at least I'm learning about it now. I'm sorry that I didn't realize sooner that it wasn't a rivalry between you two. That part is on me, so I'm sorry for that. Now please continue where you left off before I interrupted you. Izuku exhaled sharply. After I left school that day, I was attacked by the sludge villain, the same one that attacked Bakugo, but it had attacked me first originally. All Might had saved me as I had started to black out, and he had slapped me awake instead of calling for an ambulance. I wanted to ask him a question before he left, and my victimized brain decided it would be best to grab a hold of his pant leg just as he took off. Once he realized that I was hanging on to him, he tried to kick me off but realized that I'd literally die if he did, so we ended up landing on top of a roof where I asked him, "Do you think a quirkless person could ever be a hero?" And he told me no, that I'd be a liability and to be more realistic. He transformed into his small might form, showed me his injury and told me the story about the world's greatest evil, then proceeded to leave me, a suicidal teenager, at that current point in time, on top of a 7-story building. I really did think about it, Dad. I hate admitting to that, but I did. The only reason that I didn't was because I heard Kaken's explosions and how desperate and wild they sounded. I was right. The sludge villain had him, and there were like 4 other pro heroes standing there doing nothing, so I took my backpack and smacked the villain in the eyes, and that inspired but Might to jump in and save the day again. Bakugo got praised for his bravery while I got reprimanded. Later on when I was finally almost home, but Might found me in his small Might form and told me the secret of his quirk and that he wished to train me in order to inherit it, so I agreed. I spent 10 months clearing that junkyard beach as my training, and I was given the quirk 45 minutes before the exam started. I had to eat a strand of But Might's hair. It was either that or kiss him, and I chose the hair for very obvious reasons. Shōta, at that point, had pulled Izuku against him in a hug, still running fingers through his hair. He sat there, holding Izuku against his chest, mulling over everything that he was just told. Bakugo's suicide baited my child. All Might almost killed my child. My child actually thought about ending his own life. I would have never gotten a chance to meet him or anything. My child had to choose between eating a piece of hair or kissing a 50-year-old man, just to get a FING quirk. Shōta exhaled a stuttered breath. That's definitely a lot. I can tell you now that I'm beyond sad. Not at you though. I'm sad at But Might and his FING stupidity and the fact that you literally had to consume his DNA to get a highly targeted quirk. I'm safely assuming that you didn't know it would make you a target. Shōta heard a sniffle and a muttered, "No, Dad, I didn't know. I was told All for One was already dead." Shush, it's alright, all of that was definitely a traumatic experience. I'm not even going to ask you about the Bakugo thing today, Shōta soothed, still running his fingers through Izuku's hair. You've finally been able to tell me, so that's a weight off your shoulders. You have nothing else to worry about. I'm here for you, Izuku. Izuku nodded, his sniffles coming to an end, and pulling away from the hug. We never drank our coffees. They're cold now. Shōta let out an amused huff. You're right, we should go and get fresh mugs and we'll figure out what to do for dinner. We can cook or we can order in. I honestly don't feel like cooking, today's been way too emotional. Yeah, Izuku agreed, a wobbly smile gracing his face. Way too many feelings today. Ordering in sounds good, honestly, it makes the most logical sense. Shōta couldn't help but to smile softly at that. Alright, we'll order in and hit the hay early tonight. We should go and get things for your room tomorrow so it doesn't look so bland and boring. After about 2 hours, they both went to their own rooms for the night. Shōta stayed up to email Nizu and Tsukachi on what he had learned regarding But Might and Izuku's meeting, as well as the small detail. Regarding Bakugo. Reply. To Nizu. From Eraserhead. CC. Detective Naomace Tsukachi. Subject. Izuku Midoriya. Nizu and Suki. Izuku informed me of OFA. He also informed me on how he and But Might met, and if murder were legal, I'd be committing it right now. Here's a summarized list. Slapped victim of a villain attack awake. Didn't inform emergency services. Tried to kick victim off midair after victim clutched onto pant leg. Crushed a suicidal, quirkless child's dream. Left said child on top of a 7-story building. Stalked the same child home after being inspired by the child's actions to save his own bully tormentor. Offered the child a quirk without informing him of the dangers that went along with it. Had him clean that junkyard beach for 10 months as a form of training. Child had to choose between eating a strand of hair or kissing him in order to get said quirk. Went with the hair. Received quirk 45 minutes before the entrance exam, where he turned the bones of 3 limbs into FING soup after using said quirk for the first time. I'd also like to inform you that Katsuki Bakugo had suicide baited Izuku the same day he met But Might. After he was left alone on the roof, Izuku told me, and I quote, "I really did think about it, Dad. I hate admitting to that, but I did. The only reason he's still alive is because he heard Bakugo's explosions as he was getting attacked by the same villain who had attacked him not even an hour prior. He does plan on telling me the full story between him and Bakugo. I'm letting him emotionally recharge before going down that rabbit hole. If Izuku had really taken that dive, none of us would have had the pleasure of meeting him, and it honestly breaks my heart that he had to go through all that and plus some to finally get a quirk, even if that quirk is a target. Piss Nizu. Izuku believes that if he had informed you on how he and But Might met in the beginning, you would have gone feral. He also informed me that you are a stoat and not a rat. I apologize for my previous insults. Sincerely, Eraserhead." 15 minutes later, Nizu was the first to reply to the email. Reply. Tracerhead. From Nizu. CC. Detective Naomi Tsukachi. Subject. Izuku Midoriya. Shōta-kun. Thank you for informing me of this information. It is extremely concerning and I will be setting up a meeting tomorrow with you, Tsukachi, All Might and myself. A serious discussion will occur regarding all of this new information. Let's say 0900? An earlier time won't be turned down either if there are things to be discussed before All Might arrives. In regards to Bakugo's part in damaging Izuku-kun's mental health, they will be approached once he opens up about that part of his past. I have a feeling that there's more than the suicide baiting and illegal quirk usage. I've studied abused humans enough to know the signs. I believe he may have been sexually assaulted by someone at some point in time. Possibly an adult that was deemed an authority figure. That is only a guess though, we won't know unless he says otherwise. Your words are very true, Shōta-kun. If he had taken that next step, we would not have our most heroic student. As for Izuku-kun's concerns about me going feral on All Might, they are correct. I am an animal with animalistic instincts, and my instincts would have been that of protection. I know that you're not aware of this, but I've taken him on as my personal student. He is also correct that I am, indeed, a stoat. The boy is highly observant. I am quite proud of him just as I know that you are as well. You've been blessed with a truly brilliant and wonderful child, Shōta-kun. Best regards. Nizu. Nizu thinks Izuku was sexually assaulted? Dimon, I hope that's not true and that he's just reading the signs wrong. I really hope he's wrong. He most certainly is proud of him though, and he definitely feels blessed even though he still feels like he doesn't deserve to have this child in his life, but he's grateful for him regardless of how things started at the beginning of the year. This child is going to make one powerful hero, quirk or no quirk. A few moments later, Tsukachi replies as well. Reply. Tracerhead. From Detective Naomi Tsukachi. CC, Nizu. Subject, Izuku Midoriya. Tracerhead and Nizu. Thank you both for keeping me in the loop with this. I'm beyond sad at All Might's actions. Not only was it unprofessional but also extremely dangerous. I'm typing up a restraining order against All Might to stay away from Izuku, and since he's still a minor and you are his foster father, you'll have to sign it. I say we arrive at the meeting early, say 0800 maybe 0830? That'll give us a half an hour to an hour to go over everything not mentioned in the email and for you to sign the order. Knowing that Izuku was close to ending his own life definitely hurts. He's such a smart and caring child regardless of how life has treated him. We have his reckless heroic nature to thank as it's the reason he's still with us. P.S. Eraserhead, I'm surprised Izuku is already calling you Dad, and that you've just accepted your fate. Also, I'm getting real sick of you calling me Suki. It's not cute, it's annoying, and the fact that you've now started calling me that via email makes me think you're getting some kind of sick pleasure from this. USDST. Nizu, the thought of you going feral is a bone-chilling thought that I hope to never witness. And the fact that you've been training an already highly intelligent and powerful teenager is absolutely terrifying. Detective Naomi Tsukachi. Shōta sighed quietly as he set an alarm for the morning. Looks like that shopping trip will be delayed a bit. I'm not going to take him to that meeting, that's for Dimon sure. Guess I'll have to leave him home for a couple of hours until I'm done with that. He can't help but to agree with Tsukachi on the Nizu training Izuku thing though. Absolutely effing terrifying. With that taken care of, he finally settled in for a good night's rest. Shōta slapped his alarm as it blared near his ear. He got up and got dressed for the day. He chose his regular civilian clothes, no hero work today. He quietly treaded into the kitchen thinking that his problem child was still asleep, but he was wrong as he was greeted by the bright-eyed and bushy-tailed Izuku. Good morning, Dad. Izuku chirped with way too much energy. Shōta stood there glaring half-heartedly at the boy. Izuku, it's too early for that kind of energy. I thought you were still asleep. Izuku giggled at that. Nope. I get up every day at 0530 to go for a run and then I work on my stretches, he states excitedly. Since I'm quite muscular, I like to stretch so that I stay flexible. It would be stupid to build muscle and let myself go stiff. It would make fighting difficult. As for the running, same reason, having muscle doesn't contribute to endurance and stamina. Shōta nodded in agreement. At least you're taking care of yourself like that, it's smart. I'm glad you're not some muscle head who doesn't think things through. Shōta's eyes zeroed in on the plates of food set at the table. You made breakfast? How'd you manage to do that without waking me up? Izuku smiled sheepishly. Well, as you guessed last night, I got good at sneaking around, especially around my mother. Also used the same skills in middle school as well so I could avoid people. So being quiet has become second nature for me. Shōta nodded, not wanting to press the issue anymore. He understood what he was being told so he wasn't going to ask for details. Let's eat then, Shōta grunted. I have a meeting at 0830 that I need to get to, so you'll have to stay here until then. We'll go and get stuff for your room afterwards. Oh, if you're doing that, could I go to my dorm room until you're done? Izuku asked shyly. I kind of want to get rid of my All Might merch. I feel like I'm ready to let that part of my life go. Yeah, the man gave me a quirk, but he left me to learn said quirk on my own and wouldn't allow me to ask you for help. Now that you know though, I'm ready to move on from that part of my life. He nodded eagerly in Shōta's direction, showing just how serious he is about this. Shōta smiles at him. Yeah, I can take you to the dorms. The meeting I'm going to is at UA anyways. He gives Izuku a serious look. Just stay in the dorms until I come and get you. Sheet will be going down in Nizu's office that I'd like you to stay away from. Understood? Izuku nodded. Yes, I understand. I'm going to take a guess that you told Nizu and that you're luring All Might into a trap and the two of you are going to kill him or something of that nature. Yeah, something of that nature. Shōta shot him a sharp grin. He deserves what he has coming for him. Plus, Tsuki will be there too, so it will be the three of us. But Might goes missing. We'd have him to cover for us. Izuku stared wide-eyed at him and whispered, scary, as he began eating his breakfast, avoiding any more eye contact and muttering, if I don't question it, I'll have plausible deniability. Shōta couldn't help but to laugh at that and began eating his breakfast as well, pleased with the fact that this kid actually knows how to cook proper food. That will be one less thing to have to possibly teach to this kid. Roughly an hour later, they arrive on campus and they part ways. Izuku heading to the 1A dorms and Shōta to Nizu's office. He was greeted in the school's hallway by Tsukachi. Ah, good morning, Eraserhead. Tsukachi smiles at him, seemingly way too happy this early in the morning. Time to kill that mood. Morning, Suki. Shōta shot him a sheet-eating grin as the man's smile turned into a scowl and glared at him. Stop it, he huffed in response. Anyways, how's Izuku doing this morning? Quickly changing the subject as to not give Shōta any more sadistic pleasure. Shōta sighed, tipping his head back for a moment before meeting the detective's gaze. He's fine. He managed to get up at 0530, went for a run, did stretches and made breakfast without ever making a noise. To say I was shocked when I walked into the kitchen is a bit of an understatement. The kid's skilled in the art of being deadly quiet. He also managed to approach me from behind without me noticing last night as well. He basically lectured me, stating that if he were an enemy I'd be a dead man. Oh, and he has it in his head that the three of us are disposing of but Might. I believe I heard him muttering about wanting plausible deniability. Tsukachi arched an eyebrow. Well, that's not concerning at all, he responded with a sarcastic air to it. Also, why let him believe something like that? Can you be any more immature? You truly do get pleasure from things like that, don't you? I do what I want, don't question me, Shōta says with a dismissive wave. He's also on campus right now, but he's in his dorm room throwing out his but Might merch. Be good, Tsukachi huffs. I'm glad he's throwing it out. All Might doesn't deserve to be worshipped by that sweet green bean. You're the second person who's called him a sweet green bean, Shōta says while shaking his head. That kid is sassy as hell, definitely doesn't hesitate to call me out on my sheet. I'm going to tell you what I told Hisashi. I can guarantee you that he'd have no issue with dishing out sass to anyone who will allow it. You'd make an easy target for him. Tsukachi let out an indignant squawk of protest. Even though my quirk is telling that you're being truthful, I, however, believe that he would never do that to me. He's too nice for that. Keep telling yourself that, Suki, he'll make you eat those words. Shōta laughs as Tsukachi squawks angrily at the use of the nickname. They both enter Nizu's office and settle down for tea and skipping small pleasantries. Ah, good morning, gentlemen, Nizu chirps. I'm glad. We're having this meeting. Now let us get down to the nitty-gritty. He took a sip of tea and sighed. We're not going to tell Yagi any details regarding the fail-safe. I have a feeling that if he learns that it was the truth, Izuku-kun's life would be in danger. There's no telling what extremes Yagi will go to in order to terminate all for one's life. So, he slaps his paw pads together. We're only going to discuss Yagi and Izuku-kun's meeting and the events that followed. We'll leave out Shōta-kun's knowledge of one for all. It would be the safest route. I have his resignation letter typed up as well as a trespassing order to prevent him from entering campus in the future. This meeting will be the last time Yagi steps foot onto campus. Nizu directs his attention to Tsukachi, and you have the restraining order ready to be signed, correct? Tsukachi nodded, pulling out the paperwork. It's all ready to go. He hands it over to Shōta. All Eraserhead has to do is sign it. The chief already signed it. I told him that a pro-hero's son was threatened while at school, so he signed it without question. He met Nizu's watchful gaze. I'm assuming you're going to stack all these papers together and trick All Might into signing everything since you and I both know he doesn't read sheet before signing things. Nizu smiled in a feral way, letting his ever-so-sharp canines show. You are correct, detective. Once he signs them he won't be able to do anything about it. Not without trying to take it to court, which won't go over well because we will have you on our side in order to protect Izuku-kun. Yagi will not want the truth of one for all being exposed and how he gave a child a self-destructive quirk without informing the child of the dangers. Also, with this new information on how Yagi and Izuku-kun met, it would not go over well in a courtroom. Nizu let out a maniacal laugh. It also wouldn't look good for the Hero Commission either, knowing that the former number one didn't follow protocol and almost killed a child. The public wouldn't stand for that. The Hero Commission is all about image, that's for sure, and they definitely wouldn't want the public finding out that the former symbol of peace is actually a bigoted piece of sheet. Shōta huffs out in anger while handing Nizu the signed order. Plus, with the increasing number of villainous activity, something like this going public will only throw more fuel onto the fire. But Might may be stupid, but he's not stupid enough to put the general populace in danger due to this knowledge. It wouldn't be worth it in the long run. A knock sounded at the office door before it opened, revealing All Might in his scarecrow form. Ah, good morning, gentlemen, Yagi says with a bit of hesitation. I wasn't aware that Aizawa and Naomace would be here as well. This certainly is a surprise. Whatever, but Might, Shōta responds angrily, causing Yagi to sputter at the name call. Let's get on with this demon meeting. I have other priorities to attend to today. Ah. Yes, my apologies, Aizawa, Yagi stammered out. Now what is this meeting about? First order of business will be this paperwork here. I just need you to sign these. Aizawa, the detective, and myself have already done so, Nizu says smoothly as he passes the clipboard containing the forms to the former number one. Yagi took the paperwork and quickly signed them and handed them back over to Nizu. Nizu once again let his feral smile slip onto his face, causing everyone in the room to shudder. Perfect. Now the second order of business will be that we all know the real truth on how you and Midoriya-kun met. Nizu watched as Yagi paled. How the two of you met is extremely concerning, and I do not appreciate being lied to, because what you told me does not match up to what Midoriya-kun told Aizawa. I will list off the summarized version that Midoriya-kun told Aizawa. You slapped him awake after being attacked by a villain, did not contact emergency services, tried to kick him off you midair after he grabbed your pant leg, crushed a quirkless child's dream, left the suicidal teen alone on top of a 7-story building, followed said teen home after you were inspired by his heroic actions when he attempted to save his own bully from the same villain that had attacked him originally, and offered to train him by having him clean up that biohazard of a beach, only for him to have a self-destructive quirk manifest during the entrance exam due to the high level of stress and pressure he was put under by you and your expectations of him. Shōta's glare met Yagi's pale expression and fear-filled eyes. You're a piece of shit, you know that, but Might? Izuku told me that he seriously considered jumping off that roof after you left him there. None of us would have ever gotten a chance to meet him if he actually FNG jumped. He's one of the most heroic students here. The one with the most promise. He raged, causing Yagi to shrink further away. He's been through hell and back. He's been beaten down, degraded, abused, and suicide-baited. He could have turned into a formidable villain, you know that? He's highly intelligent, extremely observant, and highly skilled in stealth, so skilled that he could have very easily killed me if he wasn't training to be a hero. He's a first-year student and I've been a pro for just about 15 years. I specialize in stealth and ambush attacks, and yet, he was able to approach me from behind undetected. Just imagine what he could have turned into if he decided to go down a different path. But guess what? But might? He still chose to become a hero, and he's going to be one of the best. I'm going to make sure of that. He'll be the kind of hero that makes villains sheet themselves out of fear. Yagi looked shell-shocked. I had no idea that young Midoriya had such a life. I'll apologize to my boy once I see him again. Shōta's quirk activated out of anger. He's not your boy, and you're going to stay the F away from him. He roared at the retired pro. Yagi's brows pinched in an angry defense. In case you forgot, I work here, Aizawa. I will be seeing him. You no longer work here, All Might, Nizu chirped. You signed your resignation letter as well as a trespassing form. Oh, and let's not forget the restraining order as well, stating that you cannot be anywhere near Midoriya-kun. Nizu studied Yagi for a moment before continuing. As I'm sure you realize, you won't be able to dispute this. It will not go in your favor. If anything, you'd more than likely be charged with child endangerment. With the symbol of peace gone, the rise of villains is upon us. If the Hero Commission or the public learn of something like this, it will only fan the flame. Midoriya-kun will be just fine without you in his life. He has the person he truly needs. He's made his peace long ago and has been moving on to bigger and better things. What do you mean he has the person he truly needs? Yagi questioned, and for the record, I'm not going to fight anyone on this. I was foolish and handled things the wrong way when I met the boy. I'm simply curious as to why you worded that last part like you did. But might? Shōta huffed. I adopted Izuku a while back. He's my son and I've been raising him. He's asked me to train him in underground heroics recently, so I'll be doing that for him. He's been much happier now that he has an actual parent who cares enough to listen to his needs, wants, and worries. He's been through the ringer, and he deserves to heal properly in a stress and pressure-free environment. Yagi looked down and nodded. I see. I didn't realize that young Midoriya lived such a life. He kept me in the dark on a lot of it, but I'm glad he has you now, Aizawa. He looked back at Shōta and sighed. I wouldn't mind telling you the true story behind the boy's quirk now that you'll be training and raising him. I told him to keep it a secret. Now I see why he was so persistent on wanting to tell you. I didn't realize that he was simply wanting his father to help him. Shōta glared at the man. Oh? So you've been forcing my son to hide things from me? I was not aware you were his father. Yagi defended, hands up in a calming manner. I'm an underground hero, you buffoon, just like his biological father before he passed, Shōta huffed. He wasn't going to flat out tell you his reasonings due to safety, and since you were having him keep this secret from me, he wasn't about to come to me saying, hey Dad, All Might's been having me keep a secret from you and I was just wondering if I could tell him the real reason on why I want to tell you said secret. Do you really think he would have done that? Because I can tell you now that if he did, I would have already come after you demanding answers. Ah, yes, I apologize, Aizawa. Yagi sighed again. I forget that underground heroes have to hide their families since their rankings are not public knowledge. No one would bat an eye if one were to go missing. I also didn't know that his biological father was an underground hero as well. He's from a legacy line. Precisely, and it's not like he was going to tell you that his father was Black Flame. You wouldn't have even known who that was anyways. Limelights don't take the time to know any underground heroes. Now if you'll excuse me, I promised Izuku a trip to the mall since he wants to redecorate his room, Shōta declares while standing up. I'll ask him about his quirk myself. I don't want to talk to you any longer. With that, Shōta left the office and started making his way to the dorms. His phone buzzed as soon as he walked through the threshold upon entering them. Nizu created a group chat. Nizu named the chat World Domination. Nizu added Sleepy Caterpillar. Nizu added True Man. Group chat World Domination. Nizu. That was a very good cover, Shōta-kun. It was very believable. Saying that you've already adopted Izuku-kun was very smart. I'm definitely surprised that his biological father is Black Flame. He was the top student throughout his time here at UA. I can see where Izuku-kun gets his intelligence from now. Hisashi was a highly intelligent man himself. True man. I agree, if I didn't have my quirk I would have easily fallen for it. When he mentioned Black Flame yesterday I had to look him up in the system. Izuku definitely shares a lot of his figures. He's going to become a very handsome man as he gets older. I can see why Inko fell for the man originally. Sleepy caterpillar. That's how I wanted it to be. I wouldn't mind adopting Izuku permanently. Can't do anything until his mother is found though. I also believe that his father would want me to take him in as my own. He was a good man and I know that Izuku is making him proud. I know for a fact that I'm proud of him. True man. We haven't found anything yet. She did a very good job at hiding herself. She emptied her accounts and there was no paper trail. There's no sign of her legally changing her name and we checked airport footage as well so there has been no trace of her. It's like she dropped off the face of the earth. Sleepy caterpillar. Izuku was right when he declared himself a son of a beach, because wow, what a beach. Mizu. She very much is. True man. She definitely is a beach. We'll keep looking though. Shōta put his phone away as he climbed the stairs heading to Izuku's dorm room. He softly knocked on the door announcing his arrival. Izuku, are you almost ready to head out? He asked as he opened the door and looked around the now but might free room. Izuku looked up from writing in his notebook and smiled. Yeah. It didn't take me long to get rid of everything so I used the rest of my time waiting for you to talk to the past users on what all I could do to train for their quirks, which is what I'm writing, Stuff for Training OFA Volume 1. He held up the new notebook as to make a point. That's good. It'll make things easier. Once you have everything written down we'll look it over and make a schedule. Shōta responded and made a motion for Izuku to follow him. Let's go, problem child. We have to get things for both of your rooms, the one at home and the one here. Wow, it's not as crowded as I thought it would be, Izuku comments, looking around the area of the mall that they had entered from. Yeah, Shōta agrees. Christmas is literally knocking on the door right now, so I was mentally prepared to deal with a last-minute shoppers crowd. Well, that just means we won't have to worry about getting shoved around then, says Izuku. That sheet's hella annoying. Shōta chuckles, leading them to the bedding section of the department store. Completely unaware of a certain purple-haired insomniac teen that has noticed the pair and has decided to eavesdrop. Alright, Izuku, since you got rid of all your but might-themed sheet you need to pick a new color scheme for your rooms. Shōta gestures to the bed sheets, spreads, and curtains. You can have one scheme at home and one at the dorms, or you can go with the same scheme for both. It honestly doesn't matter to me. Izuku mulls over his options, wanting something to fit his personality. Are you really going to keep calling him, but might, Dad? Izuku asks, shaking his head. I literally said that out of anger and frustration. I don't need that sheet coming back to haunt me if you three did end up ending his life. I really wanted plausible deniability. Plus, we're in public. What if someone hears you calling the former number one that? Shōta shrugs his shoulders. 1. I do what I want, and 2. Are you going to give me any hints on why you call Endeavor Enduhor? And no, we didn't kill him. Geez, we tricked him into quitting. That was Nisa's idea, and we also tricked him into signing a restraining order. That part was Tsukachi's. That dumbass doesn't read sheet before signing things. It was way too easy to give me any kind of sadistic pleasure. Now, if I actually had my way though, I would have beaten the sheet out of him for what he did to you. F-I-N-G bullshit. Izuku huffs out a breath. Because he's aware and a piece of sheet father who believes in quirk marriages. Ask Todoroki about it. If you bring that up he'll spill the beans in a rant. And good. I'm glad I don't need to worry about him coming near me again. That's definitely a relief. He looks around the selection, deciding to go with a black and green scheme for both rooms, so he grabbed 2 of each. 2 sets of green sheets, 2 black blankets, and 2 two-pieced curtain panels so he can mix-match the black and green for his curtains for both of his rooms. I'm gonna go with the same scheme for both rooms. I want my dorm room to feel more like home, so having them look somewhat the same will help. Noted. At least the colors don't clash. Sometimes I wonder about your fashion sense. He gives Izuku a Cheshire grin as the boy squawks in. Protest, stating that he chose his fashion for a reason. Now, Pick some new throw blankets and pillows to add to the living room and den, since those two rooms are still looking a bit bland. I'm thinking about turning the patio into an outdoor bar and grill area. What do you think about that? Izuku picks out a few throw pillows and blankets that match the furniture in the living room and den. A simple black and gray-blue theme, homey and calm. I think it's a good idea. It would make a good entertainment area during the warmer months. Maybe add a fire pit a little further out into the yard as well? I think it would make for a good chilly nighttime hangout area. The front lawn could use some love too. Like some annual flowers and bushes, maybe a small tree as well? It would make the front yard look beautiful and more welcoming. Yeah, I was planning on working on the front lawn first since that's the first thing people see. I wasn't exactly sure on how to approach it though, so we'll go with your suggestions. We can go looking at plants and sheet later in the week. The front of the house won't take as long to fix up as opposed to the patio, since that area will need to be remodeled. Shōta smiles easily at that because it's a solid plan that he actually likes. They head over to the decor area for Izuku to pick a new theme, still being followed by the insomniac, who is trying to figure out what All Might did to Midoriya to cause him to have to get a restraining order against the man. And also but Might and Enduhor? That's actually funny. He doesn't know what their home looks like, but he's curious about it and the additions they're planning to add. He didn't think his mentor was the type of person to care about what his home looked like. Pick a new theme, problem child, Shōta grunts. We should probably get you some new clothes too, because like I already said, your fashion choice is questionable. Izuku sends him a half-hearted glare. I like looking ugly, thank you very much, it keeps people away from me. Well, it's supposed to. Uraraka keeps hanging off me and sheet though. He wrinkles his nose at the thought. Don't get me wrong, she's a good friend and all, but I'm seriously not interested and she still hasn't taken the hint. I shrug her off all I want, but she keeps coming back. Izuku sighs. Plus, I'm interested in guys. I thought I made that pretty obvious, but no one has seemed to actually notice. Then maybe you should tell her that? Shōta offers. I mean, I'm still single for a reason. I voice my opinion up front. Says the man who gets asked by Ms. Joke to marry her every time she's near him, Izuku retorts. I have a feeling Uraraka is my version of Ms. Joke. She just hasn't asked me to marry her yet, thank F-. I don't even know how I'd handle that, especially if she chose to do something like that in front of the other girls, much less the whole class, because that'd be f***ing nerve-wracking. I'd probably die from embarrassment and then I'd be verbally attacked for rejecting her, even though I'm gay. That would be an awful way to come out to the class if they're too stupid to have figured it out on their own. Shōta laughs at that, wiping away a fake tear. Welcome to my nightmare then. We can suffer together. Izuku rolls his eyes and decides on a nighttime cityscape theme, picking out some posters and such, then chooses to change the subject. I think I should learn the basics of your capture weapon. Black Whip works in a similar way as your weapon. If I learn the basics, I'll be able to use it more easily. The only difference would be that it'll physically come out of my body. Shōta hums. That's a good idea. I thought you'd want to learn Danger Sense first though. You'd be able to use it without anyone seeing. Izuku shakes his head. No, Fourth told me that it will only activate when I'm being targeted with malicious intent. So let's say someone shot at me, the quirk will pick up on the bullet and I'd be able to dodge it. So there's no real way to train it other than allowing myself to be targeted. Alright, well, I'm not about to put my child in immediate danger like that for training purposes, so it'll have to be learned during internships where you'll actually be able to engage in combat legally instead of acting as a vigilante. And don't think you've been forgiven for that sheet either, because you haven't. I still can't believe you did that sheet. AFNG vigilante. Shōta shakes his head. All of you demon spawn are going to turn me gray before you lot graduate. Izuku shoots him a glare, hand on chest in mock offense. Dad, I already told you, I'm not a demon spawn, I'm a son of a beach. Plus, you can buy hair dye if it comes to that. Izuku laughs, not even denying the vigilante thing. Shōta gives him a hard and annoyed glare. Then Shōta lets out a defeated sigh and rubs his face with his hand, showing his exasperation. While that's true, I'm not going to call you that. I'd rather not associate you with your egg donor. Izuku lets out a snorted laugh. I mean, you're not wrong on that, I'd definitely rather not be. Shōta gives him a deadpan look. Alright, Well, you're still going to get some new clothes because, again, your fashion sense is shit. I mean, look at what you're wearing right now. It's labeled winter sweater. It's so ridiculous that it's not even funny. Also, no more quirk talk. I know you've only had your quirk for almost a year now, but you're a fast learner, so let's put it on the back burner until later, yeah? Izuku lets out another squawk of defense at having his fashion sense insulted again, but doesn't argue about it, seeing that a new wardrobe was going to happen either way. They left for the checkout line so they could head to their next stop, leaving behind the still shocked purple teen, since he just learned that his mentor has a son and his son is Midoriya, who has been trying to befriend him since the sports festival. He had thought that the green-haired boy was blessed with a heroic quirk when he was a toddler, but he's only had his quirk for not even a full year yet and is still learning how to use said quirk. Well, now he feels like 84 insulting him like that. Also, that same boy acted as a vigilante. He's impressed by the thought of that and thinks that Midoriya isn't so much of goody two-shoes after all. The insomniac smiles to himself, thinking that maybe he should give this friendship thing a chance and possibly something more. After they arrived back home, Shōta showed Izuku how to work the washer and dryer so he could clean his new sheets and clothes. He set about making dinner, a simple but healthy stir-fry packed with protein and a variety of vegetables. He thought about making a dessert but remembered that they had sweets during lunch and decided against it, not wanting to have too much sugar in not only his diet but Izuku's as well. He did, however, make a bowl of mixed fruits that they could snack on while they go over the training plans. Shōta could hear Izuku setting up his room. A string of curses came out as he heard the boy fighting the curtain rod. He couldn't help but to smile fondly, internally grateful that he's no longer alone in this house. He never thought he could ever feel parental, but here he is, a new dad with new dad feelings. He thinks back to when Heir was rescued and how he and the adorable little girl just didn't click. He's glad that Mirio is planning on adopting the small child after he graduates. He can tell how much the two care for one another. Mirio will make a great father to her. Izuku enters the kitchen and sits down with a huff at the island and starts writing in his notebook. I finished setting up my room, now I'm just waiting for my clothes to get finished so I can put them away. He looks up from his writing with a slightly annoyed face. That curtain rod was a pain in the butt, you know that? The DMN thing is so smooth that the curtains kept sliding right off of it. It was awkward as hell setting it back up into place in the window frame while fighting the curtains themselves. I know, Shōta laughs. I heard you cursing it out from all the way in here. And you didn't think to come and help me? Izuku asks, seemingly a little more annoyed. You heard me struggling and just chose to stay in here and listen to me curse like a sailor? Hell no, I wasn't about to come and help you. You had it under control. Plus, that sheet was funny to listen to. Shōta continues to laugh while Izuku flips him off and proceeds to call him FST. Tsukachi calls me that too, problem child, and it's true, I am. Izuku rolls his eyes at that and continues his writing task. Shōta serves up the bowls of stir-fry. He includes some side dishes of pickled radish and some small sheets of dried seaweed. So, what all have you written so far? Shōta asks as he takes another bite of food. Well, danger sense will have to be learned on the go, Izuku starts. Learning your capture weapon will help me with Black Whip. It's an emitter type, but it has a physical manifestation, so I'm going to take my time learning it. I don't want people asking questions too soon or thinking I have multiple quirks. I need to make it look like I train myself into evolving my quirk. Since quirk evolutions within a person is possible with enough training, it'll be easier to write off like that. I will also need to work on controlling my emotions. Black Whip will go haywire if I'm angry. It requires a level head, so I'm going to add meditation to my morning routine and possibly do yoga at night before bed as well. That makes sense. Since you have your quirk listed as superpower, it'll definitely be easy to write off as a quirk evolution. Shōta nods in agreement. There's nothing specific written within your quirk's description, so we can update it easily. Well, at least with Black Whip, Smokescreen, and maybe Float, since they seem to be the only three with obvious signs of quirk usage. Shōta looks over at the list of quirks. What type of quirk is FA Gene? It's an emitter type. I have to build up kinetic energy through repeat motions in order to build it up. Izuku explains, it allows me to store up the energy for later, so if I needed to do a quick evasive maneuver, I can use a bit of the stored energy to give me a burst of speed. Parkour can help with that though since it relies on repeat movements, so once I learn how to do parkour properly, I'll be able to use FA gene more effectively. Plus, no one will see it, it doesn't have any kind of physical manifestation like black whip or smokescreen, it'll just look like I trained to increase my speed and power. And smokescreen is an emitter as well? Shōta asks curiosity. Yep. Izuku chirps. I already have a plan thought up for when I learn it though since it can be explained away via support gear. He nods excitedly while flipping through the notebook. Working on my stealth will help me hone it though. I feel like if I get stealth down to a science I'll be able to use it properly if I'm stuck out in the open and need to be hidden away in order to get to real cover. I'm already stealthy so shaping it up a bit would do me some good. I could probably use smokescreen now but I want to wait a bit. Shōta smiled at Izuku, highly impressed with how thought out this all was so far. Impressive, using the excuse of a support item in order to use smokescreen is clever. We could ask for a faux smokescreen support item, or at least one that we can disable, we could add to your support list so that way no one questions it. Now, what about float? Izuku hums as he flips through his notebook again. It's also an emitter type, it doesn't necessarily have a physical manifestation other than the fact that my body will be floating in midair. I was thinking of using the support item excuse for this one as well. Like, have an actual anti-gravity item made that I could use while training until I get used to moving around while weightless, and then once I've learned my way around it we can disable the device permanently and no one would be the wiser. Izuku smiles widely at Shōta who has a fond yet impressed smile on his face. I'm so proud of you, Shōta comments as he runs his fingers through Izuku's hair. You've got this all figured out along with plans for cover-up excuses. I was afraid we'd have to keep using the "my quirk evolved" excuse every time you learned a new one. You were 10 steps ahead of me, kid. Izuku smiles at him with the beginnings of tears in his eyes. Thank you. He whispers out, not really trusting his voice right now. Shōta smiles softly and pulls him into a gentle hug. We're going to make you the best DMN hero this world has ever seen. He whispers softly and gets another wobbled thank you and a sniffle as a response. I can email Nizu and directly ask him for the support items. It'll be safer to go through him to get them than it would be if we went through Powerloader. We'd have to explain why we'd want a way to disable the items and we need to keep your quirk on the down low for underground heroic's sake. Izuku sniffles again, pulling away from the hug and nodding. Yeah, the less people who know the better. You, Nizu and Tsukachi are the only 3 I can truly trust with this for now. I almost told Bakugo but I was furious at the time because he literally dragged me out in the middle of the night just to get me to fight him at ground beta. Izuku shakes his head. All that just to try and use me as a punching bag because he was upset and frustrated? He could have, I don't know, sat down with me and talked about it like a normal human being. He was feeling guilty for but Might's retirement. That's what that fight was about? Shōta asks, slightly dumbfounded by that fact. Yes, Izuku huffs in frustration. He needs some serious mandatory anger management. I'm going to feel bad for his spouse if he ever gets married. Izuku shakes his head in mock sympathy, that poor future spouse who will one day have to deal with his crazy butt. Shōta chuckles lightly, that he does. I like how confident you are that he'd actually end up getting married. He shakes his head. I wouldn't feel sorry for them, honestly, they would know what they were getting into at that point. He looks over at Izuku. You still need to tell me the story behind you too. I'm not going to expel him since you've already told me that he's apologized to you and that the 2 of you are sorting out your differences in your own special way. And possibly middle school as well? Nizu opened up an investigation against them so your testimony would be helpful. Izuku stiffened. I don't mind telling you about Bakugo. But the middle school thing. He hesitates a bit trying to find the right words. It'll be extremely hard to talk about. So, let's just say that Bakugo saved me from a teacher near the end of our 3rd year. I'd honestly not want to talk about it at all. If he gets the footage the answer will be there just as long as the school didn't destroy it, which I highly doubt that they did. They don't care about what happens to the quirkless and I doubt that they care about covering up anything regarding the quirkless as well. I remember when it happened. It was November 13th, 2XXX. It was the end of the day during detention. Around that day was the most dming out of all of them if Nizu really wants it for the investigation. That one video should be enough. Shōta felt his heart sink. Bakugo had to save him from a teacher? Now we really do need to get that footage. He was really hoping that Nizu was wrong about the SXL assault thing, but with the way that sounded, it makes it a possibility and it hurts to think about. Dad? Izuku asks, snapping Shōta out of his thoughts. Are you okay? You kind of zoned out there for a moment. Oh, I'm fine. His voice cracks slightly and it's obvious Izuku heard it and is giving him a disbelieving look, so he clears his throat and tries again in hopes of convincing him not to pry since it looks like he's going to try. I'm fine. I was just thinking of something Nizu told me about your file and the discriminating comments that were in them. Izuku nods at that. Yeah. They made stuff up about me to prevent me from getting into UA or any other school for that matter. I read them. They weren't very convincing in my opinion. Anyone with at least 2 brain cells would have seen through the bullshit. Shōta comments because it's true. He read through the file and could tell that everything was a lie. We should get ready for bed. I could certainly use all the sleep I can get since I have patrol tomorrow night. Izuku easily agrees. He gathered up the dishes, rinsing them off and placing them in the dishwasher to be washed later tomorrow. He turns to Shōta giving him a soft, "Good night, Dad," along with a sweet soft smile and patters off to the bathroom for a shower. Shōta follows suit and gets his own shower, dresses in some sweats and a tank top and settles into bed to send an email to Nizu about the hint that Izuku gave him. To Nizu. From Eraserhead. CC. Detective Naomi Tsukachi. Subject, Aldria Middle School. Nizu and Tsukachi. I had a short conversation with Izuku about his middle school. He very obviously does not want to talk about it. He very obviously remembers it well enough to give me a day and an estimated time. It happened November 13th, 2XXX at around. I'm not sure I want to see it, but he said that footage itself will be enough to close the school. He also said that on that day Bakugo witnessed it and saved him from the teacher. Nizu. I was really hoping that you were wrong about the SXL assault thing. I still hope that you are wrong, but I have a sinking feeling that you're right and I honestly don't know how to handle it. P.S. Nizu will need 2 support items made. One being a faux smokescreen device, and another being an anti-gravity device, one that works and can be easily disabled. He's going to use them as cover stories for 2 of the 5 quirks that he'll have access to. Sincerely, Eraserhead. Roughly 5 minutes later a reply comes in from Nizu. Reply. Eraserhead. From Nizu. CC. Detective Naomi Tsukachi. Subject, Aldria Middle School. Shōta-kun. Thank you for informing me of this detail. I'm going to hack the system now. I will send you another email with any details that I find. I will get to work on them. Using support items as a cover is extremely clever. Best regards, Nizu. Shōta lay there wide awake, deeply afraid of what Nizu was going to find. He really wanted to sleep but couldn't. He really wanted to know what happened that day, but at the same time he didn't. He doesn't know if he's prepared for the news. Well, no one ever is when it comes to things like this. His heart beat heavily in his chest as dread set in. About 30 minutes later his phone pings with a new email and he feels his heart break and rage pool in his stomach as he reads it. Reply. Eraserhead. From Nizu. CC. Detective Naomi Tsukachi. Subject, Aldria Middle School. Shōta-kun. I'm very sorry to inform you, but my theory was correct. Izuku-kun was sexually assaulted by his female homeroom teacher. It seemed that she didn't get to do everything that she was wanting to do, considering that Bakugo did in fact walk in on it and attacked the teacher in order to get the woman away from him. Bakugo then walked him out of the school. Bakugo was very clearly crying for the boy. He was saying something but there was no audio, but it seemed as though he was apologizing. The two may not get along well, but they do seem to care for one another in some odd way. I won't question it though. It was clear in the footage on who this teacher is and she still works there. Tsukachi, I will send you a photo of the teacher's identity. Shōta-kun, I'll leave the decision up to you on whether you want to be involved or not. Regardless of your decision, we will keep you informed. Best regards, Nizu. Shōta couldn't help but let the angry tears run down his cheeks. His heart hurt for his problem child. He got out of his bed and went across the hall to Izuku's door and softly knocked. He heard light shuffling and Izuku opened the door with his own tears running down his face. Shōta didn't have to guess what the boy was crying about. Dad. Izuku whispers, staring at the tears still running down Shota's face. Why are you crying? His voice cracks as he speaks softly. I gave Nizu the information you told me after dinner. He hacked the system and he saw the footage, then informed me on what he found. He reaches out and pulls Izuku against him as the boy chokes out a sob. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Izuku. No one ever deserves to go through something like that. He whispers softly, come on. Neither of us are sleeping alone tonight. I'm sure that there will be nightmares happening. Izuku nods as he follows Shōta to his room and crawls underneath the blankets. Shōta lays next to him, holding him close while the boy cries himself out. Once he has though, Shōta pulls him a little closer, setting his face into the unruly curls, lightly breathing in the soft citrus scent of his child's shampoo, and lets himself settle down into an uneasy sleep. Shōta wakes up to the ping of his phone. He sees that Izuku has already gotten up and started his day. He's never going to understand how the boy does it. It's just 2 DMN early. He picks up his phone and sees a message from Tsukachi. True man. Eraserhead, Izuku's mother was found. Text me back as soon as you can. Sleepy caterpillar. What can you tell me? True man. Well, she was found in the suicide forest. She had burned all of her belongings, then slit her own belly open. She didn't leave a note or anything. The coroner estimates her death being roughly 24 hours ago. The coroner and the chief want you to bring Izuku in to make the identification official. I'm not sure how Izuku will handle it, but my guess is that he'll be angry. She put him through hell and he didn't get justice. Sleepy caterpillar. Thank you for letting me know. I'll tell Izuku. And you're right, he will be angry. I'll go talk to him now and I'll let you know what he says. With that, Shōta set his phone down and walked out into the living room, spotting Izuku at the island eating a simple breakfast of rice and miso soup with tofu. He walked over to him, thinking of a way to breach the subject. As he got closer, it felt like he was about to mess with a time bomb that he had to defuse. Izuku spotted him and smiled brightly, obviously feeling better considering last night's ordeal. It's a shame that Shōta's about to ruin it. Izuku's smile faded as he studied Shōta. What's wrong, Dad? You look like you've seen a ghost or something. Did something happen? He asks in a soft voice laced in concern. Yeah, something did happen, he sighs. So they found Inko. They found her in the suicide forest with her belly slit open and all of her belongings burnt next to her. The coroner and the police chief want you to come in and do an official identification. He makes it straightforward and to the point. No sense in beating around the bush. Izuku stares at Shōta with a blank expression for a long moment before speaking again, voice void of all emotion. So, she got to abuse me for years. Then she gets to pack up and disappear without a trace. Then she ends her life, basically getting away with all her crimes committed towards me, and now they want me to go and look at her dead body even though I want absolutely nothing to do with her. The longer he spoke, the angrier he became. Yes, they do, Shōta states bluntly. How long will it take? Izuku asks angrily, clearly not wanting to have to do anything for his mother. Not long. We go in, they uncover her face, you confirm that it's Inko, then we leave. Shōta hopes that it's fast enough to bomb over the fact that Izuku actually has to do this. Fine. Izuku huffs out. Breakfast first though. It's not like she's going to get up and run away again. I already made up your 2 bowls. I set them in the microwave because I didn't know how long you were wanting to sleep for. Shōta simply nodded and went over to collect his bowls. They were still warm, so he set straight to eating, thinking of a way to bring Izuku out of this mood. They were planning on looking at plants for the front yard so they could do that. Maybe manual labor will help take his mind off this event. When we get through at the coroner's office, would you like to go and look at plants for the front yard? Shōta asks, hoping that the boy says yes to this because it would be a good kind of therapy. Izuku looks up at him. Do I get to pick the plants? He asks simply. Obviously, Shōta huffs. I don't know shit about plants, but I feel like you do, so you get to choose what we put out in the front yard. He watches as Izuku brightens slightly at the fact that he's the one in charge of the front yard. Yeah, I know a thing or two about plants. I'd be happy to work on making the front of the house more welcoming. Good, because I know I'll be shit at it, Shōta smiles slightly. We have a lot of work to do and the front yard will be the easiest to handle. We'll work on the backyard in a couple of days. Like the fire pit area. That would be the next easiest task to do. The patio will take the longest, but I think we could get it done by the time break is over, don't you think? Izuku nods in excitement. Could we go ahead and get the supplies for the fire pit today as well? Oh, could we get plants for the backyard too? I have some ideas that I think will look great. I bet I could get the fire pit done after the plants. Putting the plants in place will probably take 2 or 3 hours tops. Pure determination was radiating off the excited boy. I promise I won't overwork myself. I'll take a break in between the tasks. It's time to make this house a home. He smiles brightly at Shōta, causing him to squint slightly due to how bright it was. Geez, okay, we can do that. Shōta laughs lightly. Do me a favor and turn the brightness level down on that smile though, gonna make me go blind over here. Izuku snorts at that and shakes his head. You're exaggerating. I'm gonna go and get dressed in some proper clothes. I don't think ratty gym clothes would be a very good look to be out in public in. With that he took his dishes to the sink, rinsing them and placing them in the dishwasher. Once he's done with that he goes, grabs a change of clothes and makes his way to the shower. Shōta quickly finishes his own breakfast and sets about getting ready himself as well as he texts Tsukachi back. Sleepy caterpillar. We'll be there shortly. And he was angry but I got him excited about picking plants for the yards and sheet. I have a feeling he's going to make this house the best looking one on the block. True man. That's good that you have him focused on something else. Most kids would complain about manual labor but he sounds excited by it, so good for him. Also, you'll be able to actually adopt him now, you know. Nizu could expedite the process, especially since you're a pro hero. Izuku Midoriya could be Izuku Aizawa in like 1 or 2 days tops. Sleepy caterpillar. That's right, I can do that now, can't I? Well, I'll text Nizu then and give him the go-ahead to expedite the process. See you in like 20 minutes? Shōta switched to a chat with Nizu. Sleepy caterpillar. Nizu, could you expedite the adoption process for Izuku for me? His mother committed suicide, so there's nothing stopping me from adopting him now. Nizu. Oh, of course I can do that for you, Shōta-kun. I will have the papers ready by tomorrow. You were already fostering him, so it makes this a lot easier. And it's a shame that Izuku-kun doesn't get the justice he deserves. At least he'll be able to move on from this part of his life now. I will send you a message tomorrow once I have the papers ready for you. With that taken care of, he goes back into the living room and sees Izuku waiting for him. Sorry it took so long, he says to the boy. Izuku just smiles and says, I'm not in a hurry, Dad. Like I said, she's not going anywhere. Plus I'm thinking about the plants that I want to get. Definitely cold-resistant ones. They're harder to kill and usually don't need much water. A simple rain shower is enough for them. He lightly rubs his chin with his index finger as they walk out the door and towards the car. I know that I should be sad about her death, but I can't bring myself to be sad when she showed me nothing but hatred. I'm honestly just angry at the fact that she basically got away with it. It's okay to feel this way, right? Shōta runs his fingers through Izuku's hair. Of course it is. Everyone is allowed to feel one way or another. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to feel. I'm only here to help you work through it. Izuku nods quietly. They both get in the car and make their way to the coroner's office. Neither one of them is looking forward to this at all, but they both know that it has to be done. They meet Tsukachi by the door once they arrive. Morning, you two. He greets. I'm truly sorry about this. I know that you don't want to be here, Izuku, but we'll be in and out. Since you're a minor, you don't have to worry about the paperwork. I'll take care of it since I'm the detective assigned to this case. Shōta watched as Izuku visibly relaxed at that knowledge. Thank you, Izuku whispers. I really don't want to be here for too long. I just want to do what I need to do so I can go work on the yard at home. That's all I want to do. Tsukachi smiled softly. True. All right, let's head in then. The faster we get this over with, the faster you can go and get your plants. Izuku looked surprised at that and looked up. At Shōta, you told him that I'm picking out plants? Of course Eraserhead told me, Tsukachi answered instead. He's excited about you wanting to fix up the outside of the house. I've seen it, it's definitely too bland, but I think you'll make the yard beautiful and make the house more welcoming. Izuku smiled at that. They made their way to the viewing area where the chief was waiting. They could see the coroner standing inside next to the body of Inko. Once the coroner saw Izuku, he revealed her face. Izuku nodded his head giving his confirmation, and he recovered her face. Izuku and Shōta turned away and made their way back outside. Once they made it back outside, Izuku let out a breath that he was slightly holding. Shōta gave his shoulder a light squeeze. See? That didn't take very long in and out. How are you feeling? Izuku sighed and gave Shōta a soft smile. Glad to be closing this part of my life. I didn't get the ending I wanted, but I no longer have to worry about it. Plus, I have you now, things can only go up from here. Shōta smiled at him. You're right. I also have you now too. I didn't realize how lonely my life was, but you're here now and I couldn't be happier. No waterworks, kid, I can see them forming. There's no more time for big emotions. We have plants and sheet to pick out so we can make our house a home. Izuku wiped his tears away and nodded with a small giggle. They arrived at the gardening center and began looking around. Shōta had no idea what he was doing, but he could tell that Izuku did, so he let him have at it. He watched with a fond smile on his face as Izuku looked through all the plants in excitement. He didn't think that the promise of yard work would make someone so excited, but to each their own, he guesses. I'm going to go with cold-resistant plants, Izuku states. Maintenance for them is low, so they are easy to care for. I've already spotted the bushes I want. He pointed over in the direction of some medium-sized blooming purple bushes. They're called catmint. They're drought-resistant as well, so a simple rain shower will be enough for them. We should definitely have a DLVY set up because I'm sure you don't want any of this stuff in your car. True. I don't want a bunch of dirt and sheet making my car filthy. Shōta sighs. Looking around at the other plants, even though he has no idea what he's doing or even looking at for that matter. They have one wisteria vine plant, pointing in the direction of a young tree with a light purple blooming vine wrapped up on it. We should stop by the shrine on the way home to get some omamori and other talismans to place on the tree. It'll protect our home and ward off yokai and other evil spirits. Izuku pulls out a small notepad and writes down the tree and 4 of the catmint bushes. They have some Siberian iris as well, he comments as he gently touches the petals. These would be good along the walkway. Animals don't like them, so they'll help keep away mice and stuff. We should get some of those solar-powered lanterns to put along the walkway as well. He makes another note in the notepad he's holding. That should be it for the front yard. The backyard will have some different plants. They walk around looking at the various plants, only stopping when they've come across some ground-level bushes. These are hostas. They disappear during the colder months but pop back up in the spring. They would be good to have along the sides of the house. He notes them down on the pad and looks over at some pink and white flowers. These are called candy stripe phlox. They're a carpeting type of flower, so they'll spread out over an area like a carpet as they grow, so we should get a barrier for them. They'll go in the backyard up against the house. I'll keep them away from the patio area. One last plant, poor man's ginseng. They'll be perfect to have going around the fence surrounding the house. He makes a few more notes. I've already measured everything, so I can make a rough estimate on the supplies. Everything I have listed should be enough. Shōta simply nodded along, liking the ideas and the possible setup of the plants and other items. He never thought of having a spirit ward in front of his home, but he definitely likes the idea. It's something to help bring luck, peace, and protection on a spiritual level, and he finds that comforting. They head over to the area where there is some bags of gravel and watches as Izuku picks out a cool gray gravel along with a large slab of flat stone that would be a good size for the fire pit to rest on, luckily in the same shade as the gravel so the colors don't clash. They find a decent-sized fire pit, matte black in color, something that goes with anything. Shōta got to pick the seating that would go around the pit. He chose a black swinging bench seat for one side, and for the other 3 sides went with simple matte black benches. They headed over to the checkout area and Izuku handed the notepad over for the man to punch in the information, and Shōta set up the DLVY who arrived just before lunch. They had plenty of time to go to the shrine and get the items Izuku was wanting for the wisteria. He got various omamori, along with small bells and chimes to hang in the branches, as well as small statues of deities and guardians to sit around the base of the tree. Shōta thinks that it's definitely going to make their front yard look unique. He likes the thought of it, and Izuku even voiced his opinion, stating that it's going to look beautiful. They picked up lunch on the way home since the DLVI was scheduled soon. They got home a half hour before the plants and other items arrived. Izuku made it a point that he'll put everything in place while Shōta napped, considering the fact that he had patrol that night and he couldn't really argue with that logic. He really did need the sleep for him to function properly. So that's just what he did. He didn't realize how tired he actually was until his head hit the pillow. He had set his alarm to go off for a time when there would still be a couple of hours of daylight left because he really wanted to see the yards all put together. When his alarm went off hours later, he was surprised to see Izuku showered and in fresh clothes, not only that he was cooking an early dinner. "I'm surprised to see you still working," he says while making air quotes. Izuku laughed at that. "Yeah, I've been done for a while now. It only took me 2 hours to do the plants, mulch, and the offit stuff. The fire pit area took me over 3, and that was with a short break between the plants and the fire pit. So I've been spending the rest of this time drawing up an idea for the patio area since you said we'll have to remodel it a bit." He pushed a new notebook page towards Shōta. "That's what I came up with. I think it'll look good. Just need your opinion on it though." Shōta picked up the notebook, a smile growing on his face as he looked everything over. "You really thought of everything, huh?" He ruffled Izuku's hair as he made his way over to the coffee pot to start a fresh brew. "I think what you have down in the notebook will be perfect. We'll get the stuff for it in a couple of days. I would say tomorrow, but you need a break since you literally did the yard all by yourself, but tomorrow will also be something different and you'll have to wait on to find out. It'll be a little hectic, but I think it'll be worth it." He gave Izuku a Cheshire grin as to not try and give away any more information. The boy didn't need to know yet that tomorrow the name Midoriya will disappear and be replaced with Aizawa. Shōta's patrol was slow, only a couple of muggings and a few drunken fights. Nothing too crazy or exciting, but that didn't stop him from passing out as soon as his head the pillow after patrol. He figures it must be all the emotions that have been running amok lately. He's glad that today will at least be filled with happy emotions. He slept soundly until his alarm blared next to his head. He slapped it and headed to the kitchen, still bleary-eyed from sleep. He could smell the sweet scent of pancakes mixing nicely with the bitter scent of coffee. "It smells good in here," he comments as he meets Izuku's morning person energy head-on. "Good morning, Dad." He chirps. "How was patrol last night? Anything exciting?" "It was meh," Shōta answers. "Unless you count breaking up a few drunken fights as exciting, then no, nothing happened that's worth talking about." "That sounds boring as hell." Izuku shakes his head as he passes over a plate of pancakes and a mug of black coffee towards Shōta. "I'm not sure what you have planned for today, but that smile you gave me last night is making me think you're hiding something exciting." "I won't be able to hide shit from this kid, will I?" "That depends on your definition of exciting. My version may be different than yours," Shōta replies back, hoping the kid won't figure it out. It's hard to hide shit from intelligent and observant kids. Izuku gives him a deadpan look. "So you are hiding something. USCK at hiding shit, you know that?" "Fine. I am hiding something." Shōta simply gives up because there's no point in trying when the kid is already on his way to discovering it. "It's technically a surprise, so I'm not saying shit. Pout all you want, I'm not telling. You'll know once we get there." "Fine." Izuku huffs. "Keep your DMN secrets." "I will," Shōta retorts back in response. His phone buzzed with a message and a smile grew on his face as he read it. He looks up at Izuku, who was watching him. "Well, that's totally not ominous as hell. Now I feel like this is something more for you than it is for me. Like I said, you'll know once we get there. Now finish eating and get ready." He gestures to the food. "There's no rush, but the sooner we get it done, the sooner we can pick up the supplies for the patio. We won't put it together today, that will be a tomorrow thing. I just figured it'd be easier to get the stuff now, so that way it's already here and ready to go." Izuku smiles at that and gets to work on his breakfast. Good, now he'll stop thinking about what's actually happening today. Shōta set to work on eating his own breakfast, definitely starting to feel more awake than he did a few moments ago. Once they were finished, they went about getting dressed and ready for the day, meeting each other at the entryway and heading out the door. Shōta looked back over the front yard and smiled. "You really did do a good job setting everything in place," he comments. Definitely a lot more welcoming and inviting. It honestly looks like a professional put this together. Izuku smiled widely. Well, I learned everything about gardening and plants from Bakugo's dad actually. His dad is a landscape artist and his mother is a fashion designer. Shōta hummed. It's good that he was able to teach you this skill, it's a nice one to have. It's a shame that Bakugo's mother didn't teach you a thing about fashion though. Izuku squawks in protest as they get into the car. I'll have you know that she did and I simply chose not to follow it. Like I've told you before, I like looking ugly, thank you. They pulled out of the drive and headed into the direction of UA. Luckily the school wasn't too far of a drive. Well, it's obviously not working for you since people still find you attractive. Uraraka, for example, oh, and handsome, I noticed that she likes to land on you with her chest in your face. I know she does that shit on purpose. I overheard her and Uraraka getting into an argument about it as if you're pining for either of them. Izuku groans, don't remind me. Trust me, I know about the argument and told them that they're taking things too seriously and that I'm not interested. They just won't take the hint. He rubs his face with both hands. It's hard to be interested in either of them when they're so demon pushy. It's also hard to be interested in them when they're both female. Shōta chuckles as they finish the short 10-minute drive to the school. They pull into the teacher's parking garage. Oh, look at that, we're here. Izuku's brows pinch together. You? What's here at the school that's supposed to be exciting? I know we're not training yet because I need my new support items first. So why are we here? Hush, you'll find out soon enough, problem child, Shōta says with a smile that he's failing to hide. Let's go inside, we have someone to see and things to do. They made their way out of the parking garage and into the school, silently making their way to Nizu's office. The door opens as soon as they approach the door. Good morning, you two. Nizu chirps as he pours 3 cups of tea. Have a seat, we have much to discuss. They take their seats and their cups, silently sipping the fruity scented tea. So, what exactly is going on? Izuku asks softly. Nizu smiles and claps his paw pads together. Oh yes, here you go, Izuku. He chirps excitedly as he hands over a manila folder. Izuku studies it for a moment before opening it up and pulling out a sheet of paper. Shōta watches nervously as the boy's eyes widen. Izuku looks over at Shōta. You were actually being serious when you said that I'm here to stay? Shōta just nods, not really trusting his voice. Next thing he knows though, the teen is hugging onto him, crying softly, whispering soft thank yous. He can't help but to relax and return the hug. I'm glad you're happy about this, Izuku, Shōta says softly. I do need to sign the papers though, so you gotta let go so I can make it official. Izuku nods and releases him and scrubs away the tears. Shōta signs the papers and hands them back to Nizu. Perfect. I'll get to work on changing everything over. It won't take long at all. While we're here though, Izuku-kun, you're very clever, thinking of using support items as a cover to explain away 2 of the quirks. Me and Shōta-kun are very proud. Izuku smiles widely. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate the fact that you're helping me get the items. It's really going to help out a lot. Having the items listed as support gear will make people look the other way and not think anything of it. The only quirk I won't be able to explain away would be Black Whip, so we're just going to come up with the excuse of a quirk evolution. Nizu smiles and nods in agreement. Yes, that would be the wise thing to do. Once you've mastered it, I'll be happy to update your quirk's description. It is only listed as superpower, and a superpower can be literally anything. Nizu folds his paws into his lap. Well, gentlemen, I have much work to do, so head on out now. I'll send you the official copies later on once I've got everything completed. Go and enjoy the rest of your day. They exchanged goodbyes as they headed back out. They made their way back to the car. We should go and get that stuff for the patio like we planned on doing. Shōta suggests. Yeah. I even brought my notebook with the measurements, so maybe they'll cut the pieces to size for us. That way all we'll have to do is slap the pieces together, Izuku says with determination. With that they head to their next location and set about picking out a grill, a preparation station, a bar stools, and a cafe table with chairs. They went with a matte black base for everything so that it matches the fire pit set and picked stone counteracts to match the gravel. The people were kind enough to follow the measurements and cut any wooden pieces to size and were able to get the right amount of supplies needed to put everything together. The next day, they did indeed put everything together easily. Everything they had planned for break was complete. Now they could sit back and relax for the next couple of days. Izuku, I have some training scheduled with Shinso today. Would you like to join or stay home and rest up? Shōta asks as he walks into the living after an afternoon nap a couple of days later. I think I'll just stay home, Izuku answers. I want to work on my notebooks for OFA. I have a lot to learn about, like weaknesses and such that I need to find a way to work around. I don't need to be caught off guard while in the field, that would be dangerous. Sounds like a plan. I'm glad you're working all this stuff out now. We'll be able to include it in your training when you start back up. Shōta agrees. It makes sense. It would be stupid to work on only the strengths of a quirk and not the weaknesses. The less there are the better. I'll be back in a couple of hours then to get dinner started. Oh, invite Shinso over for dinner, Izuku demands. I'm sure we'll be training together at some point and he'll learn that you're my dad. Wouldn't it be better for him to learn this now rather than later? Sure, I'll ask him at the end of training. I know that he's a curious kid with a sharp mind and that he'd figure it out on his own, but you're right, it'll be better to do this now rather than later. Shōta sighs as Izuku beams brightly at him. Awesome. Well, I'll see you in a couple of hours, Dad. Try not to beat him up too much. It'd be a shame if you messed up his cute face, Izuku states as he heads off to his room to work on his notebook. You can tell him about me being a false negative. He might be more comfortable if he knows that I'm not some kind of bigoted a-hole, he adds as he finishes his walk down the hallway. Shōta shakes his head and leaves. On his drive over to UA, he wonders how Shinso will react to Izuku. He knows that the purple teen has a hard time accepting friends and he's voiced his opinions several times about Izuku trying to befriend him, and Shōta has come to his defense stating that Izuku doesn't believe in villainous quirks. It's what the person with the quirk makes it out to be, and suggested in the past that he should at least try the friendship thing out. Shōta could tell that there was something else holding Shinso back from accepting Izuku's friendship, but he has a pretty good idea on what it is. He knows that if Shinso accepts the invitation, he'll find out if his theory is correct or not. Shōta walks into the gym and sees Shinso all readily there waiting for him. Good, he grunts out. You're on time. Let's get started. Shōta worked poor Shinso to the bone. He needs to get the boy caught up so he can join 1A before their second year starts. The joint training was coming up and it'll be a good time to introduce him to the first-year Hero Corps students. He's noticed improvements involving the capture weapon and he's been figuring out his voice modulator fairly quickly. 2 hours passed rather quickly and he knows he should just come out and ask him, even though part of him doesn't really want to, but he knows that if he doesn't, Izuku will give him a sad, disappointed look and doesn't need to see sad puppy eyes directed at him. Shinso, Shōta calls out before the boy could head to the locker room. My son is forcing me to invite you over for dinner. It'll be up to you if you want to join or not. I won't force you. Shinsu's steps falter and he looks at his mentor in shock, not really knowing what to say to that, but Shōta continues. I'm asking mainly to save myself from him. I'm not prepared to deal with the backlash of not asking. You're making your son sound dangerous, sensei, Shinso comments. He knows that his mentor is talking about Midoriya, but that doesn't sound like him at all. Shōta sighs. That's because he is. He's highly skilled in stealth. He could very easily kill me if he wanted to. He's gotten the jump on me more times than I'm willing to admit. Honestly, you could probably learn a thing or two from him. He watches as Shinsu's eyes widen in shock. But that's not what's dangerous about him. It's the sad puppy eyes. He could honestly make a villain turn themselves in with those things. Shinso stares at him with a disbelieving look. You can't be serious right now, sensei. You just told me that your son is skilled enough to kill you, and you're saying that's not the most dangerous thing about him, but instead his sad puppy eyes. Sensei can't be serious right now. There's no way Midoriya can be cute enough to cause Aizawa to cave with a single look. Well, Midoriya is cute, but this is Aizawa here. There's no way. Correct. He'll roast the F out of you too. Shōta adds as a second thought, clearly avoiding the fact that he's weak to the puppy eyes. Trust me, he's ruthless when it comes to calling people out on their sheet. Try not to worry too much about meeting him. You already know him. He's actually in my homeroom class. Shōta hints. Your son is a first-year Hero Corps student? Shinso asks, trying to play dumb because he already knows this but his mentor doesn't know. Yes he is, don't worry too much about it. My son is accepting of everyone, Shōta reassures him. He knows what it's like to be discriminated against. He's a false negative. He didn't get his quirk until the entrance exam, so he had to live 15 years of his life as a quirkless person. He's an open person when it comes to people he's comfortable with. The fact that he asked me to invite you to dinner is a big step. He doesn't even trust his classmates enough to act like himself around them, which would be a sassy, stealthy little sheet. Shinso nodded his head. He doesn't trust his classmates enough to be himself? But he trusts me enough to invite me into his home? He doesn't even know me personally though. That doesn't make sense, right? Alright, I'll come to dinner. Maybe I can work on the friendship thing. I'm still not really here to make friends though. Shōta chuckles at that. Yeah, well, my son can turn anyone into a friend. He even managed to have a villain fall in love with him without even trying. Shōta really started laughing as Shinso sputtered at that thought and watched as the purple boy ran to the locker room. Shinso doesn't really know what to think as he rides back with his mentor to his home. He's definitely curious about his home life, but he's more curious to learn more about Midoriya. He heard the sassiness at the mall earlier in the week, but he just thought it was because his dad was picking on him, but it turns out it's his personality. He looks up as they pull up to a decently large-sized home, and his eyes lock immediately onto the tree with the wisteria with all the omamori, bells, and chimes hanging from the branches and the base of the tree having deities and guardians surrounding it. Sensei, what's with the wisteria and stuff? He asks. He's genuinely curious about it because he's never seen something like that before. Oh, that's my son's doing, Shōta responds. He set it up to keep the yokai spirits and other evil away from the house. It's also there to represent good luck, peace, and protection. He's a protective person, so this is his way of protecting our home. Shinso nods. He sounds like a good person. I knew Midoriya was a sweet guy, but that's really cute. Stop it, Hitoshi. You can't go into their home thinking your mentor's son is cute. Even if he is, dim in it all, stop Hitoshi. Shōta smiles. He is. Let's head in so I can get dinner started and you can meet him. They get out of the car and walk up the walkway. Shinso studies the plants as they go, cold-resistant plants. Smart. Shōta looks back at him with an arched eyebrow. Oh great, another plant person. I don't know shit about any of these plants other than the fact that they're all purple. Not sure why he chose all purple for the front of the house since his favorite color is green. My gut tells me that there's a reason, but I'm not going to tell you. I'll let you figure it out. Aizawa wants me to figure it out? But Shōta unlocks the door and leads them inside where they hear a string of curses coming from down the hallway on the right. Pretentious fucker. Can never mind your own mother effing business, can you? The voice shouts, I'm not going to that beach's funeral. You know exactly what she effing did to me, Katsuki. I want absolutely nothing to do with her. The voice continues to rage, clearly on the verge of tears. I'd like to see you try, you Bomberanian. You can't force me to go anywhere. It was bad enough that I was basically forced to go and identify her body since she made the choice to end her own life after disappearing and basically got away with everything she ever did to me. So I'm not going to be forced to sit through something like honoring her life. The voice now turned into broken sobs. She abused me, Kaken. I can't possibly sit through something like that. I don't want to hear the good things about her. I never got that from her and you know this. Just drop it. I'm not going and you can't make me. Shinso hears his mentor sigh. Stay here, Shinso. I'm only going to announce myself to him, then I'm leaving him be. He watches as his mentor walks down the hallway and softly knocks on the last door on the left. Bunny? Me and Shinso are here. You don't have to come out right now, just know that I'm here if you need me. He can hear a soft muffled okay come back in response. His mentor makes his way back up the hallway, then turns to head to the kitchen. That Bomberanian can never mind his own business when it comes to Izuku. Izuku? Shinso questions softly as he follows his mentor. Bunny? Yes. You know him as Midoriya, that's his mother's family name. That's what he goes by at school for safety reasons. His legal name is Aizawa though, Shōta explains. I'm an underground hero, we like to keep our families hidden. I could do what Izuku's biological father did and delete my family name, but that's a difficult process to do. Wait, you're not his biological father? Shinso asks because he had it in his head that Izuku was Shota's flesh and blood. No, his biological father was the Dragon Breath hero, Black Flame. He was underground and was also my mentor during my 3rd year, Shōta explained as he got the ingredients out for dinner. Black Flame? I'm going to have to look him up later. I want to know what kind of mentor my mentor had. I also want to see if Izuku looks like his birth father. I adopted him after learning about how his mother was treating him. She committed suicide not too long ago in order to escape prosecution for abuse. He was yelling at Bakugo. I don't know why the bastard decided to get all up in Izuku's business just now, and I'm not going to ask him either. I get that they're working through their bully-turned-rival-turned-weird friendship thing, but still. He also knows that I'm here, so he'll come to me when he's ready, so don't worry about him. He's been through a lot, but he's strong. He'll pick himself back up, stalk in here unnoticed, and scare the shit out of us. Shinso just nodded his head. Hopefully. He'll come out soon then. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't mind giving the friendship thing a chance, and he sounds like he'd be a good friend. I know you've told me that before when you first started training me. I was just too nervous about trying. And he honestly didn't know if he could trust 1A's resident cinnamon roll. He also didn't know if he could trust his heart not to fall for him. Shōta smiled at him and set to work cutting up the ingredients. I think he'd like that. He's persistent but never pushy. I can tell you his reason for trying so hard, and it would be that he thinks you'll make a great hero, and he'll tell you that to your face too, along with all the things you could do with your quirk. He could teach you analysis if you ask him. It's a good skill to have on the field. He may be self-taught, but he's highly skilled at it. He's actually Principal Nizu's personal student, and that thought is absolutely terrifying. Izuku is already highly intelligent and extremely observant. Nizu saw this in him and took him on to train him in other things like hacking, logistics, strategy, and communication codes. That should tell you something about who Izuku is, how his mind works, and what kind of hero he's going to become. Shinso watched as his mentor shivered at the thought. He's miles ahead of his peers in every sense of the way except his quirk, but he's getting there. Izuku is going to make a formidable hero. I'm glad you feel that way, Izuku says, startling both Shōta and Shinso. Izuku sighed. Seriously. I think you both need some work when it comes to situational awareness. I could have killed both of you dum-dums, too busy talking about me to actually pay attention to what's going on around you. He really is good at stealth. I didn't even sense him approaching. Shinso meets Izuku's eyes and he feels his heart flutter a bit when Izuku smiles at him softly. Hi Shinso, I'm actually surprised my dad asked you. I figured he would have just outright not invited you just to F with me, but I'm glad that he did and that you decided to come over. You can call me Izuku while we're here or anywhere, it doesn't matter to me, just not Midoriya, that's my dead name. Oh, and try not to call me Aizawa at school. His smile widened a bit more. I've been hit by Cupid. He's into guys too, so it'll be okay, right? Shinso rubbed the back of his neck with a soft blush dusting his cheeks. Thanks for inviting me over. It was really nice of you, Izuku. And you can call me Hitoshi if you'd like, it would be fair. Sure. And it's no problem, Izuku chirped. I figured that this'll be a nicer way of you finding out that your mentor is my dad, considering the fact that I'll be joining some of your training sessions soon. He told you about me being a false negative, right? Shinso nodded in response. Good. I'll be working on my quirk control as well as some new moves and training myself with some new support items. Speaking of support items, he turns to face his dad. Has Nizu emailed you yet about them? I really want to have them added onto my support list soon. I'd like to try them out at least once before the end of next week. Shōta shook his head. No, problem child, the smokescreen device is done but not the anti-gravity device. That one is going to take a little longer. Shinso watched as Izuku pouted slightly, thinking that the pouty look on the boy's face looked rather cute on him. Those sound like some pretty cool items to have. The smokescreen one I get, but why the anti-gravity one? Izuku smiled at him. Just for sheets and giggles. Just kidding, I think it'll be beneficial to have. I could use it to get on top of a high rise to overlook an area or out of reach of certain villains. But don't you have that anti-gravity girl in your class? You could just use her quirk. Shinso suggests. I'm going underground, Hitoshi, Izuku explains. I'm not going to be around her to be able to utilize her quirk. And it wouldn't be very fair for me to constantly rely on her. Plus, if I rely on her too much now, she'll get the wrong idea. She already has the wrong idea, Shōta interjects. She's already all over you, Izuku. Izuku wrinkles his nose with clear distaste. Yeah. No thank you. Not interested. If I have to end up breaking her heart, then so be it. She and Hatsum both are way too pushy. You have girls pinning for you and you're seriously not interested? Shinso asks, hoping that Izuku will verbally inform him of his SXL preference. No, I'm not, Izuku huffs. I've already verbally expressed to both of them that I'm not interested in either of them and to stop pushing me. Shinso watches Izuku fidget nervously. Also, something happened to me near the end of my 3rd year of middle school. What kind of ruined things for me? Female-wise at least, my mother didn't help that either. Was attracted to both genders, but then that happened, so, yeah, guys only. He quietly admits. Shinso stared at him wide-eyed and glanced over to his mentor, who had a white-knuckle grip on the handle of the knife he was holding. He was sexually assaulted. He looked back at Izuku and whispered, I'm sorry. Izuku gave him a soft, sad smile. It's all right, Hitoshi, you didn't know, but I feel like I can trust you enough to be honest with you about my past. I was saved by Bakugo that day. He blasted the teacher off me and practically dragged me to his house, where we literally just held onto each other and cried. He can tell when it really starts to bother me and is able to get Uraraka off me and tells her to F off sometimes. It only works for so long though. She really should put your feelings into consideration, Shinso says. It's not fair for you to have to go through the same thing every day. I get that Bakugo tells her to F off, but have you tried having someone else tell her to? No. I'm not really the type of person who shares my past. The only people who know that happened to me are my dad, Nizu, Detective Tsukachi, Bakugo, and now you. Izuku shrugs his shoulders. The rest of the class, other than Bakugo, thinks it's cute that she's pinning for me, so it's not like any of them will come to my aid. Then I FNG will, Shinso declares. It obviously makes you uncomfortable and I definitely don't have a problem with telling people to F off. You'd really do that? Izuku asks and Shinso nods. And what if it still doesn't work? A Cheshire grin similar to Shota's graces Shinso's face. Drastic FNG measures then. Pretty sure she'd stay away from you if your angry, sleep-deprived boyfriend goes off on her butt. Shōta chokes slightly on the laugh that bursts out of him. Oh man, that's effing great. It would probably work, Izuku. I doubt that she'd want to look like a homewrecker. It was clear that Izuku was trying to stifle the laugh that wanted to come out, and he takes a calming breath, an obvious blush lightly dusting his cheeks. I'm assuming that there's an ultra-drastic FING measures plan just in case that doesn't work? He asks it in a teasing manner. Shinso gives him a deadpan look despite his own lightly colored blush. I'm not a shy guy and I love FNG with people, so I'd have no problem kissing you in front of everyone just to get the point across. This time Izuku does laugh. Alright, sounds like a plan then. Shōta just shakes his head as he has his own thoughts on the matter run through his head. I knew it. They have crushes on each other. That's going to cause a huge uproar in the class and I'm gonna have to listen to everyone beaching about it. Like Ida for example, he'd be talking about how inappropriate PDA is and obviously it'll make Uraraka cry, then I'd have to deal with a bunch of emotional teenage girls trying to console her even though you've already told her that you weren't interested. He passes over bowls of udon along with sides. The UDFM will only happen if the first two don't work, Dad, Izuku deadpants. It's not like I'm about to go around the school having full-on makeout sessions with Hitoshi just for sheets and giggles. I wouldn't mind that though, sneaky makeout ses. Shinso mentally slaps himself. Stop it, Hitoshi. Just because he's cute and that you've decided to befriend and possibly pursue him doesn't mean you can think about the thought of possibly kissing him. Shōta sends him a half-hearted glare. Geez, you've already made a FNG abbreviation for it. He looks over at the purple teen. It's official, Shinso. You better expect to see a notebook page with the plan written out within the next 1 to 2 business days. Izuku squawks in protest and Shinso couldn't help but laugh at that. Maybe this whole friendship/gay panic thing won't be so bad after all. Shinso had spent the night since they talked and hung out for longer than they had imagined. He was pleased with the fact that he and Izuku get along very well and that they share a lot of the same interests and hobbies. He was awoken by the smell of a traditional Japanese breakfast and fresh brewing coffee. He wandered into the kitchen to see Izuku there working quietly. He was surprised to actually be able to visually witness Izuku's stealthy cooking skills firsthand. "Good morning, Hitoshi," Izuku says, not even looking up, and an obvious tightness to his voice. "Good morning. Are you okay, Izuku?" Shinso asks, concern lacing his voice. "Not really," Izuku admits. "I haven't been totally honest with you about my quirk, and I need someone who's my age who I can trust to stay by my side. Something is about to happen to me and, well, I'm going to need someone who understands and one who won't turn their back on me." Shinso was slightly dumbstruck. Izuku was hiding something about his quirk. "Okay, you can tell me you know. I'm not going to judge you and I'll be here to support you. I trust you." And he does. He's a little hurt by this, but at least he's getting the truth now instead of later on down the road. Izuku sighs heavily. "My quirk is called One for All. It can be passed down from person to person along with the previous user's quirks. I'm the 9th holder. I got the quirk from All Might, like 45 minutes before the entrance exam. I'm also the last user as well. The quirk is kinda sorta haunted, so the past users are able to approach me in my mind and speak to me, and they told me as such. The first user had dug around in my repressed memories and discovered that I had my original quirk stolen from me by his brother. You know that faceless villain that All Might took down in Kamino? Yeah, well, he's called All for One. He can take and give quirks at will and decided to steal mine. So me being quirkless for 15 years was the truth, just so you know. But anyways, I was touched by All for One and then received One for All later on, which created a one-way link from my lifeline to All for One's, so I'm a fail-safe. I die, he dies. But there's more to my quirk that I'll tell you about later because that's not what's truly important right now. I just wanted to get you up to speed on the gist of everything so that way you're not lost. My dad needs to get up and get Tsukachi and Nizu over here. They all know about this, by the way. Nizu and Tsukachi because of All Might. I told my dad recently since I'm free from but Might and you now know as well." Shinso simply nodded his head. He honestly didn't know what to say. He's afraid for Izuku because he'd have to die in order to bring an end to a single villain, and that's not very fair. He's glad that Izuku is letting him in like this. He truly appreciates it and is going to do everything in his power to help him on his journey. There's definitely something more going on, especially if he needs the other people who are aware of this to be here as well. Shouldn't All Might come too? He knows about all this as well. He asks. He knows about the restraining order, but he doesn't know the actual details of it. Absolutely not, Izuku states firmly. All Might didn't believe me the first time when I told him about me being the fail-safe. He was too busy trying to force me to be him. If he knew that Tsukachi used his quirk on me and learned that what I said was indeed the truth, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. All Might would have found a way to end my life in order to end All for One's reign. Tsukachi and my dad got a restraining order against All Might to keep him away from me and to keep that particular fact safe. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. And that's seriously a terrifying FING thought, that the former number one would kill a kid just to end a villain. Shinso scoffed in distaste. If he's more concerned about that than your life, then I'm glad you have a restraining order against him because that's seriously F-ed. You're right, Shinso, it is seriously F-ed. Shōta responds as he walks into the kitchen, slightly startling him. I only heard the tail end of this discussion, but I'm assuming OFA was the topic? Yes, it was, Dad, Izuku admits. I trust him and I want someone my age to be on my side, especially if things turn to shit. That's fine. Shōta holds his hands up in a mock surrender type way. It's not my secret anyways. You can tell who you want, just be smart about who you actually do tell. Telling Shinso is smart since he's going underground as well. Secrets like to hide there, so it's fine. Good, Izuku nodded his head. Could you get Nizu and Tsukachi over here? Me and the 7 current vestiges felt the connection waver last night, and this morning when I woke up I could barely feel it. Shinso watched as Shōta's eyes widened as he turned on his heel and walked away. Presumably going and making some calls. The connection between you and this all-for-one dude? Shinso asks. Izuku nods, yes. If the connection breaks, then I'm free from this fail-safe role since it's a one-way connection. That's what they told me when they explained it to me. I'll still be the last user though, so the quirk will still die with me. But that's not the concerning part. Izuku rubs the top of his chest and neck as if something were there. I'll say what it is once everyone gets here. Oh thank F-. I hope that this fail-safe sheet ends for him soon then. Hopefully this other part isn't so dangerous. Roughly an hour later, Nizu and Tsukachi arrive and everyone is sitting around the kitchen island. Izuku starts rubbing his chest and neck again and starts speaking. First and foremost, Hitoshi here knows about one for all and all that stuff. I decided to let him in on the secret so I'll have someone my age on my side. And second, he looks over at Tsukachi. Is something happening at Tartarus? The connection was barely there when I woke up this morning and it's even weaker now. Tsukachi nods his head. Yes, as you know, Shigaraki and the other villains that were captured at Kamino were already executed. All for One is being pumped full of quirk suppressants in order to combat the immortality quirk he obtained. The old BSTRD will die on his own once they take full effect. I called a buddy over at the prison while on my way here to see how that was going, and well, he told me that All for One had a meeting with the Hero Commission making a statement last night that all the quirks he stole, that are in his possession, will be forcefully returned to the original users. He apparently laughed about it, saying that anyone not strong enough to receive their quirk back will more than likely die if not watched carefully. Alas, apparently. Izuku sighed and nodded. Then you all are going to have to be watching me carefully because this morning while I was on my run my upper chest and throat heated up and smoke was puffing out of my mouth with each exhale, and with one for all pumping through my veins my original quirk will be amplified. Izuku laughed lightly. I honestly thought it was smokescreen at first, but Sixth basically slapped me in the back of my head in my mind and told me that it wasn't his quirk causing it but my original fading in and out, but he wasn't sure why it was happening. Oh my. Well, it's a good thing we have your current quirk listed as a stress-induced manifestation, otherwise the commission will come knocking on your door asking why you have two quirks. Nizu states with a shake of his head. I will, however, be notifying the commission that my personal student who had their quirk stolen as a toddler is showing signs that his original quirk is returning. They won't cause any trouble though, they wouldn't want to cross me, and also because your father is a pro-hero, messing with a hero's child wouldn't look good for them in the eyes of the public. They will need to know what your original quirk was in order to update your official quirk status though. Right now it's listed as stress-induced false negative, only because you were previously listed as quirkless by a doctor. I'm aware of what happened to your toe joints originally, but they're not, so if they wanted to they could check themselves for the wisdom teeth, appendix and toe joints and find nothing, especially since your monthly physical with Recovery Girl before break showed nothing of the sort. Izuku nods his head at that. Makes sense. They would see that I have a quirked body and drop the topic, and my original quirk is dual-wielded. It's my mother's telekinesis and my father's fire breathing. I'm not sure of the details of its use if they ask. I never got a chance to actually use it myself, I was on the cusp of manifesting it. Shinso had sat there staring at Izuku this whole time with only one thought on his mind since he learned about One for All and now what his original quirk is, and he had to say it because couldn't keep it to himself anymore. Izuku, you're effing badass, you know that right? Izuku sputtered and blushed harshly. Hi Hitoshi. You can't just say things like that out of nowhere. The adults in the room couldn't help but laugh at the scene, all silently agreeing with the purple-haired teen. The laughter was cut off as they all watched as Izuku froze and how a black glow was forming in his chest and neck. He shot up out of his seat and rushed out the back door leading into the backyard, the other four hot on his heels. Black flames burst out in a forceful and painful manner and stray flames danced about with dark green hues outlining them. Shōta activated his quirk, quickly ending the painful scene as the boy's face was laced with pain and tears streaming down his cheeks. Izuku rested on the ground on his hands and knees, smoke still bellowing out. Once the smoke stopped, Shōta released his quirk. Izuku coughed roughly for a moment, catching his breath then getting into a seated position on the grass. That was the most painful FING thing I've ever felt in my life. Trust me, I know. I've turned some of my bones into soup, Izuku said breathlessly. but it seriously felt like my lungs and throat were melting. That must have been the highest temperature of the flames because F dash. He flops down on his back, still breathing heavily, and lets out a breathy laugh. Looks like I am going to get to use my father's hero name after all. Hitoshi. We should go to the mall. Izuku suggests excitedly. I think it'll be fun, and I'm wanting to get more notebooks as well as some things to add to my dorm room. My dad gave me his credit card. He smiles widely at Shinso, hoping the purple teen says yes to the trip. Oh, and I also have permission from Nizu to enter campus for the next couple of days so I can put my room back together since I practically destroyed it when I threw out all of my but might stuff, so we should totally do that tomorrow. Shinso snorted at the but might comment. Alright, we'll go, but we'll be listening to your dad and actually leaving the area at the first sign of danger and not engaging, he states firmly. I don't have my provisional license yet, and I'd rather not get charged with vigilantism and F up my chances of getting into the hero course with you. Okay, Izuku huffs. Such a party pooper, I never got charged with vigilantism when I did it. The last part was muttered, but Shinso still heard it. Oh, is Class 1A's resident cinnamon roll actually a cinnamon roll? He asks in a teasing manner. Never thought a sunshine boy like you would participate in criminal activity, such a naughty hero in training. A teasing smile is set on his face as he steps closer and watches as Izuku blushes violently at being called out. Hi Hitoshi. Don't say it like that. He sputters out, hiding his face behind his hands. Why not? Is the cute little broccoli boy embarrassed by his act of vigilantism? Shinso continues to tease as Izuku flounders about. See cute little broccoli boy? Izuku squeaks out, Toshi, stop teasing me. His hands over his mouth, not actually meaning for the nickname to slip out. Shinso smiles at that. You can call me Toshi if you want, I don't mind cute nicknames. There's still a slight teasing to his voice as he leans in closer, acting brave and trying to cover up the fact that he's having a mild gay panic at the name. I seriously don't mind, broccoli boy. If we're going to the mall we should probably get ready instead of standing around lollygagging. Izuku glares at him half-heartedly, a blush still dusting his cheeks. That better not be my nickname. He grumbles as he turns on his heel and quickly escapes down the hallway to his room, leaving behind Shinso, who has a daydreamy smile on his face. I'm offended. He's cute, handsome, and he's so dim and sweet. Ugh, I've fallen for my mentor's son. They made it to the mall in a decent amount of time and began window shopping, buying what they needed here and there, not in a hurry to finish anytime soon. It was peaceful even though it was the day before New Year's Eve. They had both thought that the mall would be crowded, but they were pleasantly surprised. We should probably go and get the office supplies now, Izuku announces. I only need a few notebooks, a pack of pencils, and Dad needs a new pack of red pens. Shinso checks the time on his wristwatch. Yeah. Your dad's alarm will be going off in about an hour and a half. They pick up the pace a bit. We should finish quickly so he'll actually eat real DMN food instead of coffee, juice, and nutritional pouches. That seriously can't be good for him. They make their way in the direction of the shop that sells the office supplies when they hear an excited and overly bubbly shout of, Deku. Shinso watched Izuku tense up, face twisting in displeasure. Izuku is practically tackled by the girl, causing him to grunt and slightly lose his footing, knocking him into the other boy. Shinso steadies Izuku as a hard scowl forms on his face at almost getting knocked over. Hi Uraraka, Izuku says with obvious annoyance lacing his voice. Are you not excited to see me, Deku? Uraraka asks as the other 5 girls from 1A meander on over to them. Why would he be excited when you literally almost knocked us the F over? Shinso answers for him because he just realized that this is one of the pushy girls pinning for Izuku. Uraraka glares at him and scoffs, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to Deku. Toshi's right Uraraka, you almost knocked us over. Izuku comes to Shinsu's defense, so of course I'm not happy about that, it was extremely rude. Plus, we're in a bit of a hurry to finish our errands, we need to get back home for curfew. They have no curfew, he just wants to be able to escape her before she starts clinging to him. It really was rude, girl, you can't just run up on people like that. It's not nice, Jair comments, the other 4 girls agreeing easily, And Mito just said that they need to get going, so you've said your hellos. Now let's leave them be. Uraraka wraps her arms around Izuku's and presses her body close to him. Shinso can see Izuku's discomfort and now fully understands why he has expressed such distaste in her actions. You can't be serious, Deku. It's only 3:30, that's too early for a curfew. Your parents are assholes. You stupid girl. Izuku's overly protective of his dad and you just made a negative assumption about the man. And there's the look, she's in for it now. Izuku glared at her with a dark gaze. It's a curfew we set for ourselves, so we'd be able to make it back in time, thank you very much. He snaps and makes an attempt to pull himself free from her hold. I'd actually like to eat dinner with my dad at least one day this week since he'll be working longer hours for a bit. You also don't know my dad, so don't say shit you know nothing about, especially in front of me. I can't believe you just assume shit without knowing a DMN thing about him. The anger in his voice is dark, but she's unfazed. Now please let me go. I'd like to finish our errands and go home. Uraraka, please let Midoriya-kun go, ribbit, Tsuyu says. You're clearly upsetting him. He wants to go home and spend time with his dad, so you should respect his wishes, ribbit. She just pulled Izuku closer, practically rubbing herself all over his side. 3 people told her to back off and she still refused. Shinso couldn't help but snap. Would you mind getting the F off him? Shinso asks aggressively as lightly grabs Izuku's hand, interlocking their fingers and pulling him away gently. I seriously don't appreciate you hanging off him like that right in front of me. You're crossing a boundary and you're really starting to PSS me off. The other 5 girls see how Shinso is holding Izuku's hand and they look at one another, having a silent conversation as to why Shinso worded his statement like that as well. Their eyes widen when they finally catch on and try to get their friend's attention, but their voices are ignored. Excuse you, but Deku-kun is my best friend, Uraraka scoffs. I can do whatever I want with him. I don't know who you think you are, but that's no way to talk to me, right Deku? He's not allowed to talk to me like that. She holds onto Izuku tighter and attempts to pull him away from Shinso's light grasp. Shinso lets out an angry laugh, causing the other girls to flinch, knowing that their friend has clearly overstepped the boundary. Beach. You're literally all over my effing boyfriend right in front of me. So you either get the F off him now or you're going to hear some lovely choice words. He can't help but to actually be angry. The girl clearly has no respect for boundaries or other people. The 5 other girls watch on as Uraraka lets go of Izuku and whips around on Shinso. Deku isn't A, and he most certainly doesn't have a boyfriend. He's going to fall in love with me, marry me, and have babies with me. Her volume increases as she steps closer to Shinso as Izuku moves off to the side and out of the way. Deku is my best friend. I've never even seen you before, and I've never seen you hang out with him either. If he really was in a relationship, I would know because he would have told me. She's practically up in Shinso's face now, but he's completely unmoved, a hard scowl and glare resting easily on his face. The other girls are telling her to calm down, to back up, that it's none of their business and to leave it be, but she clearly isn't listening. You don't know shit about Aizu, and he's allowed to keep his private life quiet because, well, it's FING private. Shinso states in a deadpan voice despite the angry look on his face. You think you know him, huh? Well, guess what, beach, you don't. I know Izuku better than my own D, and I've spent a lot of time getting to know it, you know? He makes a hand-jerking motion as a blushing Izuku squeaks out, Toshi. I know everything about him. I bet you don't even know where he lives, do you? I can tell you now that you don't, because if you did, you'd be able to tell me the very unique thing he has in his front yard. And you'll also be able to tell me who his dad is as well as his legal family name. Go ahead. Tell me that you know those things. She backs up in the direction of the rest of the girls, but the other girls move to stand by Izuku, leaving her standing on her own, physically making it a point that they're not on her side on this issue. I've never been to his house and he always refuses to talk about his parents. I don't know any of that stuff. But you get to know all of this. Shinso scoffs at that. Of course I do. That's what boyfriends do. Go to each other's homes and meet their families and shit. Just so you know, I'm Hitoshi Shinso, Class 1C, General Studies, soon to be Class 1A, Hero Studies. So you'll be seeing me around a lot more, but unfortunately, I already know who you are and I know that Izuku has told you multiple times that he's not interested in you and yet you keep pushing like a crazy obsessive beach. Oh, and let's not forget that little homophobic slur you used at the beginning of your little pointless rant. If I were you, I'd stay away from him because next time I won't be so nice. Uraraka looks over at Izuku with a pleading look and opens her mouth to say something but Izuku beats her to it. Shut your effing mouth please. Toshi is right. My private life is private for reasons. Reasons that I don't need to explain to you. You getting all up in my boyfriend's face and disrespecting him like that was the icing on the cake. I've given you too many chances to respect my space and my interests but you chose to do neither. He lets out a sigh and a small puff of smoke escapes. My home is my safe place. I only bring those who I'm comfortable with into my home. As for my family name, I use Midoriya in a public setting. My legal name is only used in a private setting due to safety. I'm sure you can understand that. And don't call me Deku anymore, it's an insult, and also considering the fact that I'll be changing my hero name to something more appropriate once the break is over. He glares at her. Also, your reaction to me being in a relationship with someone other than you is extremely concerning. I'll be letting Aizawa-sensei know that you should have mandatory therapy of some kind because that little show you put on was pathetic. How can you expect me to be friends with you if you can't even let me love who I want to love? Your actions just now honestly kind of remind me of my mother. Pulling out the dead, abusive mother card. That's harsh, Aizu. Shinso comments with a slight uptick to his lips, enjoying the fact that Izuku is drilling into her. Izuku raises his arms up slightly. Well, who the hell do you expect me to compare her to, Toshi? But might? Because that would be another person to compare her to, you know, the crazy possessiveness like she FING owns me thing? I'm glad my dad and Nizu went feral on that fucker because I honestly couldn't take that sheet anymore. He exhales heavily, releasing another puff of smoke, this time being noticed. Whoa, Midobro, what's up with that puff of smoke? Also, didn't know you could curse like that, totally badass. Mina bounces around him excitedly, keeping a respectful distance. Izuku gives her a soft smile. It's just part of my quirk, Mina, don't think too much into it, alright? It's not important. He lightly grabs her shoulders to stop her from bouncing around him and boops her on the nose with a finger. Oh, okay, she exclaims, still vibrating in excitement. At least you're not smoking cigarettes or something. My dad would literally kill me if I did something like that. He's too caring of a man to let me do that to myself. He can also be scary as F, so I'd rather avoid the glare and lecture. He laughs softly. Then he turns to Shinso. Toshi. The hand motion? Really? We're in public, a level manners, love. Izuku shakes his head. We really should be going now. We still need to get my dad his pens and we'll have to hurry so we can cook him an early dinner before he has to leave for patrol. He softly waves to the 5 girls, ignoring Uraraka. I'll see you ladies in class next week. Enjoy the rest of your break, alright? Did he just call me love? A minute, why does he have to be so sweet? Izuku and Shinso start walking away hearing a muffled conversation. Patrol? Is Midobro's dad a pro hero? Probably underground if he is, since he said his legal name is private for safety reasons. That's totally kick-ass. I really want to know who his dad is now. No, we should respect the wishes of his family and stay out of it, ribbit. Ah boo, you're no fun. Now girls, there's no sense in trying to be nosy. Even though I'm quite curious myself. The 2 boys couldn't help but to giggle at the girls' conversation. They both know that if they ever figured it up, they'd freak. Later that night, both boys are laying in Izuku's bed. They decided not to bother pulling out the spare futon. Izuku's bed was big enough for the both of them to share. Aizu. Shinso says nervously and he gets a hum in response. Do you like cuddling? Don't know, Izuku answers with a sad air to it. I've never actually cuddled with anyone other than my dad. Why do you ask? Would you like to? Shinso answers with his own question, like. Would you like to cuddle with me? He watches as Izuku's silhouette sits up and he could almost see the green eyes looking at him wide in surprise. You want to cuddle? With me? Izuku asks in a slightly confused tone. Why yes. If you want to, of course. You don't have to, Shinso stutters out nervously, hoping that he didn't just mess up. His heart skips a couple of beats as he watches as Izuku moves closer to him, laying back down and wiggling his way until he is up against him. I'll let you get yourself comfortable, Izuku whispers softly, not sure how you want to do this. Shinso wiggles them around until he has his face against Izuku's chest and legs intertwined together. He could hear Izuku's heart beating in a steady and calm rhythm unlike his own nervously beating heart. He took some small calming breaths and couldn't help but to notice Izuku's scent. This black tea smell must be his natural pheromones. He smells so good. He didn't even notice that he was nuzzling into Izuku's chest as he enjoyed the scent. He freezes when Izuku pulls him closer and slides a hand into his hair that lightly rubbed at his scalp. He couldn't help but to relax into it. Izuku's breathing evened out quickly and Shinso couldn't help but to be lulled into a deep sleep as well. This feels so right. The two boys headed out after a late lunch, walking in the direction of UA. The noon sunshine was nice and warm despite the slight chill in the air. They each had a couple of duffel bags of stuff in hand for Izuku's dorm room. The front gate was in view, only a couple more blocks. However, their walk was interrupted by Kaminari and Shiro who were leaving a nearby cafe. Kaminari came bounding up to the pair of boys. Yo! What's up, Mido? Brainwash from the sports fest, right? Shiro smacked the blonde in the head. Dude, you can't call people by their quirks. He has a name, you know. Shiro smiled at the two. Hey, Mido. Shiro greets before turning to Shinso. I'm Hanta Shiro and this rude fucker is Denki Kaminari. And you're Shinso, right? Shinso gave them an amused look and nodded. Yeah, I'm Hitoshi Shinso. Nice to meet you guys. So what are you two up to? What's with the duffel bags? Are you hiding a body or something? We can help. Kaminari bounced around them in excitement, spewing off questions. Izuku laughed. Calm down, we're not hiding a body, I'm actually heading to the dorms to put my room back together. I kind of destroyed it at the beginning of the break. Phew. Boys stared at Izuku in confusion. You destroyed your all-might shrine of a room? Shiro asks. But Might is a dickhead, he didn't deserve to be worshipped by the sweet broccoli boy, Shinso says while giving Izuku a sheet-eating grin. Izuku glares at him and Hitoshi starts giggling then laughs as he gets scolded. Stop calling me broccoli boy, you butt. He turns back to Shiro with a smile. To answer your question, Shiro, I threw out all of my but Might stuff. Some things happened between me and him that my dad and Nizu discovered. I'm not 100% sure what all they did to him. I do know that he's alive and no longer an employee at UA though. Also something about a restraining order and some other tomfoolery that my dad wishes were in the form of violence instead. He wanted to give that scarecrow a beatdown. Shinso started laughing, wiping away fake tears. Geez, Aizu, the way you worded that makes but Might sound like a Pefli. Well, I mean, when he's in his scarecrow form he definitely looks like it. That caused Izuku to let out his own snorted laugh. Shiro and Kaminari looked like they were in shock. The electric blonde cleared his throat. So what exactly happened? Izuku gave him a sad smile. He was trying to force me to be the next symbol of peace due to my quirk being similar to his. He worked me so hard and put so much pressure on me that I broke down in front of my dad and laid it all out there. All of my thoughts and feelings, you know? My dad went full Papa Bear mode. Informed Nizu and did whatever they did to get but Might away from me. Wow, okay, that's a lot, Shiro commented. That's seriously effed up though. You lasted a while with him breathing down your neck, that's for demon sure. I say that because well a lot of us noticed how he favored you. We honestly didn't know if we should have been creeped out by it or what. We weren't exactly sure. Now that you've said it I can see that now. I'm sorry that none of us managed to step in. He bowed. Yeah man, we're glad you're out of that situation now. Kaminari bowed as well. I'm sorry as well, what you went through wasn't fair. Izuku waved his hands around. No guys, it's fine, you all didn't know, there's no reason for you to apologize to me. Yeah, straighten up you dummies, Shinso says while pushing them back out of their bows. The only person who should have to apologize to Aizu would be but Might himself. You two didn't understand the situation, so it's not like you could have done anything anyways. No point in dwelling. Oh, why don't you two come with us to the dorms? Izuku suggests. We wouldn't mind the extra hands. The two boys beamed at that. Hell yeah, man. Kaminari shouted. We'd love to help. Maybe we could chill for a little bit in the common area afterwards? Not for too long though, of course. I'd rather we not get caught by Aizawa-sensei. They all laughed about that and finished the walk to UA. So, how'd you get permission to do this? Mido? Shiro asked as they made their way through the gate and started towards the dorms. Izuku laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, you see, I'm kinda sorta Nizu's personal student. He's been teaching me hacking and stuff after school. That's why I don't ever head back with you guys to the dorms after classes let out. But anyways, he gave me permission to come onto campus to fix my room. Mentee privileges. He made a small jazz hand motion as he said it. Dude, that's literally terrifying, Kaminari comments. Me and Mina had to go up against him in the finals and you're his personal student? Like you willingly hang out with our insane principal and learn things from him. Yes. Izuku is slightly confused. Why is everyone so afraid of that thought? I don't see a problem with it. I find his lessons to be beneficial for me. I'll be able to utilize the skills he teaches me out in the field or on missions. It's because you're already intelligent, Aizu. He's basically turning you into a human version of him, Shinso points out. Definitely nothing wrong with it, you'll just make villains sheet themselves when you face them. Hell, you'd probably make any pro not familiar with you sheet themselves when you whip out that giant FING brain of yours. Shiro snickered at that. Exactly, dude. Having one Nizu at this school is more than enough. Izuku rolled his eyes. I'm glad everyone's on the same page with each other except me on this. I honestly don't see the problem with it. The three boys shook their heads, seemingly deciding on dropping the subject knowing that they're not going to get anywhere with Izuku on this. They all entered the dorm and made their way up to Izuku's room to put it back together. Diem and Aizu. Shinso shakes his head as the two put the sheets on the bed. You're literally recreating your bedroom at home. Like the scheme and everything. Except on a smaller scale. Your room at home is huge. It's not the same, Izuku argues. I've added things here that I don't have at home. It's different, see? He holds up some extra throw pillows and a huge extra fluffy throw blanket, then gestures to the different wall decor. Shinso gives him a half-hearted glare. Aizu. It's still the same. You can argue all you want, but it would be pointless because anyone who has seen your bedroom at home would agree with me. Not the same, Izuku grumbles out. Shinso lightly pats his back and shakes his head while whispering, but it is. Oh, then maybe we can go back to your place to hang out, Mido. Kaminari suggests excitedly, it would be fun. We never get to hang out with you. Izuku mulls over it. He looks over at Shinso, who has an eyebrow raised in question. He glances at the time. My dad will be waking up soon, so we technically wouldn't have to worry about that part. He looks over at the two boys waiting to hear his answer. If the two of you promise not to go around telling people who my dad is, then you can come. You guys help me fix my room, so it's only fair. Oh, and try not to, freak out either when you see him. He rubs his face as the two boys let out an excited whoop. Not long later they made their way back to Izuku's. Dude, is your dad famous or something? You asked us not to go around telling people who he is, so I'm curious, Shiro asks, an excited glint in his eyes. Shinso barks out a laugh and says in a teasing voice, oh, he's famous all right. Kaminari's brows pinch together in concern as he looks over at Shinso. That's totally not ominous at all, nope. And Shinso laughs maniacally at that. Toshi, don't scare them. Not everyone is going to have the same reaction to my dad, Izuku states as they make their way up the driveway. You acted as if you already knew and were completely unfazed. Shinso shrugs his shoulders. Shinso knows why he was unfazed, but he isn't about to admit that he was eavesdropping. They make their way into the house, careful to not make too much noise as they remove their shoes to place on the shoe rack. They hear an alarm clock blare from down the hall, followed by it being smacked, roughly accompanied by an irritated groan. Sounds like he's up. We should go ahead and start an early dinner so he can eat before he leaves, Izuku states while making his way over to the kitchen. Dude, your home is really nice, Kaminari comments as he glances around. Totally not what I expected. You even have an outdoor kitchen area. So cool. Shiro nods in agreement. Yeah dude. Your house is huge. Your front and back lawns look amazing too. I also wish my house at home was this effing clean, like holy shit. Izuku laughs lightly. Yeah. Me and my dad did the outdoor kitchen over break. He goes about getting things out for dinner and starts a pot of coffee. I did the lawns myself. It honestly took me like 5 hours to do. As for the house being so clean, we take turns, but since my dad has to work extra hours for a while, the daily chores are solely on me, but since the house is already clean it doesn't take long. Like 30-ish minutes tops. The boys nodded and continued to look around at their surroundings. 30 minutes later he sees his dad before the others and watches him freeze, eyes zeroing in on Kaminari and Shiro, and he glares slightly. Great. You're starting to bring your classmates home, Shōta grunts out. I was hoping to be hellspawn free for the rest of this break. Shiro and Kaminari whip around to look at Shōta with wide eyes, clearly shocked by this new information. They give him a small wave, but Kaminari is the only one brave enough to say something. Hi Aizawa-sensei, fancy seeing you here. Shōta rolls his eyes. Yeah. Fancy seeing you in my home. Glad my son sent me a warning that he was bringing 2 of his classmates here. He sends a glare towards Izuku, who shrugs his shoulders in an oh well type motion and continues to work on the dinner. Shōta just shakes his head and makes his way to the coffee. At least it isn't Bakugo that you brought here. I don't think I'd be able to handle him outside of a school setting. That causes the boys to giggle, knowing how true that statement is. He watches as Izuku finishes up the hot soba. I'll be taking my dinner with me, Izuku. Suki needs me at the station for a meeting before I start my patrol. Izuku nods and starts putting the dinner together in a thermos, setting it into a lunch bag along with snacks and drinks for Shōta to put into his utility belt for later, and he passes it over to him with a smile. Stay safe on your patrol tonight, Dad, Izuku says as Shōta waves him off while he heads out the door. They wait until they hear the car door shut. Shiro is the first to say something. Dude, your dad is our teacher. He's literally the scariest staff member in school. Izuku's brows pinch together. My dad isn't like that at home, you know. Well, he can still be kind of scary, but not like how he is at school. He's sadistic, so his reputation at school gives him life. The boys giggle at that. Kaminari looks over at Shinso. What about you, man? How did you find out about this? Aizawa-sensei is actually my mentor, Shinso states. He's been training me since the sports fest, so I'll be able to join 1A soon. And how I found out about this whole father-son thing is when Aizu made his dad invite me over for dinner. I wasn't totally shocked by seeing Aizu, since Aizawa informed me that his son has dangerous puppy dog eyes and is in his class. So I did process of elimination as to who it could be. There's literally only 2 boys in your class with dangerous puppy dog eyes, and that's Izuku and Kirishima, but I tossed out Kirishima though when he said that his son is, and I quote, a sassy stealthy little sheet, and Kirishima is far from stealthy. The dude is a bull in a china shop. That caused the boys to giggle as Izuku squawks out, that traitor! Telling people my secret skills of throwing people off. Shinso grinned mischievously. Not really a secret now, considering your attitude at the mall yesterday that all the girls in your class witnessed. Izuku's eyes widened at that. Sheet. I already forgot about that. Kaminari snapped his fingers. That's right. Mina told us what happened in the class chat yesterday. He looked between Izuku and Shinso in excitement. You guys are in a relationship. That's totally cute. That caused the 2 boys to blush violently. Shiro nodded along. Yeah, it really is super cute. But Uraraka is like super said, and she has it in her head that Shinso here brainwashed you into dating him and that a villain stole her man. That's what she has been telling the rest of the class, and Bakugo said that since you're able to break out of his control on your own, he wouldn't have been able to do that, which is true considering the fact that we all saw it at the sports fest when you 2 fought. Figured I should warn you guys before school on Monday. Since someone removed and blocked you from the chat. Shinso had a hurt expression on his face and Izuku was glaring with a hard scowl on his face. Oh? So she thinks that, huh? I actually find it FING insulting. Last time I checked, I'm allowed to love whoever the F I want. Toshi didn't need to use his quirk on me, he literally just had to be himself and he had me. Toshi isn't a demon villain either. Izuku rips his phone out of his pocket and sends a couple of texts. The first going to Bakugo. Kaken, can you come over please? Shiro and Kaminari are here and they just informed me on what Uraraka has been saying to the class about me and Toshi. I'd like us to make a plan. The address is XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Lord Explosion. Wait. I'll head that way now. Shitty Hair is with me, just a heads up. The next text going to his dad. Baby Bear. Me and Toshi ran into the girls at the mall yesterday and an argument happened and well the girls think that me and Toshi are dating and apparently Uraraka is going around telling the class that he brainwashed me into dating him and calling him a villain. I also invited Kaken and Kirishima over. We're going to come up with a plan to stop her or at least to keep her away from me and Toshi. Papa Bear. Thanks for the warning this time. And that's concerning. Alright, I'll have Nizu call her parents first to issue a warning about quirk discrimination. If she doesn't heed the warning, I'll issue another form of punishment. Please, for all that is holy, inform me of this plan. I don't want any DMN surprises. Izuku took a breath, went over to the couch and face planted. The other boys followed behind him and sat down. Kaken and Kiri will be here in like 30-ish minutes. He says into the couch. The boys nodded. Kaminari looked over at Shinso who still had hurt written all over his face. The blonde gave him a soft smile. Dude, don't look so down. The class doesn't believe what she's saying. She's just jealous that Mini Aizawa over there chose you over her. Shinso returned the smile and nodded. Izuku turned his head to look at Kaminari. Her being iffy jealous doesn't give her the demon right to go around spreading extremely hurtful rumors amongst the class about the person I'm in a relationship with. I'm not going to tolerate shit like that. She's in for a rude awakening, no one of us with the people I care about. He sits up and lets out a harsh laugh. She doesn't know a demon thing about me. First at the mall where she called me a slur and was extremely rude to Toshi and now this. A wicked sharp grin graced his face. Messing with the one I care for and the one I'm planning on staying beside will be her undoing. Not long later Bakugo waltzed in like he owned the place with Kirishima right behind him saying, Baku bro. You can't just walk up into someone's house like that. It's rude. Shut up, shitty hair, it's the demon nerd's house, I ain't got to effing knock. Bakugo barked out as they made their way to the living room. Bakugo locked eyes with Izuku after a quick glance around. Your hobo caterpillar father isn't here? Is he on patrol or something? Izuku glares at him. Yes, he's on patrol and stop calling my dad that. It's not nice, Kaken. Kirishima's brows were pinched in confusion. Hobo caterpillar? Why would you call Midobro's dad the same thing you call Aizawa-sensei? Everyone sat there staring at him. What? Is anyone going to answer or are all of you going to keep looking at me like that? Bakugo sighed and shoved Kirishima down onto the couch that Shiro and Kaminari were sitting on and gestured over to Izuku. Shitty hair, Aizawa is the DMN nerd's dad. Underground pros hide their kids by using different family names while in public for safety reasons, so all three of you better keep this sheet under lock and key or I'll kick your butts. I'm not worried about that purple insomniac over there because I'm sure Aizawa has instilled the fear of wrath himself into him. He turned to look at Izuku with a sheet-eating grin. I see what you did with the front lawn, you cheesy but romantic. Picking out purple plants for your little insomniac. Izuku blushed violently. Kakakin. Shut up. He hid his face away muffled. He wasn't supposed to know that. Came from behind the pillow and Bakugo burst out in laughter while the three others cooed. Holy F dash. Shinso thought to himself as his own violent blush formed on his face as he also hid, gay panic in full swing. Aizawa said that there was a reason for the plant's colors that I should figure out for myself. Izuku has feelings for me? That means the whole time he's been trying to befriend me, he's been gently pursuing me. Cupid must have shot us both with a FING cannon instead of shitty arrows because holy shit. Yeah, well you made it obvious enough. Wouldn't take a FING genius to figure out, Udaman nerd. Bakugo retorts as he flops down on the couch next to Izuku. What the F are we going to do about that jealous Kirby? Izuku sighed and looked out from behind the pillow, the blush still there. Well, I told my dad what she's been saying and he's going to have Nizu give her a quirk discrimination warning. If she doesn't heed the warning then there'll be a secondary punishment. He didn't say what though, so I feel like he's going to dish it out if whatever we do doesn't pan out. I'm afraid of losing control, that's the main thing though. Bakugo huffs. Yeah, you've definitely got to watch your anger. That's obviously a trigger. He looked over at the other three boys then back to Izuku. Should you go ahead and tell these extras? They're going to find out Monday when your dad and Nizu explain things to the class anyway. Izuku looks over at them and nods. Yeah, might as well. Guys, my quirk status has changed. Before the entrance exam I was quirkless, but during the exam I manifested a quirk and my status changed to stress-induced false negative. I was never a false negative though. I've always had a quirked body. I had my original quirk stolen by All for One when I was a toddler, and now that he's dead, my original quirk has returned to me, and well, I don't really have control over it yet. At the mall yesterday, I was getting so worked up that I kept puffing out smoke, so I need to be able to stay calm. I seriously don't want to accidentally cremate someone. All three boys sat there with mouths agape. Siro was the first to speak up. So, first, all that sounds traumatic as hell. Second, you said cremate? What is your quirk? Izuku smiled softly. Just so you guys know, my dad adopted me. My biological father was an underground pro hero called Black Flame. He was my dad's mentor. He watched as the boys nodded along, seemingly in awe by that fact. So he continued, so my quirk is a dual-wielded quirk, like Todoroki's, so it's my mother's telekinesis and my father's fire breathing. His quirk was called Black Death. He was able to change the temperature of the flames from extremely hot to extremely cold. It could also be a gentle heat or a gentle cold as well. When my quirk was forced back into my body, I produced black flames, but any stray flames had a dark green aura around it that caused it to dance around a bit. I haven't thought of what to call it yet. Totally awesome, bro. Kaminari beamed in excitement. You have 3 quirks now. Your stress-induced one, this badass fire-breathing one, and telekinesis. Kirishima nodded along. For real, man, now you're 3 times as powerful. He lightly punched at the air, then let his hands fall into his lap. It does sound dangerous though, at least until you gain control over it properly. With what Bakubro hinted at and with what you said about puffing out a couple clouds of smoke at the mall yesterday, we'll definitely have to make this plan something to avoid your quirk accidentally activating. Especially when your dad isn't around to be able to erase it. Kirby would be a major trigger right now, Bakugo huffs. It wouldn't be fair to slap quirk suppressants onto the nerd when he's needing to learn his triggers and cheat. He looks over at Shinso. Insomniac, you've seen his quirk fully activated. Would you be able to get him to respond in any way if he loses control? Shinso shakes his head and sighs. No. The flames form in his upper chest here and throughout his throat. He uses his hands to show them where. He's only able to produce the hottest flames right now, and they looked painful as F, so getting any kind of verbal response would be impossible. Yeah. It felt like my lungs and throat were melting, Izuku agrees. I mainly feel the heat building when I become irritated or angry. Like at the mall, I was close to just flat out losing it. I'm used to her acting all clingy towards me, but the way she spoke to Toshi is what really did it for me. She ignored the other girls' warnings, she ignored my request of getting off me, was rude to Toshi, practically insulted my dad and called me a slur. I've told her on multiple occasions that I'm not interested in her. I have my reasons for not liking women, and I wasn't about to explain my reasonings to her either. They're none of her business. He had his head tilted back, resting against the couch with his eyes closed. He didn't feel the heat of his quirk, nor did he see the smoke puffing out with each word the longer he spoke. Aizu? Shinso asked quickly. Yi. Izuku responded, and he was able to grab control. You need to calm down for us. You were smoking and we could literally see your quirk getting ready to activate. Did you not feel it? He asked. No. Came the blunt response. They all looked at each other with worried expressions. Well, I'm going to let you go now since the smoke has stopped, Shinso says as he lets go of his hold and Izuku looks over at him with a sad expression. Try and stay calm, alright? We could go outside and talk, but it's getting dark now and I'm not sure if your dad would be okay with us using the fire pit with him not around. Izuku nodded and whispered, sorry. Don't apologize, you shitty nerd. Bakugo barks as he smacks Izuku on the head. We get that you're sad, we're sad too. Just remember that you and that DMN insomniac aren't alone on this. It's true, man, Kirishima says. I can tell you now that the class doesn't believe anything that she's saying. They can tell she's jealous. We'll come up with a plan together, yeah? He says with an overly bright shark-tooth smile. They managed to come up with a plan, and all 6 boys were in the den. The 4 extra boys decided to spend the night instead of traveling back home in the dead of night. When Shōta walked in at 3 in the morning, he heard giggling and a Bomberanian shouting at someone for not picking his card. He removed his boots and other gear first before traveling further into the house. He wandered over to the den and stepped inside, seeing all 6 boys around the poker table playing Cards Against Humanity. Oh great. You hellspawn are still in my house, he drawls. I'm assuming the 4 extra ones are spending the night here? Yeah, I figured it would be safer if they stayed, Izuku answers. By the time we got done discussing the plan, the trains had stopped for the night. Making them all walk home wouldn't have been a smart choice. True. The villainous activity is still high, but it's plateaued for now, Shōta confirms. I'm just surprised that I didn't come home to my house being destroyed. He gives Bakugo a pointed look. But I know better than to use my quirk in someone's home, you demon hobo caterpillar. Bakugo defends himself. Don't know why I'm the only one to get a pointed look when Pikachu over there can cause electrical fires. And this one, he points at Izuku, can level this place and probably half the DMN neighborhood with a single punch. Both Izuku and Kaminari squawk out defenses. Whatever, I'm highly aware of. What those 2 can do, Shōta huffs. I singled you out because you keep calling me a hobo caterpillar. You're literally under my roof right now, you Bomberanian. The other boys break out into laughter as Bakugo seethes. Whatever, old man. Shōta rolls his eyes. I'm 31. He goes over and joins them at the table. So what exactly is this plan that took so long to come up with? I'd appreciate not being surprised on Monday. It's mainly just keeping Kirby away from the DMN nerd. We'd rather not witness her cremation if he gets sad enough to lose control, Bakugo answers. He has shitty control right now. We almost witnessed it when he was talking about the mall incident. He didn't even realize it was about to activate. In your living room, might I add. Insomniac over there was able to grab a hold of his mind before it did, though. That doesn't surprise me. Hisashi's quirk would go off on its own as well sometimes, usually when he was angry or frustrated, Shōta says. He managed to keep it a small flame, but it was enough that you'd be able to tell what temperature it was at. Since the quirk is new to Izuku, he won't be able to contain it like his father was able to. He'll get there though. Now the details. Right, Sensei, Kirishima starts. We were thinking of asking you to rearrange the seating. Like having Midobro right in front of your desk and then having Uraraka in the desk at the furthest corner. For lunch, the 6 of us are planning on having it either in the classroom or in the dorms away from everyone. We'll go to the cafeteria, get our lunches, then disappear till next PRD. During Heroics PRD, we plan on telling her to F off, but we don't know who the new Heroics teacher will be since Midobro says that All Might was practically fired. Nice Papa Bear move, by the way, super manly. Anyways, the dorms on the other hand will be tricky because we don't want to be breathing down Midobro's neck and we don't want him to have to stay cooped up in his room the whole time either, wouldn't be very fair. That's the only part we're having trouble with. Since Toshi isn't in our class yet, we'll just have to keep an ear out for quirk discrimination. Once he's in 1A, the same stuff will apply to him as well, Izuku adds. Well, I can definitely change the seating chart around, that's no issue, Shōta says. Nizo hasn't picked a new Heroics teacher yet, so there's going to be a rotation of the different teachers until a new one can be hired, but I'll inform them all that the 2 are not to be partnered together, and it'll go for Shinso too since he'll be joining the class after the upcoming joint exercise at the end of next week. As for the dorms, I would say that I just bring him home every night since we're like a 10-minute drive from the school, but that would become a pain in the butt. I'll definitely be bringing him home on the weekends though. He'd be trapped in his room all day avoiding her if I don't. He scratches at the stubble on his chin while he thinks, you all should do what you feel is right for that given moment while in the dorms. I'm planning on having a conversation with her parents later today at UA. Nizu informed me that she lied to her parents about what's happening, so they believe that someone is making up a rumor about her instead and requested a parent-teacher meeting. I also can't expel her since this all happened outside of school, so if she tries something while on school grounds, she's gone. She'll be on thin ice. What a beach, Bakugo huffs. I'll send you the screenshots of the group chat. It's literally all there. He looked between Izuku and Shinso for a moment. You two can't see these messages. They're kinda effed up and it'll definitely hurt both of you, so it's best if neither of you see them. Send them, Shōta requests. I want to hear a rundown though on what you guys noticed. Don't go into detail either, simplify it, such as quirk discrimination. Zero fidgets. Okay, well, there's definitely quirk discrimination against Shinso. There's some homophobic slurs used in regards to both of them. Possessiveness towards Mido. Falsifying what actually happened at the mall. I mean, all the girls were there, they witnessed it and called her out on it. Well, said something about Shinso forcing himself onto Mido, and the girls said that he did nothing of the sort and did what any good partner would do and came to his rescue. For the record, Sensei, Kaminari speaks up, no one in the class believes her. She's jealous, hurt, and angry. She feels like Mido was lying to her when he really wasn't. He just wanted his private life to remain well private. We all know that she's not entitled to his life nor controlling it because that seems to be what she's trying to do. Shōta hums, then stands up. Alright. I'll read over the messages later before the meeting. We all should go to bed, it's late as F, and I need sleep before the inevitable argument I'll be listening to. He sighed and rubbed his face roughly as he walked away. They all got up and dug out the spare futons and made their way to Izuku's room to set them up. Your dad's pretty mellow at home, huh, Midobro? Kirishima asks. Izuku giggles. Yeah, he is. He's sadistic, so his reputation at school gives him life, so don't F that up for him. I'm stuck with him, so I'll suffer for it. They all start getting settled when they notice that they were one futon short and obviously Bakugo wasn't going to share with the extras. You Diamond nerd, scoot over and cuddle with your Diamond boyfriend so I can have this side of the bed. Izuku glared at him. What? You'd share a bed with me and Toshi, but you won't share the futons with the others? Yeah, Shinso agrees. I don't have an issue with the cuddling part, but the sharing a bed with you part is weird. What are you, a VYR or something? I am Yugi Insomniac, Bakugo seeds. Now scoot the f over. You spoiled but shitty nerd. This is a queen-size bed, it'll fit all three of us. Izuku huffs. Fine, you big explodey baby. He wiggles over into Shinsu's arms as Bakugo crawls in next to him. I better not wake up in a cuddle sandwich, Kaken. A three-way with you doesn't sound appealing. That causes the other boys in the room to start cackling. Shut the F up, nerd. Don't make this weirder than it already effing is, Bakugo retorts. How about all of you shut the F up and go the F to sleep? Shōta calls out through the door, startling all the boys. They settled quickly so as to not anger Shōta anymore. None of them had much trouble with falling asleep that morning as they were all pretty exhausted. Shōta's alarm blared near his ear. He reached over and slapped it a little too aggressively. He was about to get up and go to a meeting that he didn't really want to go to. He got up anyway and got ready for the day, a hot shower and some fresh clothes. He noticed that the house was still quiet, so he went and took a peek into Izuku's room. 3 of the boys were in a cuddle pile on the spare futons and the other 3 were in Izuku's bed. He noticed that Shinso had his nose pressed against Izuku's cheek as the two were cuddled up closely together. Looks like their fake relationship has turned into a real one. I knew that was going to happen. Shōta smiled softly and closed the door gently. He left a note along with his credit card before he left for the dreaded meeting. The 6 boys woke up not long after Shōta left. The 4 extra boys borrow a mix of Izuku and Shinsu's clothes. Izuku was the first one dressed and had made it into the kitchen. They heard him whoop and set out to investigate. Shoes on beaches. Izuku chirps as soon as he spots the boys and holds up a black card. Dad left a note in his credit card so we can go and get lunch. They made their way to a nearby diner and took their seats in a booth large enough to fit all 6 boys. It was really nice of Sensei to leave his credit card with us so we can get lunch, Kaminari said excitedly. He really is different at home as compared to how he is at school. I told you. Izuku shakes his head and rolls his eyes playfully. The man's my dad. I've had first-hand experience on how big of a softie he can be. Yeah. It's pretty effing obvious based on how much he spoils the F out of you, you shitty nerd, Bakugo teases. Mr. I've expelled an entire class and won't hesitate to do it again, is really just a grouchy but Papa Bear who probably won't hesitate to kill whoever messes with his baby bear. A teasing smirk is on his face as he reaches over and pinches Izuku's cheek. Izuku smacks his hand away and glares at the ashened blonde. Yeah, and you'd be first on his list if you keep effing you with me, Kakin. Yeah, Kakin, Shinso teases. You'd be the first of his version sacrifices to appease the sadistic gods. First, you're not allowed to FING call me that only. The DM and nerd, Bakugo growls. And second, I'm not some shitty but version, you FNG insomniac. Shinso laughs at that. Someone willingly slept with you? Bet you have a quirk use KNK? That causes the other boys to fail at stifling their giggles. What? Who the hell you take me for, insomniac? Bakugo snaps. I'll blow your head off. Oh word. Shinso says with a tilt to head, pretty sure Aizu wouldn't like the idea of me getting blown by his rival. Bakugo falters as other boys burst out into hysterical laughter. You, like hell I'd ever do shit like that with the likes of you. Bakugo growls out. Shinso snickers as Izuku starts to reprimand him even though he was laughing at the antics himself. Toshi, public, a level manners. Can't go talking like that in such a small space. Izuku glared playfully at him. Way too much SXL tension in that glare. Midobro, Kirishima teased with a sly smirk on his face. Izuku blushed as he glared at the red-haired teen. Not you too, Kiri. Me and you are supposed to be the polite ones here. He whined out and giggles from around the booth rang through the air again. They spent the rest of the day goofing off around the shopping district. They all went their separate ways around 7 p.m. Izuku got a text from his dad shortly after he and Shinso got back home. Papa Bear. Got called in for a mission. We'll be staying in Tokyo until tomorrow night. Behave yourselves. Baby Bear. Stay safe. Izuku sighs and has a slight pout on his face. He flops down on the bed next to Shinso. My dad is going to be stuck in Tokyo until tomorrow night. Shinso glances over at him with a nervous smile on his face. So, we have the house to ourselves? Izuku frowns up at the ceiling. Why? Shinso rolls over and positions himself over top of Izuku, causing him to blush at the sudden closeness. Titoshi? What are you doing? Shinso smiles softly at Izuku's nervous stutter and places a soft kiss against his lips. He felt Izuku tense for a moment before melting and pushing back into it. He took it as a sign to deepen it and was pleasantly surprised as Izuku reciprocated it with just as much vigor. They kissed for a long moment before pulling apart and Shinso nuzzled into Izuku's neck, breathing deeply before softly whispering, I like you a lot, Aizu. Izuku had his face buried in Shinso's shoulder. He smiled at the soft-spoken confession. I like you a lot too, Toshi, he whispers back. He pulls Shinso closer. I guess that means we're not pretending to be dating anymore. We're boyfriends for real now, right? Shinso smiles into Izuku's neck. Yeah, but maybe we should wait before doing anything, maybe? I'm not planning on going anywhere, and from how protective you sounded yesterday, I'm safely assuming that you're not going anywhere either. Izuku nuzzles closer into Shinso and hums, No, you're stuck with me, love. You know too many of my secrets. Shinso laughed softly, glad that's the real reason then, huh? No, Izuku says, I've had a crush on you for a while now. It's hard not to fall for a handsome guy like you. Shinso sits up and meets Izuku's eyes. You think I'm handsome? Even with this ugly face scar? He felt his heart flutter as Izuku gave him a soft, sweet smile. Of course you're handsome, anyone who says otherwise is blind as hell. Also, that's a battle scar. Toshi, you fought an extremely hard battle and won. It's part of who you are, so I don't think it's ugly at all. If anything, it shows me how strong you are. He gives Shinso a soft kiss. We should get some sleep. I'm going to be telling you more about OFA tomorrow and well, you're going to need as much sleep as possible to handle the mental whiplash you'll be getting. Shinso hums and pulls him close, pressing their foreheads together. That sounds awful. At least you're giving me a warning. He gets a sleepy hum in return and feels as Izuku's breathing evens out. He savors the feeling for a moment before he drifts off himself. It was almost midnight and Shōta had sent Namuri to check on the boys, figuring that there was a good chance that they were already asleep since he never got a text back from either of them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. His phone starts buzzing with a call from Namuri. Hey, are they all right? Shōta says as he answers the call. Oh yes, they're fine. It was very obvious that they fell asleep canoodling, she answers in a sultry voice. Shota's brain blue screens then reboots, completely forgetting that he's in a car with 3 other pro heroes. Canoodling? I haven't even given Izuku the talk yet. Hell, I haven't even given Shinso the shovel talk yet. I need to make sure he fears for his life properly. What the F is canoodling anyways? Some new SEC thing or something? Namuri laughs. Canoodling is just kissing and cuddling, it's totally innocent. They were both sound asleep and had their foreheads pressed together in such a sweet way, she coos through the phone. Shōta huffs at that. Kissing and cuddling leads to other sheet nem, especially when it involves 2 hormonal teenagers. None of that sheet is innocent nor sweet. No need to be a papa bear over this, she teases. It's not like they can get PR'd if they do end up doing other things. I don't give a F if they can't get PR'd in nem, I'm not even worried about that, they're both boys. It's the fact that they're doing sheet that's going to lead to section. Also, I'm always going to be in Papa Bear mode when it comes to my son, Shōta defends. The shovel talk is going to happen. My mentee's next training lesson with me will be me instilling the fear of my wrath into him. That boy is going to be so afraid of hurting Izuku that he'll hang himself with his own capture scarf in order to escape me if he ever hurts my son. He hangs up the phone after his emotional rant and he's brought back to reality when he gets asked a question. Eraserhead, have a son? Rocklock asks from the front passenger seat. Yes. You've actually met him. His current hero name is Deku, but he's planning to change it soon, Shōta answers with a sigh. Rocklock turns to face Shōta in shock. The boy who rocked Overhaul's sheet is your son? Shōta just nods, not really up for talking. Demon man. Your kid's a little bad, but I'm surprised that Overhaul lived after that smackdown. He beat the sheet out of him. I heard from the Hero Commission that a UA Hero Corps student who had a strength augmentation quirk manifest at the beginning of the year had his original quirk returned to him when that freaky faceless guy died. Deku has a strength augmentation type quirk. Is the Hero Commission talking about your son? Shōta snarls. Apparently so. They better stay the F away from my kid. Nah man, they aren't going to mess with him. The only reason they were talking about it was because they were shocked. The kid has like 3 totally different quirks now. That sheet's just rare, Rocklock soothes. They were also talking about how afraid they were of Nizu's threat. Is your kid Nizu's mentee or something? Shōta sighs. Yes. He is. He's already a highly intelligent kid, and the fact that he's learning sheet from a highly intelligent creature is terrifying. Your son sounds like he's going to be a menace to the villain community once he debuts, Rocklock compliments, then he laughs. He'd probably also give the commission a run for their money like Nizu does. He's going underground. But yeah, he probably will. He's a sassy little sheet, he wouldn't be afraid to call them out on their bullshit. Shōta says with a soft smile. You also said your son and mentee are dating, huh? The lady asks in a teasing manner while wiggling her eyebrows. Don't even get me started. Shōta sighs in defeat as the woman keeps staring at him in anticipation. It started off as a fake relationship to get an overly pushy and possessive girl away from my son since him telling her to F off didn't work, and it literally blossomed from there even though it was clear as day to me that they were crushing on each other prior to that. Ah, that's too sweet, Bubble Girl coos. And the friend who called you said that they were canoodling? Too cute. Shōta groans. I'm not talking about this anymore. He makes a motion showing that he's zipped his mouth and will not talk. They all drop the subject because they know it'll just be a one-sided conversation. Shinso woke up to Izuku crawling back into the bed with him, freshly showered and changed. He hummed softly as Izuku nuzzled into his chest. Good morning, how was your run and stuff? It was good, Izuku says, voice muffled from being buried into a chest. You looked like you needed wake-up snuggles. Shinso sighs as he pulls him closer, the best kind of snuggles apparently, since it definitely woke me up. Izuku giggled, good because I already have breakfast made and stuff so we should get up and eat it before it gets cold. He moves to get up but Shinso tightens his hold on him. Toshi, we need to get up and eat. We can't stay in bed all day, it's not healthy. Just a little longer, Shinso begs, you're so cozy and warm and you smell good too. Izuku sighs and stops his attempt at getting up, okay, just a little longer. Shinso gets a sly smirk on his face as he leans into Izuku's ear and softly whispers, good boy. So SBMSSV. He feels Izuku shiver and couldn't help but let his smile widen. Toshi, Izuku whispers, don't start anything. We're waiting, remember? I know, but that's not going to stop me from teasing you, Shinso responds in a teasing voice. Izuku looks up at him with a half-hearted glare and a slight pout. You're playing dirty, such a naughty tease. You've been teasing me a lot and I'll get you back in the most embarrassing way possible. He sits up and leans into Shinsu's ear and whispers, I'll make sure it happens in front of everyone too. He manages to escape Shinsu's hold and gives him a maniacal grin as he exits the room, leaving Shinso to his thoughts on how effed he's going to be once Izuku enacts his revenge. Damn it. He's going to get me worked up then leave me with blue ball, and in front of everyone too. Maybe if I stop teasing him for a while he'll forget? I doubt that. If I stop he'll get suspicious. He's as sadistic as his dad apparently. Shinso got up and went to the kitchen to join Izuku for breakfast. A simple miso soup with rice and mushrooms. He kept taking glances over at him, trying to figure out what he'd actually do to him. Every scenario he comes up with has him left hanging without relief. Izuku spots him as he's taking his fifth glance, and smiles at him in a sickly sweet way. What's the matter, Toshi? Shinso glares at him. I'm trying to figure out what the F you're going to do to me. Everything I can think of has you leaving me with blue ball. It's bullshit, I'm going to be fretting about and being wary of what's around every corner. The maniacal grin makes a comeback. That's the point, Toshi. Maybe if you're a good boy after I've enacted my revenge against you, I'll help you with your problem. There's a mischievous glint in Izuku's eyes as he verbally teases Shinso. Shinso sits up straighter, trying and failing to hide the fact that he liked how Izuku just made the promise of something SXL happening after being F'd over in front of everyone. God damn it. I'm already F'd. He whispers to himself. He turns his head away in order to hide the blush deepening on his cheeks. He jolts as Izuku walks past while lightly dragging his fingers across his shoulder blades. Izuku leans in close and whispers, you might want to go take care of that problem growing in your pants, love. You're not getting any help from me yet. Then walks away towards the sink to rinse his dishes. Wait, did he say yet? Is he planning something already? I highly doubt that. Shinso makes his reappearance after a while and spots Izuku sitting on the couch with a sly grin on his face. Feeling better, Toshi? Shinso glares at him. Absolutely effing not. That was like some hardcore teasing and I'm not satisfied at all. Ehole. Izuku gives him a mischievous smile. Behave and I'll show you mine later. Then winks at him. Shinso blushes violently at that thought. Stop, damn it. Don't tease me like that unless you're going to do something to me. Izuku gives him a knowing look. Shinso studies him for a moment. You're already planning on that, aren't you? He asks quietly, trying not to get his hopes up on something a little more happening later. Like I said, Toshi, Izuku says softly, behave and you'll find out. A blush is still dusted across Shinsu's face but nods in agreement. A soft smile is on Izuku's face. Oh, Toshi. Are you ready to hear more about One for All? Shinso nodded again but in excitement this time. He's been dying to know more about it. Remember when I told you that when the quirk is passed to the next user the previous user's quirk goes along with it? Shinsu's brows pinched together but nodded softly, not sure why that's being brought up. Izuku gives him a nervous smile. Since I was the fail-safe, I gained access to the previous user's quirks. Shinsu's eyes widened and heart rate picked up a bit. You have several quirks at your disposal? Is that what you're telling me? Izuku gives him a nod. Yes. I have access to the quirks of users 3 through 7. First's quirks are transference and stockpile. Those are the abilities to pass it on to the next user and to strengthen it as it's passed. It's the heart of one for all. I have no idea what second's quirk is. He refuses to tell me and has it under lock and key. He told me that the only time I'll ever be able to use it will be for a last-ditch effort. I could lose a limb or maybe my life. It's been strengthened beyond belief due to stockpile. As for 8th, that FINGBSRD would be but might. He was originally quirkless, so he didn't have anything to add to one for all quirk-wise. He just strengthened it. Shinso nodded, internally grateful for the warning Izuku gave him the night before, because this is a lot of information. So what kind of quirks are you going to be using? How do you plan on covering these up, because people will start asking questions about obvious quirks that you don't have registered? He has a feeling Izuku already has this planned out and just wants to hear it through so he knows what to look for during training and to see if there's anything he'd be able to help him with regarding them. Izuku brightens at the prospect of quirk talk. Okay. So, third's quirk is called FA Gene. It stores up kinetic energy as you move around and you can release it in short bursts, increasing your speed and power. It doesn't have a physical manifestation. It'll look like I focused on training my speed, agility, and evasiveness. Fourth's quirk is called Danger Sense. It's a mental type quirk that picks up malicious intent directed at the user. It's technically always active, but it should feel like a ping shooting through my thoughts, like an interruption to gain my attention if something dangerous is headed my way. Fifth's quirk is called Black Whip. It does have a physical manifestation. It works similar to yours and my dad's capture weapons, but it'll go haywire if I'm angry or frustrated, so I have to keep a level head. Would you like to see it? I've been working on manifesting it, and I have a good idea on how to cover it up due to how it looks. Shinso nods in excitement. Izuku smiles at that and holds out his hand. He lets small black-green tendrils dance on his palm. Holy shit! It looks just like your fire, like the same color and everything. It just looks a lot more concentrated and tight. Izuku leans forward with excitement in his eyes. Exactly. Once I have more control over my original quirks, I'll be able to say that Black Whip is a solid concentration of my quirks combined that I can control, propel, and grab onto things with. Since I'll have the ability to control the temperature of my flames, no one will notice the difference if I grab onto them with it. My original excuse before I got my quirks back was going to be a quirk evolution. I feel like this one is a lot more plausible. Shinso smiles. You're a genius. And yes, the new plan sounds a lot better than your old one. Now please continue. I'd like to hear the other two. Right. Izuku chirps. Sixth quirk is Smokescreen. It allows the user to emit a large, thick cloud of smoke in order to gain cover. I was originally going to use the excuse of the smokescreen support item, but I can literally breathe fire now, and several people have already seen me puff smoke out of my mouth. Boom, my new excuse. I can say that I'm exhaling smoke only. I'll be able to have my face covered with my mouth guards so no one will actually ever see me not exhaling the smoke. Shinso nodded in understanding and Izuku continued. Finally, seventh quirk is called Float. It allows the user to float and travel through midair. I was going to use the excuse of the anti-gravity support item, but I can now use the excuse of telekinesis. No one will ever be the wiser. FING impressive, Shinso grins. You got really lucky to be blessed with quirks that'll be easy to cover up with the help of your other quirks. I can tell you now that if I didn't know about all of this, I would definitely fall for your logical ruses. Izuku groans at that. I'm becoming my dad in the most logical way possible. Shinso laughs. Nothing wrong with that, Aizu. Use the skills you pick up from him to your advantage. Well, except for that sadistic sheet, I feel like you're starting to dabble in it and I'm not sure how I'm going to emotionally handle that. He shivers at the thought. A mischievous grin spreads across Izuku's face. He stands up and holds a hand out to Shinso. Come here, love. You were a very good boy and I did make you a promise. I'd like to hold up to that before my dad gets home. Shinsu's eyes widen as the dark blush from earlier comes back. He grabs Izuku's hand and is dragged off the couch, back down the hall, and into the bedroom. Izuku shuts the door and locks it behind him. What would you like, Toshi? I'll let you choose, nothing too SXL though. Shinso studies him for a moment and gulps. You want me to decide? Izuku nods. Well, it is a reward for being a good boy, Toshi. Rewards should be chosen by the rewarded. Shinso mulls it over in his head for a moment before deciding on something. He blushes at the thought of having to request it and can see the mischievous smile growing on Izuku's face as he notices the blush growing. He knows exactly what he's doing, making me choose like this. This sadistic a-hole is enjoying my internal struggle. He clears his throat softly and says, I want to see you. Izuku tilts his head to the side with an eyebrow arched. You want to see me? As in you want to see my body? Shinso nods nervously. Sure, I can do that. You want to undress me, or would you like to watch me take these off on my own? Shinsu's blush deepens as he closes the distance between them. He's really making decide everything. He presses his forehead against Izuku's for a moment before pulling away and reaching for Izuku's shirt, pulling it up and over his head. He's slightly taken aback. He knew Izuku was muscular, but he didn't realize that the boy was built like a Spartan warrior. But it wasn't the muscles that forced him to step back but the scars, all varying in long gashes, burns. A branded handprint caught his eye and he studied it. He noticed how the outside edges had starburst patterns outlining it. His eyes widened, and he whispered, Bakugu. Izuku smiled sadly and whispered back, yes. That was the only time he ever used his quirk on me though. He was being peer pressured to use it on me. He regrets doing it and he's apologized for everything. He's working his way to forgiveness, so don't worry about it, alright? He's doing a lot better now. Shinso nodded at that and continued letting his eyes roam. When he makes his way to look at Izuku's back, he notices how he tenses at that but finishes his way around him to look, and his breath hitches when he sees the damage done. Dekunabu was carved across the back of his shoulders. It was clearly done by a dulled knife with how jagged and jarred it looked. He saw the stab wound scars going down his spine, the wounds only ever striking the tops of the bones. Everything on my back was done by my mother, Izuku whispered. Shinsu's breath caught in his throat and tears prickled in his eyes. He liked his lips and swallowed. Is there more on you? The question comes out wobbly and soft. Izuku unfastened his pants as he walked over to the bed and pulled them off as he sat. He then pulls his socks off and rolls up his boxer briefs a bit, but he can still see that there are more scars under the briefs. Shinso walks over to him and studies his legs, muscular and scarred but not as badly as his upper body. He watches Izuku tilt his foot to the side, showing how scarred and manned the pinky toe looks. He glances at the other foot and notices the same thing. What happened to your pinky toes? Even though I have a quirked body in every sense of the word, I still had a double toe joint. It was an actual genetic mutation that ran on my father's side of the family. He has it documented in the journals he left for me. My mother believed me to be quirkless based on my double toe joints, and well, she used her quirk to hold me down while she removed them. Izuku answers in a soft, sad voice. He reaches over and wipes the tears that are running down Shinsu's cheeks. These are my battle scars, Toshi. I've won them all and I'm here. Shinso looks up at him from where he's sitting on the floor and can tell by how Izuku looks like he's hiding something, so he tilts his head and pinches his brows together, silently asking and hoping he gets an answer. He does, and it's not one he wanted to hear. He watches Izuku reach up and tap the side of his head. This is the only battle that I almost lost. The battle with myself. On the day that I was going to end it all, I got spider lilies on my desk. I was told to take a swan dive off the roof of a building. I was attacked and almost killed by a villain. I was saved by All Might, where he then left me on a 7-story building after telling me that I could never be a hero without a quirk. I stood on the edge of that building and decided to end it all, but I didn't do it because I heard Kaken's explosions and how crazy and panicked they sounded, so I went to investigate only to discover him being attacked by the same villain that had almost killed me. Four pros were standing there watching all this happen, so I charged head first into the fight and smacked the villain in the eyes and was able to pull him free, only for All Might to step in again to save the day. That was also the same day that I was offered One for All, and well, here we are now. Shinso was sobbing at that point and crawled up onto the bed grabbing Izuku, pulling him in close. He buried his face into his neck and just cried. He could feel Izuku's fingers carding through his hair and heard soft whispers of, "It's okay, love. I'm still here, and I'm not going to go anywhere, I promise." It took a moment longer for him to calm down and to look Izuku in the eyes. He could see how soft and sad his expression was, but it was comforting at the same time. He couldn't help but to place a kiss on his lips, and when he went to pull back he was only held in place and could only melt as Izuku deepened the kiss. It was a comforting gesture that made him swoon slightly as he fully relaxed into it and let Izuku take the reins. It was soft, passionate and full of emotion. When Izuku broke the kiss it made him yearn for more of that feeling, but Izuku pressed their foreheads together, looking him right in the eyes and whispering, "The only time I'm ever going to leave your side is when I'm forced to, but even then I'll never actually leave you either, I'd be with you in spirit." Something feathery and warm bloomed in Shinsu's chest at those words. It felt right and he couldn't help but to lean further into Izuku, cheeks pressed and rubbed together, and he moved further, burying his face into Izuku's neck and just breathed him in softly. The soft scent of black tea leaves relaxed him. He laid there bathing in it for what felt like forever until Izuku whispered, "Toshi, let me get my clothes back on, we'll go and cuddle on the couch after I get meat out for curry. We missed lunch, so a hearty dinner will be best." He reluctantly let him up and trudged into the living room to wait for Izuku. Shōta was able to come home right before dinner was usually eaten. When he walked in he wasn't expecting to see Izuku and Shinso cuddling on the couch. He noticed how Shinso was clinging onto Izuku like a life force, face pressed against his chest, eyes swollen and puffy from crying. He watched for a moment as Izuku lightly rubbed the fingers of one hand into the purple hair and how the other hand had fingertips running in small soothing circles in between his shoulder blades. It looked like Shinso was asleep, but he wasn't sure. Izuku had a sad smile on his face as he looked at Shōta, and his brows pinched in concern. "What happened, Bunny?" he asked softly. He watched Shinso's eyes open and look over at him. They were bloodshot and more tired looking than ever. "Geez, what happened to cause this kind of reaction?" I showed him my scars. I know you haven't seen them yet. I'll show you tomorrow if you'll be home, but anyways I told him about my attempt." Izuku looks away, not wanting to make eye contact with Shōta, but it doesn't stop him from seeing the sadness in his eyes, nor does it stop him from seeing Shinsu's eyes tear up as his grip on Izuku tightens. If he cares this deeply for Izuku, then maybe I don't really need to worry about the shovel talk. For now at least. He's brought out of his thoughts by Izuku speaking up again. "I got meat and root vegetables out for curry, everything is already washed. I figured something hearty for dinner would be good since the two of us skipped lunch. The day kind of got away from us when we emotionally spiraled." Shōta nodded his head in understanding. He made his way to the kitchen and made a curry dinner for the three of them. It had taken a good amount of coaxing to get Shinso to let go of Izuku and to eat. He was being clingy, but it was obvious that Izuku didn't mind at all. The two boys went to bed easily that night. Shōta wasn't surprised that his insomniac mentee had passed out quickly. He was still clung onto Izuku like a koala, but he was asleep nonetheless. He took a photo of the scene, and Shōta decided to message the UA group chat before going to bed himself. "UA group chat. Sleepy caterpillar. So I came home from a mission and Izuku had told Shinso about his attempt. The boy was an absolute emotional wreck. I could tell he cried for hours. He's been clinging to Izuku like a koala. Even now as they sleep he's still on him. Attachment sent? Cockatoo. The poor sleepy boy. He'll be okay though. The green bean's still here. R-rated. It's so cute but sad at the same time. Therapy doge. Poor pup more than likely had a mental break. The thought of Izuku taking his own life must have caused him to snap. Izuku is the physical manifestation of sunshine and happiness. I would probably break too if I learned of something so dark happening to someone of that nature. Also, if clinging onto Izuku brings him comfort due to that knowledge, then I say leave him be, for now at least. Hopefully a good night's rest will help him. He's more than welcome to set up an appointment with me if he would like. It may help him in the future. Sleepy caterpillar. I'll talk to him about it. I'm honestly surprised by his reaction to it. Then again, everyone reacts differently to things of this nature. I'm glad he cares this deeply for Izuku though. It gives me at least some peace of mind. R-rated. Looks like you don't have to bother with that overly harsh shovel talk you were going to give him. That little Papa Bear rant you had me afraid for the poor boy last night, all because those sweet boys fell asleep canoodling. Sleepy caterpillar. Shut the F up. The shovel talk is momentarily on the back burner. It's still going to happen. That sheet isn't sweet nor innocent either. They're teenagers. Teenagers always take things too far. Black hole sun. Ah, but it is so sweet and innocent though. No need to be so overprotective. Eraser. Knock off Josie Wales. Canoodlin LEDs to other sheet. Eraser is right. Done enough of it to know. I'd give him the talk, for they get too far head themselves. Dracula but not. Agree. Two hormonal teenagers in a relationship is a recipe for disaster. Cockatoo. They definitely need the talk. They are at that age where they do exploring. R-rated. I can talk to those sweet boys. I am the expert here. Sleepy caterpillar. Absolutely effing not. I seriously don't need to wake up to Izuku in my bed after the inevitable nightmares you'd probably give him. I also don't want to get calls from Shinsu's foster parents asking why their ward has been mentally scarred by whatever the hell you'd tell them. Who you gonna call? Agree. Stay out of this. Eraser, I say make it short, sweet, and to the point. They may already know more than you think. Knock off Josie Wales. I agree with Ecto. Pawn is a thing, so I'm sure they're more than aware. Sleepy caterpillar. I have to do the hard dad sheet now. I guess I'll talk to them tomorrow. Give them the knowledge, then leave them be and pray to whatever sky daddy is out there that I never walk in on it. Dracula but not. I bet 5,000 yen that he does. Knock off Josie Wales. 10,000 yen says that the boys are smart enough to lock the door to prevent that. Shōta exists the chat, not even sure how the conversation led to that. He groaned in exasperation, not looking forward to this conversation on top of the fact that he'd be seeing Izuku's scars as well. He groans again, but this time from exhaustion. He lets the sweet escape of sleep take him. Shōta woke up to noise coming from the kitchen and was pleasantly surprised to see both Izuku and Shinso making breakfast. Shinso was looking a lot better and was glad that Hound Dog was right, that he just needed a good night's sleep. Morning you too, Shōta grunted out. Morning Dad. Did you sleep well? Izuku asks, I know it's been a while since you've actually had time to get some decent sleep. It was fine, Shōta sighs. I could definitely use more of it though. He watches the two boys for a moment before making the announcement. The three of us will be having a little chat later. Izuku whipped his head around to look at Shōta. His brows were pinched along with a slight glare. If it's the little chat I'm thinking of, shoot me right now. That's a conversation I do not wish to have with anyone. Well, that's Toodman bad, problem child, Shōta argues back. I had Namuri come and check on the two of you the other night and said that it looked like the two of you fell asleep canoodling. So, the conversation is going to happen whether you like it or not. I want to make sure bases are covered. I'm totally lost here, Shinso says in confusion. What kind of conversation is supposed to happen? Izuku leans in and whispers into Shinsu's ear. A blush rapidly spreads across his face. Oh, He fidgets around nervously. We haven't even done anything inappropriate. Is the conversation really all that necessary? Yes. It is. We can have it right now since we're already talking about it. Shōta says with a smirk as both boys have growing blushes dusting their cheeks. Use protection. I know that neither of you can get PR'd, but it's still a safety precaution. And no, I'm not saying that either of you have anything. It's just certain things can hide in the woodwork and surface later when you least expect it. So it's better to be safe than sorry. He groans in exasperation as the talk continues. Please take care of each other properly. Avoid accidentally hurting one another. When having sex with someone the same gender as you have to be gentle in the beginning, can't just rush it, that's how you get hurt. Lube will be your friend. And before you ask, no, I do not know from personal experience. I've never had sex with a guy. We used to have sex ed and we had to learn this sheet. Lastly, I don't want to know anything that happens behind closed doors. Lock the door, don't make it obvious, especially if I'm home. Do not if in the dorms. Make you both do suicide sprints as well as running my hell course as punishment if you're caught. If Namuri tries to talk to either of you, have my permission to tell her, and I quote, Eraser says to F. He looked between the boys, who both looked like a mixture of embarrassment, shock, and horror. This conversation is done. Short, sweet, and to the point. God, that was awful, Izuku says as he wrinkles his nose. I had CC Ed at the beginning of middle school and it was just as awful. He pauses for a moment and just stares at Shōta with a blank face. A mischievous glint appears in his eyes along with a smile to match it. Shōta instantly regrets his decision to have this conversation. Dad, I hope you realize that you've given us your blessing for me and Toshi to start fornicating. We were going to wait, but now that we've had this little chat, we won't have to worry about disappointing you. Shinso has a blush on his face and is waving his hands in a placating manner, but Shōta isn't even focused on that because he's too busy being in shock because Izuku is technically right. Shōta shakes his head and sighs softly. You're right. I dug my own grave and now I must lay in it. Fine. If you two fornicate, that's fine. It's not like I can stop you. But like I said, please don't make it obvious. I want to be left in the dark on this. He studies both boys. Izuku's expression has softened into his more natural appearance while Shinso looks scared out of his mind. Stop looking so afraid, Shinso. I'm not mad. If you're worried about a shovel talk, well, let's just say I'll make you regret the day you were conceived. Dad, that's a little harsh, Izuku scolded lightly. He isn't going to hurt me. And I'm not going to hurt him either, so there's no need for that. Go sit down, we're still fixing up breakfast. It's going to be an American one, it's going to be tasty. Shōta shrugged and wandered into the living room and flopped down on the couch. He should have known better than to have the talk with his kid. He can't even bring himself to be mad about it. He finds it hilarious, but he doesn't want to encourage his problem child. Izuku had called him over for breakfast and he's thoroughly enjoying it along with his coffee. He's glad to finally be able to sit down and have a meal with his kid. They all chat and relax for a while until Izuku brings up the subject of his scars. Did you still want to see my scars, Dad? Shōta nods. Yes, Bunny, I still want to see them. Izuku nods, stands up and pulls off his shirt. To say that he was shocked is an understatement. He had an absolute variety. He noticed the handprint and scowled at it. I can see what you're looking at, Dad. He was pressured into it by students and teachers. He regrets it and has since apologized. He apologized for everything. He's still working towards forgiveness, but he's doing better, so please don't be mean to him. He's trying to improve himself. Izuku explains. Shōta sighs and nods. All right. Just as long as he stays on a positive path, then fine. I'll leave it be. Izuku sighs in relief. Are you ready to see my back? It's the worst. Shōta arches a brow and chances a glance at Shinso, who has a scowl on his face. Yeah. Go ahead and turn around and let me see. Izuku spun on his heel and Shōta's blood ran cold. Dekunabu. Who the F did that to you? Izuku glances back over his shoulder. Inko. Shōta felt himself growl. That hitting beach. She better be glad she's even dead because I would be hunting her down and ending her life myself right now if she weren't. I was thinking of getting a tattoo to cover it up later on. Izuku changes the subject. I may view it as a battle scar, but if we ever adopt a child and they see this, it'll be emotionally difficult to explain to them. A tattoo would be CC. Shinso whispers softly, but Shōta hears him and turns to face him. A tattoo would be CC, huh? Shōta asks with a teasing air and watches as Shinso blushes and turns to face the opposite direction in order to avoid eye contact. Dad, stop. Leave you Toshi alone. And he's right, a tattoo would be CC, Izuku laughs. Shōta groans as he rolls his eyes. He feels his phone go off, so he takes a glance at it and groans again, but in exasperation. What's wrong, Dad? Izuku asks with concern on his face. Just a case I've been working on. There's a new lead and Suki needs me to come in, Shōta sighs. The criminal has a transformation quirk and they've been good at getting away from the scenes quickly. Nothing dangerous, just petty theft. Sounds bothersome, Shinso comments. It is, and you two will have to one day deal with similar criminals and villains, Shōta states. I have to get going though. I have a meeting with Suki, a small limelight bus that I'm assisting in, and I have patrol afterwards. Izuku stares at him in concern. Please be careful. Try and take a nap at the station. You can't keep going so hard like this, it's not healthy. Shōta smiles at him. I know, Bunny, this will be the last day of my long hours since school starts soon. I'll be using the weekend to catch up on much-needed sleep. With that he leaves to get ready for the day. Izuku gives him a lunch bag with a couple of meals along with several snacks and drinks and sees him off. He sits in the car for a moment, still sad about that Dekunabu sheet carved into his son's back. He growls again, but he knows that there's nothing he can do about it now. If he's a little rough while dealing with villains and criminals today, then who's to say? Izuku flops down on top of Shinso as soon as his dad drives away. Hi, Toshi. Shinso arches a brow at him. Hi, Aizu? What are you up to? Better not be something to get us in trouble. I seriously don't feel like being a blood stain on your floor if I get murdered by your dad. Izuku laughs at that. He isn't going to kill you and we aren't going to get in trouble. A sly smile graces his face. If you want to know what I'm up to, you'll have to follow me. He gets up and leaves, heading into his bedroom. Shinso sits there for a moment before getting up and following him. Once he's in the room, Izuku shuts the door and locks it. So, what are you up to? Shinso questions. We're going to play a little, Izuku teases softly, just a little something since we didn't get a real chance to do anything yesterday. Shinso fidgets nervously. What did you have in mind? Lay down, love, you'll find out. Izuku gestures to the bed. Shinso goes and lays down nervously. He's not really sure what Izuku is going to do, but he knows that he's not going to stop him either. He's been wanting some kind of relief, but he can't help but to be nervous since Izuku was taking the initiative. Izuku got them into a missionary-style position and Shinso couldn't help but to blush at that. It was provocative and the thought was already getting him aroused. Izuku lightly gripped Shinso's thighs, causing him to tense out of nervousness, but relaxed as Izuku softly ran his hands up over his hips and up his sides, only to dip them behind his back while leaning in closer to speak to Shinso in a hushed voice that caused him to shiver. What position would you prefer, love? Top, bottom, or both? I want to know what you want. Is he wanting to? I want if waiting. Bottom, he whispers back softly. Izuku smiles at him and locks them into a deep kiss. It was firm, needy, and hungry, and Shinso reciprocated it with just as much vigor. He felt a hot heat bloom and spread from his belly to his groin. A soft escaped him as Izuku pushed himself up against him, as he could feel Izuku's own growing heat. He couldn't help but to grind himself into it, getting a soft from Izuku in response. Izuku pulls away from the kiss and meets Shinso's half-lidded gaze with his own. I don't want to wait, Toshi, he softly whispers. I have the lube but I don't have the condoms. I didn't think we'd need them since I want to make you mine. Shinso whines softly and grinds into Izuku again. Don't need them, please, make. Izuku cuts him off with a quick kiss, then digs into the drawer of the bedside table, producing a small bottle of lube, then moves back, gesturing for Shinso to strip. He does so nervously. I've never done this before, Aizu. He admits softly. Izuku smiles as he removes his own shorts. Neither have I, but I've done my research. Izuku moves and gets back into the position they were just in and gives him a kiss before placing some of the lube between his fingers, warming it up. Shinso tenses when Izuku starts rubbing his entrance softly. They keep eye contact and Shinso can't help but to relax. As soon as he does, though, Izuku slips his finger in one fluid movement. He tenses back up for a moment but lets himself relax again. Izuku doesn't say anything, just moves to start kissing him again, gently working him with his finger. Shinso feels the second one slip in and softly. Izuku moves on from his lips and onto his neck. He continues his prepping when a third finger slips in and causes Shinso to yelp in surprise. Izuku pauses and they make eye contact. Was that a yelp of pain or of surprise? He asks softly. Surprise, Shinso whispers back. Izuku nods and continues his work of prepping and kissing. It felt good, but it was teasing him and he couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't deep enough to reach where he wanted it to. Aizu. More, please. He begs softly. He whines at the loss but watches as Izuku prepares himself. He trembles nervously as Izuku lines himself up. Their eyes lock as Izuku pushes his way in. He breaks eye contact and buries his face into Izuku's neck and groans. He feels Izuku bottom out and hears him let out a shaky whisper, "Let me know when, love." They lay still for a long moment before he rocks his hips slightly, experimenting, and nods. Izuku starts with slow, steady movements and casually picks up the pace. Shinso melts into it as Izuku continues his movements, locked in a deep, heated kiss. Izuku breaks the kiss after several minutes as he sits up, grabbing a hold of Shinso's hips, giving them a slight tilt. Shinso lets out another yelp as his PRC gets hit. "Found your spot, love," Izuku whispers, as he applies a bit more strength into his moves, striking his spot with each move. Shinso had a vice grip hold on Izuku's forearms as he felt himself slip into a blissed-out state of mind. He didn't even realize that he was miming his thoughts out loud. "Please, Izuku, please make me yours." He felt tears well up in his eyes. "I love you, so please, Izuku." He had eye contact with Izuku as he kept repeating his thoughts. He could see how Izuku's eyes widened but couldn't quite understand why he would look shocked. He then felt himself release as the movements became faltered and uneven. Izuku hunched over him, groaning as he finished as well. He buried his face into the other boy's neck and they both stayed in the same positions that they were in, letting everything calm down. "Toshi, love," Izuku says a little breathlessly, "I think you might have been saying your thoughts out loud." Shinso stiffened, his grip on Izuku's arms tightening. He whispers. "Would you like for me to repeat what you said?" Izuku asks softly. "I'm not freaked out. It just caught me off guard because I didn't expect you to say something like that so soon." Shinso shook his head because he knows what he was thinking. He just didn't realize that he was vocalizing them. "I said I love you," he whispers in a shaky voice, slightly afraid of what Izuku actually thinks now that he's saying it in a more clear-headed state of mind. He went into a slightly defensive panic. "I fell hard, okay? I've been eyeing you for a while, especially after I had overheard a conversation about what you thought about me and my quirk during the school festival. I was too nervous to actually allow for anything to form between us because I was afraid you'd change your mind about me. Then you invited me here and my heart did a flutter thing when you gave me that soft, sweet smile that night when you said hi and I knew I was effing hit by Cupid's arrow. When you told me about your attempt, I couldn't help but to think that I'd never would have gotten a chance to meet you and I never would have gotten a chance to fall for you or anything, and there's just something about you that makes me feel whole, and I love it and I love you." Izuku gives him a soft, gentle kiss and smiles. "I love you too, Toshi," he says in a soothing voice. "I call you love for a reason, you know. It's because you are my love. Every word I've spoken I meant them. When I was getting protective of you, those were my genuine feelings. Everything. You're my everything. You definitely caught my attention. Before the sports fest when you confronted my class out in the hallway, I couldn't help but to think that you were cute and that I hoped I got to see you again. When I did though, I knew that I wanted to get to know you but didn't want to pressure you either. You seemed like the kind of person who doesn't trust people easily, and I was right. I'm glad that you trust me now though and that all of our feelings are out." He ran his fingers through purple hair as the boy hiccuped and silent tears ran down his face. "Let's go and take a shower, then we can soak in the bath together." Shinso nodded because that sounded nice. 15 minutes later they were laying in the bath together. Shinso had his back against Izuku, his head resting on the boy's shoulder. "Shouldn't we be the other way around? I'm like almost a half-foot taller than you. Don't you find this to be an awkward position?" "No. I just topped you, Toshi," Izuku huffs out with no heat. "You get to have the aftercare. Let me baby you for a while." "You babied me yesterday too," Shinso retorts in a joking manner. "I literally evacuated you for like 3/4 of the day and all night too. You also learned a lot of dark information about my shitty past," Izuku says with a shake of his head. "I would never expect anyone to have a positive reaction to my past. I also didn't care that you clung onto me like a koala. Koalas are cute and you're cute too. It helped comfort me as well, so let's just say I inadvertently koala'd you too." "Alright, fair point. Glad that I could inadvertently assist you on that," Shinso teases jokingly. Izuku rolls his eyes and nuzzles his face into slightly damp, purple hair. "You did feel really good, love. Made very lewd sounds too, very CC," he murmurs, changing the subject. Shinso whines. "No more teasing, I'm sore." "I wasn't going to try and start a second round," Izuku whispers. I was complimenting you. Shinso hums. Well in that case you felt good too. You're a good lover. I was too blissed out to hear you if that's anything to go by. Izuku snorts. Like I said, I did my research, I wasn't about to go in blind and hurt you accidentally. I made it my mission to make you feel good. He pulls Shinso closer. Tonight is your last night here. You'll be leaving in the morning. Shinso stiffened and pushed himself closer into Izuku, which caused his brows to pinch together, his gut telling him that something is wrong, so he decided to test it. I'm sure they miss you, love. Shinso shook his head softly. Are you safe at home, love? He gets a head shake in response. Why haven't you said anything while you've been here? We could have done something sooner, we can still do something but it'll be on a time crunch. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me, Shinso whispers out. No one has believed me before and it's not like I have scars like you to prove my point. Yeah, I have my muzzle scar but I was forced to wear it to school and when I was still learning control a lot people with vocal ranged quirks have them, I know Mike Sensei does. But they do hit me and such, it's mainly caused by all the drinking and the drags they do. Izuku rubs at Shinsu's scalp with a towel. Not only is that abuse, Toshi, it's also dangerous to your health in every sense of the way. I'll text my dad when we're done soaking. Izuku sighs softly, and I'm not mad by the way, I just wish you would have told me sooner but I understand. It's hard to talk about. Since you're a UA student the school will take you in as a ward and one of the teachers will be assigned as your guardian, so you'll be safe. Let's just hope that Namuri isn't chosen as that guardian. Izuku shivers at the thought. Who is Namuri? Shinso asks. I've heard your dad mention her but now you've mentioned her again and she works at the school? Namuri is Midnight, Toshi. Izuku groans out in exasperation. Trust me. You don't want that woman looking after you. It would be a nightmare, hell she'd probably give you nightmares. Shinso laughed lightly at that. Wouldn't mind that though, she could give me advice on how to be a good lover for you. Stop. Don't jinx that sheet. Izuku holds a hand out in front of them. If you ask that woman for any kind of advice she'll go to my dad and tease him about it. He pauses and clears his throat, doing his best Midnight impression. Oh Shinsu's just the sweetest purple cabbage. He came to me seeking advice on how to be a good lover for Izuku. Isn't that so sweet? He's going to be taking care of the green bean properly with the advice I gave him. Not only would that turn into a nightmare for you but also for me because my dad would absolutely lose his sheet. Like hell course lose his sheet. He warned us on keeping him in the dark on this stuff. Shinso shivers. Yeah, okay. Now that you've said that, I love life and would much like to live it out. He sits up a bit and looks back at Izuku. Also, purple cabbage and green bean? Izuku shrugs his shoulders. Namuri likes to call people various fruits. And vegetables depending on their hair color. You've called me broccoli boy so don't even. He pulls Shinso back up against him. These people though. Are they your biological parents or foster parents? They're my foster parents, Shinso answers. I've been with them since middle school. People have noticed the abuse in the past but never said anything. The only reason it's not as bad now is because I'm going to UA, a school packed full of pro heroes and hero hopefuls. Leaving fresh marks on me would be asking for trouble. Plus, me staying here with you saved me from having to suffer through it because they would have taken advantage of this 2-week break. Shinso saw a large puff of smoke swirl past him as Izuku let out an angry sigh. Please don't accidentally roast me, Aizu. Izuku clears his throat. Sorry. Anyways, since you're already in the system, UA taking you in as a ward would be easy. Also, your social worker must be an absolute garbage human. What the actual F-? It's their job to remove kids from hazardous and abusive situations. Shinso opened his mouth to reply but Izuku cut him off. If you say it's because of your villainous quirk I'm going to hunt them all down, level their places and cremate anyone who tries to stop me. I will not hesitate to go full FANG villain. Protecting and getting justice for you will be my 13th reason. You'd have to visit me through a glass wall when I get sent to Tartarus if I'm captured. Shinsu's teeth click as he shuts his mouth quickly. That's what IFND thought. Quirkist BSTRDS. Let me up, love, I need to send off a text. I'm going to ask Dad if Suki can come over here. Shinso nods and moves so Izuku can get out of the bath. He wraps a towel around himself and makes his way back to the bedroom to grab his phone. Baby bear. Shinso told me a bit about his home life. If you could send Suki over here, that'd be great. Papa bear. I'll ask him to go over there. How bad is it so I can let him know what to expect? Baby bear. Abusive foster parents, garbage human of a social worker. Just a bunch of corkist BSRDS. I'll hunt them down, I'll risk going to Tartarus. Papa bear. Alright, well you're not going to do that and I'll let Suki know. Izuku huffs and goes about getting dressed. Shinso has made it back into the room as well and throws on some sweatpants and a tank top. Should we let the amigos know what's happening? I'm sure they'll ask questions later once they find out. Will probably be better to tell them now. Shinso asks as he rubs a towel against his scalp. That's up to you, love, Izuku answers. If you're comfortable enough to let them know, then you should do that. Shinso pulls out his phone and opens the group chat. Los Seis Amigos group chat. Insomnia's BFF. So Aiza's helping me to become a ward of UA because my foster parents are abusive BSDRDS and my social worker is a corkist a-hole. Just thought I'd tell you guys now. Mini Aizawa. My 13th reason, I swear. I'll show them what a true villain should look like. Number 1 amigo. Dude that absolutely essex. Glad they're going to help you out, we'll be here for you, man. And Izuku, no, we won't let you go, villain, well not on your own at least. Sharky boy. Hito bro. I'm sure Aizawa already has Nizu on it. And for real, I think we'd make a scary villain team, bros. Not that we should actually do it, you know, just a thought. Discount Pikachu. People suk. It'll be okay though, we're here for you, man. Also, I'd honestly be terrified if Izuku went villain, the man's being taught by Nizu for FS sake. Bomberanian. Shut the F up, nerd, you won't become a villain. Also, my folks just got their foster license if you want something like that instead of being UA's ward. Insomnia's BFF. That's actually not a bad idea. It'll be up to Nizu though. Mini Aizawa. Let my dad know that, Kaken. Something like that may help save him from becoming Midnight's ward. Insomnia's BFF. I seriously don't want that. She'll probably force me to listen to her advice. Cat, be my hero this one time and save me from that potential nightmare. I won't even tease or pick on you anymore or anything. Bomberanian. ANG fine, don't FANG beg, damn it. I owe the DMN nerd a lot, so this is a way to pay him back. My folks are cool with it if Nizu approves. I texted that hobo caterpillar and let him know. Said he informed Nizu of that option and that Nizu will contact my old hag if he chooses to go that route. Sharky boy. Should we be concerned on why you owe Izubro? Number 1 amigo. Yeah. I have a feeling it may have potential blackmail material behind it. Does him entrar in S? Discount Pikachu. I could totes get in on some blackmail action. Mini Aizawa. All you guys need to know that if Nizu approves of the arrangement, then Kaken's debt to me will be paid. Fue un pendejo conmigo en el pasado, ACIK lo está compensando. Number 1 amigo. Vindo. Shinso closed the chat for now and looked at Izuku. Why does Bakugu owe you? Other than the handprint. He was my bully throughout our childhood. Izuku gave him a sad smile as he continued. He's the one who told me to take a swan dive. When I told him about my attempt, he broke down saying that he never meant those words and that he was basically being a follower. Like I've already said, Toshi, he's apologized and is making amends. He pulls Shinso close and nuzzles into his neck. He's made a lot of progress. It's the only reason as to why I'm willing to give him a chance. If he's willing to change, I'm willing to forgive. Even if he never meant those words, he still said them. Shinso huffs out. At least he's apologized and is working on himself. I can at least respect him for that. 15 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door and Izuku was quick to run and answer the door. Suki. He says excitedly as he throws the door open. Tsukachi stood there glaring at Izuku. You're a little menace, you know that? Eraserhead is a bad influence. His sadistic nature is rubbing off on you. I'm not looking forward to working with you in the future, just so you know. Izuku gives him a mischievous smile. Yes, I know I'm a menace. True. I'm glad that you believe that yourself. Tsukachi glares at him as he pushes Izuku's face to the side and makes his way past him, inviting himself in, then looks over at Shinso who is shifting around nervously. Hi Shinso, Eraser told me that you're not safe at home. Shinso nods. Yeah. I was just afraid no one would believe me if I said anything. True. Tsukachi smiles at him. Well, that's why I'm here. It'll be difficult to try and tell someone with a lie detector quirk that they're lying. But let's go ahead and get started. When it comes to abuse and neglect cases, I ask everyone the same questions, so these aren't specifically targeted at you. I may throw in a personal one here or there if I feel it may be relevant. Shinso nods as he watches Tsukachi get settled on the couch and goes about setting up a voice recorder. The man gestures to him to sit down and Izuku sits next to him. Don't worry, Suki, I won't say anything, Izuku reassures when Tsukachi gives him a questioning look. I'm just going to sit here as emotional support. This sheet is draining. Tsukachi nods. Alright, just as long as you keep that mouth of yours closed will be good. He looks over at Shinso and gives him a soft smile. Are you ready to get this over with, kid? I promise I'll get this done quickly. Shinso nods his head and Tsukachi reaches over and starts the recording. This is Detective Naome's Tsukachi here with one Hitoshi Shinso on the date of January 3rd 2XXX. And the time of this interview is in regards to abuse, neglect, and quirk discrimination while in foster care. For the recording, my quirk is called Lie Detector. I'll be able to tell whether something is a truth or a lie. He makes a motion towards Shinso. Please state your name, age, date of birth, and quirk. Shinso shifts nervously and Izuku places a hand on his knee grounding him. My name is Hitoshi Shinso, age 16, date of birth is July 1st, 2XXX, and my quirk is brainwashing. True. Tsukachi says, what is your quirk description? It's mental and vocal based. I ask a question or say a phrase with my quirk laced into it, and when the person I'm speaking to responds, I'm able to grab a hold of the strings of their mind. Shinso explains, it's similar to when someone is under hypnosis. I can give simple commands like, turn around and walk away. Anything too complex such as telling them to hurt themselves breaks the connection. I can ask simple yes or no questions and they're influenced to give me a truthful response. If the person I have is under my control gets bumped or slapped, the connection is broken. He rubs the back of his neck. There's only one person I know who's able to break out of my control on their own. I can catch them, but they can break the connection. Easily. True. Tsukachi says with a nod, who is this person who's able to break your connection when you're able to catch them? Izuku Midoriya. Shinso says smoothly, he literally showed the world that it's possible on live TV during the UA Sports Festival when we faced off against each other during the third event. True. Now, how long have you been with your current foster parents? Since the beginning of middle school. True. And exactly how long have you been in foster care? Since my quirk manifested. True. How long have you had your current social worker? Since I was first placed into the system. True. And has your social worker ever removed you from any abusive situations? No. He ignored it. He would only ever place me in a new home when the foster family got sick of dealing with me. True. Has your current foster family been abusive towards you in any way? Yes. They don't like my quote-unquote villainous quirk, so they treat me like the scum of the earth. They drink, do drags, take their frustrations out on me. It's been a lot better now that I'm staying in UA's dorms, but I still have to go back on the weekends and face them. And I got really lucky this week and was able to escape to my boyfriend's home during break. True. Have you ever purposely used your quirk on any of your foster families? Current and past? No. I was forced to wear a muzzle. Whether it had been on purpose or on accident, I wouldn't have been able to do either. I even have a muzzle scar across my face. True. For the recording, Shinso does in fact have a muzzle scar, spanning from ear to ear, across both cheeks and over the bridge of his nose. Now, has your social worker ever abused you in any way? Yes. Every time I'd have to be moved to a different family, he'd beat me down. Usually punch me right in the muzzle I was wearing so it would break my nose. I have scars on my butt cheeks from him using switches on me. Always struck me hard enough to break skin and prevent me from sitting for however long it would take to heal. True. We're currently sitting in your boyfriend's living room. Do you feel safe right now? For the recording, Shinso's boyfriend is one Izuku Midoriya. Yes, of course I feel safe here. He's helping to get me out of my current situation. True. That's all the questions I have. Hitoshi Shinso has answered every question truthfully. All facts and explanations he stated all rang true as well. No detection of a lie in any of his words. Tsukachi stops the recording and smiles at Shinso. You did good, kid. I really appreciate you being fully honest. It'll help with the investigation and it'll keep you off the stand since your testimony is here on this tape. Unfortunately, we'll need to get photos of those scars of yours, but we'll wait until you've been placed because your guardian will have to be present. Nizu messaged me before I headed over here saying that he was working on it. Eraserhead said that the Bakugu family offered to take you in. That would be good since their son is also attending the UA Hero course. Shinso nodded his head. I understand. It's going to be weird having someone taking a photo of but though, and then a jury will see. He rubs his face roughly with his hands. This is my start into the pawn industry. Toshi! Izuku squeaks out. Don't make it weird like that. It's evidence. Did you have to get photos of your scars? Shinso asks. No, I didn't. We weren't that far into the case. I'm sure the photos would have come up after she was arrested. Izuku states sullenly. Too bad she killed herself before that happened. She would have been eaten alive. Thrown to the wolves, you know. Eraserhead was ranting at the station about them. He never told me what any of them actually were. Tsukachi says, all I know was that he was said and saying that she's lucky that she's already dead. Izuku turns around with his back facing Tsukachi and pulls shirt up so that it hangs over the top of his shoulders. Holy hell, kid. I hope you get a tattoo or some sheet to cover that up because hell, I'll even pitch in some money for it. Maybe your dad will let you get it done for your birthday or something. Izuku snorts at that as he pulls his shirt back down. Yeah, I want to get a tattoo, but I doubt my dad would let a teenager get one. Hey, you never know. Tsukachi says, when's your birthday? Maybe I can convince everyone around the station to contribute, in case Eraser agrees. My birthday is July 15th, Izuku chirps, so you have 7 months to convince Eraserhead that I need a tattoo. What? You want me to convince him? Tsukachi asks in a slightly betrayed manner. You offered to contribute, you can help me convince him, Izuku states simply. Fine. Only because I'm feeling generous? Tsukachi huffs. Well, I should get back to the station now. He stands and pats each boy on the head. Thank you again, Shinso. You did well. If I end up having any more questions for you, I'll let you know. You boys behave and enjoy the rest of your night. He waves them off as he leaves the house. Shinso slumps down into the couch. That was mentally exhausting. Of course it was, love, Izuku says as he cuddles up against Shinso. Both their phones buzz with a message from the group chat. Los Cis Amigos group chat. Bomberanian. Nizu called my old hag. You'll be coming home with us tomorrow, Insomniac. We'll be by at lunch. Hopefully the hobo caterpillar is there. The old hag wants to meet with the nerd's dad since she hasn't gotten a chance to do that yet. She'll understand if he's not though. Izuku looks up at Shinso from his cuddled up position. Looks like Boom Boom Boy is your new big brother. You gotta call him Oni-chan just to PSS him off. No, I'm not calling him that, Shinso says as he wrinkles up his nose. He's older than us though? Yep. Izuku chirps, he'll be 17 April 20th. Oh joy. Gonna think he's the sheet since he's older, Shinso groans. You really should get a tattoo for your birthday though. I think it'd be hella secretary. He lets a teasing smirk slip onto his face. It would be a pleasant view to see when you're stripping for me. Izuku sits up quickly with a deep blush on his face. Toshi. I thought you said no more teasing. Yeah, no more teasing from you, Shinso says as he jabs Izuku in the chest. I never said that I wasn't going to tease you. He gives him a smile and a wink. You're awful, Izuku grumbles as he stands up and makes his way to the kitchen. What do you want for dinner? Can I have you for dinner? Shinso answers Izuku with his own teasing question. I think you'd be pretty tasty. Izuku glares at him half-heartedly. I wouldn't be very filling, Toshi. It would leave you satisfied in another sense, Shinso continues to tease. Plus, you already filled me up earlier. Maybe after real food. We haven't eaten since breakfast and I'm legit hungry for real food, not a BJ or whatever you're thinking of, Izuku states firmly. I can wake you up with a morning BJ. Shinso says it like a promise, and it causes Izuku to fidget around before he nods and goes back to getting things out to make for dinner. Later that night they're snuggled closely together. Izuku nuzzles his face into Shinso's chest, lightly breathing him in. I really love the way you smell, love. Like your natural scent, you smell like petrichor and lavender. Petrichor? Shinso asks. Yeah, you know the smell after it rains, Izuku says sleepily. Your scent is like a field of lavender that just got blessed with a light rainfall. It's lovely, it makes me so sleepy. He buries his face deeper into Shinso's chest and sighs. Shinso hums as he rubs his fingers into Izuku's scalp. I love you scent too. Black tea leaves. You know, earthy, sweet, and floral. It's soothing. He gets a sleepy hum in response. He feels Izuku's breathing even out and he can't help but to match it. Tomorrow is going to be wild, he thought as he drifted off into sleep.